Is this a late Earl supposed to be for demon streaming? Well, what have we got here? Is this a stream? Is it time for more Legend of Zelda? Legend of Zelda? I don't know. I don't know how to say that in Dum-Dum voice. Dum-Dum voice. Oi! Alchemic. Hello there. How are you doing, Alk? What's up, my friend? You ready to play some more Zelda? Zelda time. Zelda time. Everybody's in a Zelda-ish mood, right? Isn't everybody feeling the Zoldom? Yes. Hi there, Kim. What's up? Hello. You're here early. Kim, you are early as heck. You are like maybe one of the earliest people like in the entire world. I really think it's true. Kim, I'm impressed. In need of a name, how are you doing? What's up, Mercs? Oi! Lupus is here. Hello, Lupus. You were doing loft exploits in 14? Loft exploits? What is this? Oh, whoa, what is this? I do not know what that means, but that sounds good. Loft exploits. Mercs, how are you doing? Hello. Merxy, I hope you're having a wonderful day. You're playing some BioShock, so you're gonna lurk? Oh, snap. Enjoy your BioShock. Which BioShock are you playing? Oh, house decorating. Oh. House decorating. That does sound fun. Merxy is doing well. I'm glad. You were bored and just waiting for the stream, Kim? I'm sorry. By the way, Arisa says hello to everybody. She was distracting me before the stream. I'm sorry. I can't take any blame for this one. I'm sorry. Sorry. This one's not on me. This one's up to Arisa. Sorry about that. Also, hello. How are you doing? Anne's here. Oh, snap. Anne, Shiny, how are you doing? Also, hi, everybody. Hey, look, I'm over in the corner. I'm in the tiny little corner. I'm in the little baby corner. Listen, the reason that I'm already in this corner is because we've got a chop today. Listen, today is chop mode, speed mode. We gotta go speedy, all right? Because listen, if I have this right, we can beat this game in time to be able to play Skyward Sword. Hey, Rosera! Yo, thank you for the sub. What's up? 18 months. Holy moly.
So happy to be here for as long as I have.
Rosera.
Love you, friendo, and all the lovelies
hey,
in this community.
Hey, you sweet bean. Thank you for the continued support and for always hanging out with us. Rosera, thank you so much. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, what? The Kenny's in the corner. What did the Kenny do? Can you imagine? Can you imagine if I just played games with my full face on the screen and then the game screen was just tiny in the corner and I was like, whoa, you can see what I'm doing over here in the corner, but the real show is me, of course. Just imagine. Skyward Zone, hey, it's nice to see you. Ado, how are you doing? You know what? Oh snap. Oh snap, Merch with the resub with the prime. Hey, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
It's already been 6 months with Merch.
Snap.
How delightful.
Thank you so much for that sweet, delicious prime sub. Yum. Did somebody say Bezos bucks? Wait a second. Bezos is out, but the bucks are still here. Yes. Delicious. Thank you so much, Mercs. I appreciate it. Also, Del the Writer, what's up? How are you doing? In need of a name? I already said hi to you, but I say hi to you one more time. Elfie, how are you doing? What's up? We're gonna be playing some more of this cute Link game. More cute Links, okay? I had a few different Link puns as an idea for the title, but I decided to go with this one. This one's better. You Can Arts, what's up? Welcome back. Awesome sauce. You got a gifted sub yesterday, and look at that. Now that you jumped onto the stream, no ads because of that sweet, delicious gift sub. You saw a couple of them. Alchemic, I was hoping that you would see them. I had a feeling that you were watching. I thought you'd be watching. What? There's a hype train going on. Hey, thank you so much for the hype train. What's up, Del? Thank you for the 300 bits. I appreciate it. Dang, Del, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the cheers. I appreciate it. Oi, cheers to get started for the Legend of Zelda. Hype Twain is chose. is choose what? It's true. You guys, how are you doing? I want to show you what I got though. I should show you what I got, right? I bought another expensive bag. I bought another expensive bag because I have, I mean, it's not zero self-control because I had the self-control to drive like an hour to pick it up. So I don't feel, I feel like I am in full control, right? Because I had to like drive a long distance and I had to like buy a big item and I had to lug it out of there and I had to like look for it and stuff. Like, obviously I'm in control. Obviously I'm in full control. I had to drive all the way there. Clearly it's not a problem. Hype Twain so owie in the stream, unbelievable. Also Vanchik, hey, it's been forever since I've seen you, like 1 day or something. It's crazy. You guys, first I want to show you the little thing that I got. Okay, big screen real quick. Big screen, I want to show you the little thing that I did buy. And then I got 2 free items and I'll show you the big one. Here's a little item. I did not want to buy this. I did not go to buy this, but it was too cute. It was too cute. I had to do it. I had to get the birds. Look at the birds. Birdies. Woo! I love them. I love these birds. What does it say? It says what? Budgie? A budgie and a chick? They're so cute. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. They're adorable. Look at that little beak. Look at that little beaky boy. Adorable. Absolutely up. There's a bug in this room. Hey, what's up? My sister's in the chat right as a bug appears. Oi, 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 oi. How are you doing? Royalty Soaps. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello there. I don't know what you're doing today, but I hope that it's great. Also, hi there, White Tiger. How are you doing? Oh, I was going to show Anti-Dark Heart. Do you love the birds? Aren't they cute? Aren't they adorable? The adorable bird. The little adorable bird. And they gave me a couple of free things, you guys. Okay, so you remember the shoe from yesterday? The shoe? Remember the Adidas shoe? Well, we got another one. They gave me another one because I spent enough money, so they said, all right, you can have another shoe. Boom. We got 2 shoes, you guys. We've got 2 shoes just in case. Also, hi there, Kareem. What's up? Also, hi there, Kim. Also, let me see. Hello there, A-Star. What's up, my friend? Nice to see you again. And they gave me this. Royalty Soaps might like this one. This one's pretty cool. It's a, they said that it's Christmas in July. And it's the Christmas Carol book, but outside of the book, like, pops up a scene, and it seems to have Ebenezer Scrooge and Tiny Tim. Is that his name? I don't know. Timothy. It's got Tiny Tim and his little cane. He's got a little cane. No, don't remind us of the limp. How dare. You used to celebrate Christmas in July? They gave me this look at how big this Lego set is. It's 300 pieces. It's 300 pieces for free. For free, dude. Did you rack up those double points? Thankfully, their system was working today. Now, here's the big one, you guys. This one's a big one. Also, Tayaki, hi there. Ow. Here it is. Boom. That's the big one. This is the big one, baby. Oh, baby. It was even more than the Lego Ninjago one. Listen, this is gonna be freaking awesome. Look at it. Like, there's like a crank that's at the bottom of it, and as you crank it, as you whip it and crank it, as you dance along, as you can crank it up, and then it rolls all the way down the track. It's awesome. It's awesome. You can even put like a little motor down here that will run like the whole thing by itself. And I'm thinking that we'll get the motor for this, and I'll probably get some lights for it too. It'll be awesome. It'll be cool. I think we're gonna start building it on Saturday. I think we're gonna do it, you guys. I think that on Saturday we're gonna start building the roller coaster. I only bought the Lego Ninjago thing because I was scared that it was going to like expire. I was thinking that the Ninjago was gonna disappear. So I think that we're gonna start building the roller coaster this Saturday. That's the plan. Kenny is an expert. You guys, The hype train failed? Question mark? I think it failed. But thank you guys for trying. I appreciate it. Early Saturday stream. So Saturday will be the day after Skyward Sword is released. So it's kind of like, we're gonna try to beat this game. Speaking of which, let's get started. So, oh, that's a little loud. Oh, that's actually a little bit loud. Come to think of it. Come to find out, it's actually turned up too loud, and my ears are bleeding. Oh, the light kit for that's cool. I didn't know that. Are there official light kits, or is that an aftermarket light kit? Because I was thinking that I'll make I can make a custom kit if I wanted to, but I definitely want to light up the Ninjago set. Sorry, I was looking at the audio. Okay, I think it's fixed. But what I was thinking is that maybe I'll make like the secondary cam have the Lego scene, like at least, it'll have to be at least visible. Okay, I think it's a little loud. But I was thinking that maybe like whenever there's a hype train going on, or maybe whenever like a sub happens, that we could make like the roller coaster starts and like lights turn on, and I don't know, like anything that I can animate or turn lights on could be like automated. And if not automated, it could be a button that's on my desk that I could activate. That would be fun. It would be fun. We could make it exciting. I was thinking originally that we could have like a Lego hype train, quote unquote, like a Lego hype train that rolls around. But the trains require so much space to run that it's not viable. It's not viable. But if we have this roller coaster now, that would work. That would work. And if we had like, eventually, maybe they'll re-release the Ferris wheel or the merry-go-round. That would be fun. Kenny, I'm sorry if I fall back to sleep. Don't apologize. Vonchik, if you need some sleep, get some sleep. Goodness. And also Mercs, thanks for the lurks. I appreciate it. Excitement. I'm dog sitting all day and lounging around my brother's house. You shall be there. Hey, Kareem, you could watch us build some of the roller coaster. I don't think that we're going to complete it. The roller coaster is very complicated. It's like there's some Technic blocks in it. I'm worried about it. Okay, so they said the planes, so I'm guessing that we can go over here now. We could probably go to the right. Also, did I say hi to you, Linz? Hello, Linz. Linz, it's nice to see you. How are you doing? Every time that I play Minecraft and I see bunnies, I think of Linz. I can't help it. I think of Linz and Anne and Joy. I'm forced to do it. Emerald artist, look at that cute little purple floof. Oh, by the way, reminder, you guys, the fan art competition will be over very soon. I whipped up a picture earlier. Just to start like imagining what the banner would look like, and I'll show that probably whenever we're like jumping between games. Whenever we're jumping through games, I can show you what it kind of looks like right now. It's not even a temporary design. It's just, I just did it for fun, okay? I just did it for fun. I took all the entries and I put them onto, okay, let me see. I think we go. I think I already messed this up. Oh. Get out of here. Yeah, I think I already messed this up accidentally. Yeah, because we can't get... Maybe we can push this. What did A-Star say? You can only order individual light bricks, but they've been pushed down to light. Oh, yeah. I've seen those light bricks. You can even, like, force the light bricks to stay on, but they're no good. They're no good at all. Oh, dang, did I just soft lock myself? The furry walks in with a crowd and a cape here for Kenny to make his day great. What? The furry walks in. Oh, my gosh. It's Dakota. I say, the furry king has arrived. Welcome in, furry king. It is very good to see you. How are you doing? Oh dear. Oh dear. Wait a second. Okay. I think I see what to do. I think I see how to get the chest at least. It's a puzzle. A puzzle. Get out of here, you stupid old bugs. They're not even bugs. They're just like little goops. Did Royalty Soaps even say anything else in the chat? Did they just say hi and that was it? Also, KP, how are you doing? Kim was asking if we're gonna play Skyward Sword. I think that we are. I listen, I was thinking about it, and oh, hi there, Lorazinta, by the way. Is that a new hairdo? Has it just gotten that long? Yeah, it's really getting that long. Oh, it was a hi-bye, drive-by. Okay, it was a drive-by. All right, that's what I thought. I'm pretty sure that she is somewhere right now. That's why I was That's why I wasn't like, oh my gosh, it's royalty soaps. Because I was like, I know that you're busy. I don't know what you're doing here. But, oh, Calico's here. Hey, what's up? What's up, Calico? I hope you're having a lovely day. Oh, I was saying that, yeah, so the reason that I think that we can play Skyward Sword is that as a reward to myself, if we complete Skyward Sword, then I can play Ocarina. That's, I was just dumb for a second there. For 1 second, I was dumb. But yes, as a reward to myself, if we can finish Skyward Sword, then we'll play Ocarina of Time, which is my favorite Zelda game. My favorite Zelda game. I will reward myself with it if we can complete Skyward Sword. It will be a slight struggle for me to be able to survive all of Skyward Sword, but I believe that we can do it for the Ocarina. For the Ocarina! Ooh, I see how to do this. Okay, you just... Oh, that was simple. That was a simple and silly solution. I don't know why that took me so long. How embarrassing. Link, you're supposed to use your giant elf brain. Supposed to use your large elf brain. It's larger than a human's brain. Everybody knows that. You have 3 doggos and 200 sheep breaking your computer? What? That's way too many sheep. You're not supposed to have so many sheep in Minecraft. That's cheating. That's actually, Notch sent me an email and said that it's considered cheating. Laura Zenta. Yo, thank you for the 3 months. Oi, oi, oi.
Hello, Earl of Suds.
Laura Zenta.
How are you?
Oh!
It's been a while, but I'm glad that I finally caught another stream.
Oh, no.
I'm at work, so it's going to be kind of hit and miss as far as my attendance goes. I hope that everything's been well on your end.
Laura Zenta, you sweet bean, everything has been absolutely fantastic. It's all been absolutely fantastic. Things have been going fun. It's been lots of fun. We've been goofing around. And he said, what down? Yo! Tier 2? Dude! What the heck, Del? What are you doing? What are you doing with your big tier 2? Aw, yay! Enjoy those spicy, delicious, exclusive emotes. Thank you so much for the big support. Big support from our friend Odell. And boom, we also got Laura Zenta resubscribing for 3 months. Laura Zenta, I know people get busy. No worries if you're a busy bean. It's nice to see you whenever you show up. Whenever you show up, it's nice to see you. Speaking of whenever you show up, we'll see you later, Rosera. Farewell. Goodbye. Del, is that your first month? Holy moly. First month at tier 2. You guys, can you heart him if you got him? If you got the hearties, you gotta flex them, you guys. Gotta flex your hearties. Flex your heart out. Ooh, I think this is a teleportation platform, if I'm not mistaken. It is. I don't know where it can go right now, but we can zoom. Also, hi there, slimy salamander. What's up? What? It's the slimiest and sweetest salamander that I know. Del, yo.
First month of tier 2.
Oh, first month of tier 2.
Of tier 1 first.
Oh my gosh, Del, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. I'm glad that you like it around here. You are welcome around here anytime that you want. Look at all those cute emotes you get there. So many cute squirrelies. What can I say? Squirrel is just a little star. He's a little star. My little squirrely boy's all grown up. No, what? What? It flew. I didn't know that they did that. I'm learning new things about these characters all the time. I'm learning new things about this game right now. What? I was stuck. That was close. They almost killed me again. Del, look at all those. Oh, you even got the blep. The blep might be my favorite. Bring, hi, it's Aurora. Have you met everybody on the island? There's a man called Richard who lives in Pothole Field, southeast of the village. Why not pay him a visit? That's all I can tell you for now. Bye. Clicky wicky. We had to put the phone back down for clicky wicky. Rest in peace, your futon placement. Gotta start it all over? Oh no. I do not know how painful it is to customize stuff in Final Fantasy, but I would imagine, just judging by how they handle gear and stuff and inventory, that it is a little bit of a chore. I kind of like that they don't go easy on you, but I wish it was a little bit easier. Naki, how are you doing? What's up? Oi. You got a new item? Beowulf, you gotta tell me about this. Pothole Field. That looks like Pothole Field, right? Okay, do I just need to go to the right? Beowulf, how are you doing? I hope you're having a wonderful Tuesday, by the way, Terraria Tuesday, you guys. It was an accident. It was an accident. I forgot about it. But it's all right. It wouldn't have worked out. Reese is busy in the morning anyway. But there's no Terraria Tuesday, as you can probably tell. But we'll play Terraria sometime soon. Sometime soon we play Terraria. Maybe I'll just do it on Kelsey's channel and not on mine. We'll see. We shall see. Who knows? Also, I don't want to die. Okay, I'm getting out of here. I'm outie. It's Tuesday. Yep, it is Tuesday, indeed. It was supposed to be Terraria Tuesday, shaking my head. I can't believe it. Their promises were broken. This isn't Terraria? Well, I mean, it's poor man's Terraria. Like, I couldn't afford to play Terraria, okay? Do you have any idea how much they charge you if you stream that game? Dude, this is just me cheaping out. Okay, I want to get out of here. I actually want to leave. I don't like it over here. It's stinky and dirty. This is the wasteland, but there's a bunch of potholes everywhere. Happy Tuesday, Necky Fur. It's nice to see you. We're having some fun. Doing some Zoldom. Strange energy. So we can teleport. Okay, sweet. Dompe's shack and Ooh-coo-coo. Ooh-coo-coo-coo-coo. That sounds like a bad guy's laugh. Ooh-coo-coo-coo-coo-coo. Haha. You're having a dinner with your mom tonight, so you can't hang out for long. Then my bestie from high school is in town until Monday. Whoa! Calico, that's awesome sauce. I'm glad that you're hanging out with the friendos. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that you're getting to hang out with them. Doo-doo-doo. Huzzah! Calico, that sounds like a lot of fun. We will miss you. But we're glad that you're having a good time. You pig. You pig. Wait, what'd you say? It's a palindrome? Oh, is it? You're right. Ukuku. Ukuku is a palindrome. You know, I was hearing an argument on a podcast one time, and they were talking about how the word palindrome should be called a kayak. A palindrome should be a palindrome. Why did they name it a word that wasn't a palindrome? Why? I mean, it's such a perfect opportunity. Why wouldn't they? It's dumb. They could have named palindrome any of the palindromes or made up a word. Come on, palindrome word creator, whoever you are. I'm ashamed of you. You could have put more work in it. Yeah, we could have just called the boat a palindrome. Also, here's the very tip top. Big egg. So this is the big egg, you guys. This is the big egg daddy. We got two different instruments. I'm being interrupted by my hearts. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6 more instruments to get. And once we have 6 more, then we could go up to this egg. We could play it a song, and then it gonna wake up. That must make a big omelet. No. It's a sandbird. You're not supposed to eat it. It'll just dry out your mouth. You can't eat this sandbird. Yeah. What's the main goal of this game? I literally just explained it, Lorazenta. We have to wake up the windbird. I think it's called the windfish, right? Or something? Yeah, it's called the windfish. So whenever you so like we are Link. Link has been storing Lance, don't interrupt me. He's explaining something. No, there's no Zelda in this game. No, Arisa, there's no Zelda. You don't have to save her. The Zelda in this game, she's just out. Lance, why would you do that? I will still play it like I wanted to. I mean, at least you can hear it this time. But yeah, so how it works, Lorazenta, is that there's a windfish that we have to collect all of the different instruments to wake it up, and then we'll be able to remember how to go home. We washed up on a beach. No, there's no Zelda in this game. Yeah, she's not in this game. This is also a remake of an older game. This is what, the 3rd game? 4th? I think this is the 4th game. The 4th game was remade into Link's Awakening DX. And then they properly remade it on this one. I didn't even count the DX as a remake, personally. Whenever I was counting the games in the game chat on Discord, I didn't count any of the remakes. I removed all remakes from that list because we can just play the best version of it. But this right here, to me, is... I think that this is different enough that I counted this as a thing. This is its own... Oh, what? The fire shoots? Are you kidding me? Also... Oh, smacked! Shot to the heart, dude. There's no hearts anywhere. This isn't even that inconvenient. It just means that I have to respawn all the time. That's all that happens, dude. That's what it means. It doesn't even punish you that much. Also, Gonda's here. Hey, nice to see you. Hello. Hello, Gonda. You see these little tents? You have to have this speedster. You gotta speed. It's directly after A Link to the Past. Okay, so yeah, there's Link. There's The Legend of Zelda. There's The Legend of Zelda 2. And then what? There's Link to the Past. Then there's Link's Awakening. Yeah. This is all checking out. Can I get over there right now? Think. Yeah. I could just do it like this, right? What? That's simple. Well, that's simple enough. Well, that's hardly a challenge. This game's actually too easy. This game's actually putting me to bed. I'm getting tired. I thought that this was gonna make me think. But I have now thought differently. I'm just gonna run away. Run away! I wanna show the cute little baby in town. The cute little baby, not Zelda. Rip off Zelda in town. This game reminds you of the one legend you used to play on your Game Boy Color when you were a wee little one. Ooh. Was it a Game Boy Color or was it a Game Boy Advance? Because I think the Game Boy Advance had this game, essentially. This is just a remake of it. Skyward Sword is the beginning of the Zelda timeline. Oh my god. We're all gonna have to look through the Zelda Historia together. Before we start building the roller coaster, we're going to go through the entirety of my Zelda books. And then we can figure out exactly where we are on the timeline. And what we're missing from the story. It would kind of be a big pain to, oh my gosh, it's Vio! How are you doing? Vio! Baba Booey, how are you doing? It's nice to see you. Vio! Oi, oi, oi! Vio, hello! Oi, oi! Okay, I'm smacking stuff. How are you doing, Vio? How's everything going? I hope you're doing fantastic, my friend. We're playing some Zoldom. A little bit of delicious Zoldom. Oh yeah, the Oracles game. I was gonna say, I don't know if we're gonna play the handheld games. Maybe we will. Ooh, another teleport spot. Nice. So this means that we can go back to town. Ukuku Prairie. So there's the castle. Maybe I can go south from here. Because this is where I am. Maybe I should try to go south. You're doing good. You have a free week. Hey, Vio's on the loose. Everybody look out. Vio is on the loose. Listen, Vio has been chained by many things. Vio has been held back. Vio has not been able to blossom and prosper. But now Vio is on the loose. So you better look out. Snack is eating. Time to get back to work. Secret projects don't make themselves. I mean... No, they don't. They need tender loving care. TLC. Okay, where? Can I go down? You getting wild with the chocolate bar? You mean eating one? I normally don't have time to eat this chocolate bar, but boy, oh boy. You need to sleep too much work? Oh no. Good night, Gonda. I hope you get some rest. I'm sorry that you're so tired. You need to get some sleep. You need to get some schlep. Also, hi there, an emo child. What's up? Nice to meet you. Also, let me see. You're saying, hey man, I'm planning on buying this game. Do you recommend it? Yeah, I would recommend it. It's fun. If, at this point, I'd get it used if I were you. But past that, yeah, it's a great game. It's really fun. It's, it really returns to like a more classic Zelda. It's a little bit short. I wonder how long I've played this game. It's a little bit short. And you might have to look up a couple things online if you want to get through the entire thing. But I've played like a good 30 hours of this game. I think that it maybe takes 8 hours to get through it, something like that. But yes, it's a good game. I do recommend it. If it looks cute to you and it looks fun, then I'd recommend it. It is as fun as it looks. A guy just passed your booth at work. He reminds me a lot of Jesse from Glee. I've never seen Glee. I don't know what you're talking about. I actually, you're speaking a different language. So, okay, so we've been to Tall Tall Mountains. Here's the heights. Here's Ukuku Prairie. But we need to get down, so we can't pass here. I remember this. I sniped a friend code. Yeah, you can friend me if you want to. I just normally don't advertise it because I have so many friends. I'm probably gonna have to delete some of them eventually because my list is gonna get too big. Hey, thanks for the follow. Is that Garusify? Holy moly, dude, Garusify. That's pretty metal, dude. Is that how to say the name? Also, Yata Cake. I don't think that I said hi to you. Hi there, Yata. What's up? Let me see. Who made the most recent art? Was it Taiyaki? Taiyaki, are you still here? Also, I'm gonna die. PT dubs, in case y'all were wondering. The witch is here. We've already been down here. Let's go to this grave and see if there's anything. Kathy the Toad, how are you doing? What's up? What's up, Kathy? I can't do anything here. I am trying to read it. Doesn't look like you can do anything. Taiyaki's art was excelente. I love it. It's so cute. It's adorable. Adorable. Cottagecore Lazy Bones. Nice to see you. How are you doing? How are you doing? We're in the dungeons. Getting dangerous. Also, by the way, for anybody that's wondering about the game, it's not normally this hard. I'm playing it on hero mode. So you normally will find hearts everywhere. So normally I'd be able to just yoink hearts off of the ground, but unfortunately I cannot do that. Also, I'm pretty sure you can't do this yet. Because you can only push this once. I think you have to break this with a bomb, and then you maybe have to use the grapple hook to the right. Oh, that was a grave? Okay, that was a grave. It's a classic name. It's an imagination of a Gucci and Spotify. Okay, Gucci and Spotify. So Gucci-fy. Is that how to say it? I thought that I saw an R in there. Garusify. Goodness, that was a bit of a misstep on my part. Okay, Gucci-fy maybe. That's tough. It's tough, but I like it. I like it. It's unique. Tricky names are tricky, but fun. You're a bit tired. You work the late shift tomorrow, so you're gonna... so you have to stay up to change your sleep schedule? What? Kathy, no. Kathy! All right, if you're gonna do that, I'm in. If you want to... If you're down to stay up late, I'll be here for you, friendo, because we're gonna be playing, you guys. Yesterday, I was so bummed out about ending the stream, you guys. I was super bummed out. I didn't like it. That's a bummer. I'll never do it again. I'll never do a 3-hour stream ever again, you guys. I regretted it almost immediately. No, never again. Let me see. Hi there, big guy. Goodness. It's rough, but I like it. Goodness. We keep things clean around here, you sorry sucker. Hi there, big guy. I'm Crazy Tracy. I've got a little secret for sale that'll pump you up. How about it? 42 rupees for my little secret. Yes. All right, come here and I'll rub it on you. There, I've applied my own secret medicine. It will take effect when you lose all hearts dropped. Oh, it keeps you alive, I think. So she healed me all the way, and I'm pretty sure that I got an extra life out of there. But did you have fun with your friends? I did. The secret medicine, she kissed me. She kissed me on the cheek. That's what it is. Tracy, where's the consent, madam? She's just like, do you want my special treatment? Rub all over your face. You've never played a Zelda game before? Is this a good one to start with? Ooh, a starting Zelda game. Very interesting. What other kinds of games do you play? Can I just call you Gucci? What other kind of games have you played? Maybe we'd be able to recommend you one that's even better. Because, by the way, we there's lots of nerds in this chat that will probably know better than I do. Like, for example, if you love open world games, Breath of the Wild's really good. But if you want to, like, get a really cute Zelda experience that's like the classic games, this is pretty dang classic Zelda right here. This is almost like the first game. This is like the very first game, pretty much. Except for it's all modern and stuff. Ooh, honestly, it's a pretty good starting point. Yeah, I think that was pretty good. I think that this is a neat way to maybe get introduced into, like, the mechanics of it. Laura Zinta, yo, thank you for that gifted sub for Kathy. Dang. I'm dancing.
Laura Zenta 122
Thank you so much for that gifted
gifted a tier 1 sub
so
to Kathy
generous.
_ the
Thank you so
_
much.
Toad. They have given 189 gift subs.
Found
in
a
the
secret
channel.
spot. You guys, please put some hype in the chat for Laura Zenta with the big gifted sub. Oh yeah. Oh dang, I'm out of the dust. We got to go back to the witch. I didn't think to do that. But we need to go back to the witch. We need to fill up our dust. I didn't even think about that. But I've got superpowers right now. Let's zoom over there. Zoom over there and get some more of this sweet, sweet, delicious dust. Okay, here we go. Oh, it's a masterpiece? You said that you've played, you said, I don't know, like, everything? LOL, I recently played Mario Odyssey. Is so good. It's so good. If you want another Mario game, I would suggest getting that triple pack if I were you. That's just a suggestion. To me, I think that that's a really great deal. Because you get Mario 64, you get Mario Sunshine, and you get Mario Galaxy in one pack. Like, it's a lot of game. It's a lot of game for a fair price, in my opinion. And my favorite Mario game is Super Mario Sunshine. It isn't available anymore. It's not in the eShop, but I literally see it on the shelves everywhere. I see it on the shelves everywhere. Like, I just went to Target and they just had like stacks of them. Like, you might have to, yeah, you'd have to buy it physically, unfortunately, but it's worth it. It's worth finding it, and it's not rare. It's not, from what I've seen, it's not rare. So it's not like it's more expensive. It's just a little bit more trouble. Yeah, but I think that they made a lot, thankfully. Thankfully, I don't see any rarity right now. So again, it's good time to snap them up. It's a good time to just go ahead and get it before there's any question of how many there are left. Just yoink it. But it's so good. But as far as Zelda games go, this one's great, and so is Breath of the Wild. Both of them are really good. Everyone's suggesting Mario Galaxy. It's really fun. It's not my favorite one, but it is so good. It is so good. It's really pretty. It has super interesting mechanics. It's a great game. I played it for the first time on stream pretty recently. I'd be interested in playing the second one, but it's not in the pack. So I don't know what I'm going to do about that. Nintendo's going to round up the old copies. They're going to walk into every Walmart and Target with a gun. Put them in a bag! They're ours! This is not illegal. What's up, Centrifuge Destroyer? How are you doing? Oi, oi, oi! You're always tempted by Zelda and Mario games, but you're more of a... Ooh, Diablo, sweet! I love a Diablo 3. I've played Diablo 3 to completion like 6 times. I'm super hyped about Diablo 4. I will definitely play that on release. I will 100% play that. Okay, we got our witch juice, so... I don't know what this does. I don't remember. By the way, you're cool to watch, man? That's so sweet. Gucci, I'm glad that you like it around here. We just like to goof around and talk the entire time. Play some games. Have some fun. Maybe you'll see something new. We're gonna play another Zelda game pretty soon. Skyward Sword. And we're gonna be building Legos this weekend. If you want to see me build a Lego roller coaster. I'm ready. I don't know what this is. I'm confused. Diablo 3 is great. You loved the second one so much. I don't know anything about the second one. Look at that. Now look at all the junk you have to carry. Ha, take care. See you again. Junk? Look at all the junk you have to carry. What is it? I'm confused. Did he just make it so that this bag is bigger? Did he just upgrade my my bag? Sorry for your English? No, your English is great. No worries, Gucci. I can totally understand what you're saying. Your English is good. You got some good English, my friend. You have the Lego roller coaster too? What do you think about it, Lana? Is it awesome? I already paid for it. It's a curse. Yeah, it upgrades your bag. He's like, yeah, you fool. You fool. I've improved your survival chances by 30%. I still don't totally get where to go. Maybe we can go along the shores and then go up. Huh? It's super awesome. It's worth it. Do you have the power kit? Do you have the power kit for it? I'm definitely gonna get the motors so that the roller coaster can run on its own. And maybe I'll get some some cheap light kit online or something and hook it all up so that it has like some lights at the ticket stand and across the roller coaster. I'm so excited. It's becoming a it's becoming like a small project in my brain. I'm super excited. It's gonna probably take more than this weekend to build it, to be honest. We might have to Hey, thanks for that gifted sub. Sweet. Gifted sub for Gucci. Aw, yeah, boom. No ads. All of the emotes.
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Guru.
No ads. All the emotes. Movie night. Aw, yeah, nice. And look at that cute little badge you got. Nice. You got a cute little badge too. Thank you so much, Laura Zenta. I appreciate the generosity. The generosity is making me shy. Making me shy. Tayaki, did you hear me compliment your art and say that it was absolutely adorable and so cute? And whenever I saw it, it inspired me to just go ahead and start looking at how the banner will work. It's so cute. I love it, love it. And it's got a little baby Earl. That is the first time. That's the first time that somebody did something like that. It's so cute. It's a little Earl doll. It's adorable. I'm not going anywhere, but wait, what? Wait, what? Laura Center? What? Did I just say something? Oh, you said, I can watch the stream again. My impulse control is much better now. Laura Center, I believe in you. Listen, you can do it. You can do it. Let's just, look, I believe in you. I believe in you. Just focus on the game, okay? Just focus on the game. Just don't even listen to the words that I'm saying. Just let the words that I'm saying just float past your ears. Just focus on the game and on nothing else. Whoa. You're thinking about getting the Lingo Bonsai tree because it has tiny pink froggos. Yeah, it's got pink frogs as the little cherry blossoms. It's super cute. I was interested in it, but the reason why I didn't pick it up today is because I know that it's very small. I know that it's very small, and I'm kind of tempted to just get an actual bonsai tree. I kind of want to get an actual bonsai tree again. I had one for a little while, and it was very cute, and it was fun to take care of. Oh, it took me a lot of willpower to submit my design. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so glad that you did, though. You did great. It's adorable, and I love it. I love it, and we're gonna show off all of the art very soon. Okay, we'll go through it. Okay, I just wanted to mention it. Small tree Sunday. Wait a second. Little Sprouties. Okay, what's going on in here? Your dirty dishes. How are you doing? You're sad that you're gonna miss the Lego stream? It's gonna be more than one. It's gonna be more than one. Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that floor there. Okay, so does anybody remember what to do in here? I'm pretty sure it has something to do with this flower. I don't remember what you do. I don't think we're ready for it. Oh, wait. I see that. Oh. I mean, I lit it. You're supposed to do that, right? I don't remember what to do in this room. You never get a watering can. I don't remember what to do. I don't know. You're a hardcore PlayStation gamer and now you're new to Nintendo's world? Man, I gotta tell you, where was I all this time? These games are amazing. Honestly, I've done almost the exact opposite. Whenever I guess whenever I was a kid, I had Nintendo. And then as I grew up, I started to want to play hardcore games only. And I'd be like, ooh, it's gotta be edgy and gritty and rated M for mature. Rated M for violence and swearing. Just enjoying all the PlayStation games that I missed. And now look where I am. Back at it again. Back at it again. You need to finish a specific dungeon for a thing to happen? Okay, that's probably in the graveyard, right? Isn't there a specific grave that you clear out and then somebody moves in? No worries. We'll figure it out later. I knew that we couldn't do it. Okay, so this spot you have to go across with a grappling hook. Ooh, I would love, Gucci, I would love for you to get to see, I would love for you to get to see Ocarina of Time. That's my favorite Legend of Zelda game. I'm gonna play it in like maybe an entire month or something. It might be a while. It might be like a month. I hope that you're still here and you get to see it because it's so awesome. But it doesn't have a release on a console right now. So it's not, you can't really get it new. You'd have to get it for the 3DS, or you'd have to use a ROM. I'm gonna probably use a ROM. It's so good. Let me see. This is a game that makes me want to get a Switch more than anything. Oh my gosh, do it! Give in! Also, hi there, the Pizza Dudette. Hi there, Sparkle Nerd. I hope y'all are having a wonderful day. But yeah, it would be, I mean, I so love Ocarina of Time. Oh, snap! Emerald Artist, yo! Holy moly! With the gifted subs! Whoa! Making it rain with the 6 gift. What with the 6? Not 5. It was 6. Thank you so much for the generosity. Goodness. Emerald Artist! With a big 6 gifted subs for Centrifuge Destroyer, Not a Valid User, Pixie Frog, Lana Quana, oh wait, is that Lana? I'm just gonna say Lana, Zivsy, and Frania. Thank you so much for the big support. Holy moly. Yeah, the 6 is a random number. Please put some hype in the chat for the big 6 gifted subs. Oh yeah. Come here, chicken. Gonna go for a jump. I don't know if you can actually do a jump here with the chicken. I think you might go straight down. Yeah, you do. Whenever you hold the cuckoo, it makes you fall a little bit slower. Lost in Lift, how are you doing? Hey, Centrifuge. Now you can watch a movie night if you want to. We're going to be watching, this Sunday, together, we're going to be watching How to Train Your Dragon 3. How to Train Your Dragon 3, which I've never seen before. And I hear it's an epic conclusion. It's the epic conclusion to the classic trilogy. I hear it's good. Yeah, I haven't seen it either, Sparkle. We could watch it together. So let's teleport. Let's go to the closest teleport is a good while away. Yeah, and we can talk to, maybe we can talk to the guy on the phone. Maybe he'll give us a little hint. Maybe he'll help us out. Because I'm not quite sure where I'm supposed to go. I see a lot of things that require a, Laura Zenta, yo! 2 more gifted subs for Norden Warrior and for Nicalia.
Zenta 1, 2,
they
2,
rated
3,
us,
8,
like
4,
last night.
A tier 1 sub to Nicalia.
Laura Zenta, you don't have to. Thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Laura Zenta 1, 2, 2, 3, 8,
oh, Gucci,
4,
you said
a tier 1 sub to Norden Warrior.
Nothing compares with The Last of Us 2, but these games are something else. I want to play The Last of Us 2. I still haven't played it yet. I own it, but I haven't played it yet. Good. Laura Zenta and Emerald Artist balling out. Absolutely a guaranteed hype train if it wasn't. It's on cooldown right now. It's on cooldown, you maniacs. Goodness. Do you need a banana? Try talking to the people of the village again. Oh, we need a banana for the monkey? What? Well, are we supposed to do that right now? Oh, all right. I forgot where you got the banana. But you get it in town, apparently. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Lost and Lift. Hey, nice to be here. What a party. I know. I know. Look at the party. It's popping off. It is absolutely popping off. We got gifted subs blasting out. We're having a good time. We met some new friendos while we're playing. Flippin' sweet. Myron, she likes to go stare at the ocean all by herself. Why, hey, I'm just a kid. Don't ask me. Arisa, are you still here? Are you still here? Do you want to see Not Zelda? Here's Not Zelda. Here's Bootleg Zelda. Bootleg Zelda from the popular game Legend of Hero, made by a Chinese manufacturer. Is true? Yeah, let's have her sing. Please do it. Please sing for us. Wait, who's that? It's Marin. That's how you say it. Y'all can listen to this song. I'm gonna get some water really quick. Excuse me, did I say water? I didn't mean water. I'm sorry. That was my bad. My bad. It's the, oh, it's definitely haunting. Oh, for sure. Yeah. It is. It definitely has like a subtle, like, negative note to it. This part's cute. Yep, totally cute. Now it gets creepy right now.
Yeah, boy!
It's not creepy anymore. Yeah, nothing creepier than that. Laura Zenta, thank you for the 5 gifted subs for Kenard, for Lossalif, for Midoriel, for the Scottish Jacob, for Brain Sucrose. Dang. Oh, Laura Zenta. Oi. Thanks for the... Can we get some hype in the chat for the big gifted subs? Boom. I appreciate it. Laura Zenta. Goodness gracious. Everybody that just got a gifted sub, enjoy all of your emotes. Enjoy all of your ad-free viewing. Enjoy movie nights if you want to. If you want to, that's up to you. Also sub badges.
Yeah, boy!
Laura Zenta 122384 gifted a tier 1 sub to Funky Blue Moo.
Yeah,
Holy moly! Holy moly! Yo! Laura Zenta with another gifted sub for Funky Bloomo, and Dell with 5 gifted subs. Can we put some hype in the chat? Goodness! Holy moly, for Super Antlers, for Cord and Yellow, for Lemon Shark, for Celine Phoenix, I think that is, and for V. Riley Dell. What the heck? Balling out here with the 5 gifted subs. Please put some hype in the chat for the big support in the chat. Goodness. Goodness. Ah!
yeah, boy!
Sparkle underscore no gifted a tier 1 sub to Fuzzy underscore boot.
Boom, we drank
They have
it.
given
We got the
17
juice.
gift subs in the channel.
Holy moly, thank you for the gifted sub, Sparkle Nerd, for Fuzzy Boot. Hey, so sweet. Fuzzy Boot. Enjoy your beautiful sub. Handed to you by the one, by the only. Sparkle Nerd. Look at that, there's still the cursed boy. By the way, Bleppies is still there. The forbidden Blep. Oh, this is where we should have gone. I forgot that this was right here. I throw it right at you. Ah! Oh, you just threw a sub right at my face. You just threw a sub right at my face. That hurt. That hurts. That bleeds. Alchemic still got it. No, no, not the cursed Blep. Not the Bleppies. Darn it. Darn it. There's still. Oh my gosh. What the heck? Where did we just go? Did you call, by the way? I called you to see. I called you to see the cute not Zelda. Oh, come on. The not Zelda. Yeah, I said, Arisa, come see not Zelda. Is that what you mean? What is this? What is happening? Are they mimicking my movements? Is it possible Pikachu looks even more sinister? Oh, Pikachu does. Look at Pikachu in the background. Ah, Pikachu. I heard, Ariza, are you here? And then you left. Oh, did I say what? Oh no, I was saying I was letting you listen to what? What? You didn't listen? You didn't listen to the music? Are you doing another 24-hour stream? Wait, what are you talking about? Wait, what do you mean? You mean like eventually? Or do you mean soon? I mean, I will pretty soon. We'll do a 24-hour stream for fun. I want to break my record. What am I supposed to do with this? Oh, you can just jump. Oh, I see. It's a jumping puzzle, but you can't get hit by them. If you get hit, you die immediately. Also, hi there, Mokana. Is this the game with the big whale? I think so, yeah. I think it is the one with the big whale. You're sitting far away, and you can almost see everything. Arisa had seen everything. Oh my gosh, dang it, I choked again. What's my record? It's 25 hours. I've streamed for 25 hours straight. I want to try to go for at least 26. And maybe just set like a new record. Someday, you guys, I want to stream long enough that I fall asleep while streaming. Someday. Like, where I have to fall asleep. What? What am I supposed to do with that? Oh, I could probably smack him. I could probably smack him. I just realized that. 25 and a half? Yeah. Don't even go a whole thing. Oh, you can move him up. Oh, I see. That's what you want to do. You can knock him. You can knock him asunder. Oh, what was that? That's messed up. You gotta sleep? Gotta sleep, man. See you later? All right. Sounds like a deal. We'll see you later, Gucci. Enjoy your sleep. Hope you enjoy your sub. Boom. Awesome sauce. We'd love to have you over on the Discord. If you want to, that's up to you. But yeah, get yourself some sleep. Care for yourself, my friend. Have a good schlep. We will catch you some other time. I stream almost every day, so it should be pretty easy to catch me sometime. Move it. Move it or lose it. I think I'm gonna just, yeah, I'm gonna move him some more. Look at him, the little party. Look at this party of the lads. Can I kill them though? Oh no, there's 3 together. I don't even think that I can do that. I don't even think I can do that. A sleep stream where we get to annoy you while you try to go to sleep? No. I was just saying, maybe we can do a stream that's long enough that I almost fall asleep. He rage quits his own stream. Rage sleep. Hey, that's illegal. Oh, come on, I barely touched it. Chase, thanks for the lurk. I appreciate it. Lurkies at workies, thank you so much. Oh dear, we'd warrant so many Patricias. I got so mad that I actually fell asleep. I feel like I've heard people going to sleep where they were so mad that they had to go to bed. I'm so mad that I have to go to sleep. Also, there's an ocarina in the middle. I don't think that that's necessary right now. Should we do this? You could do it caffeine-less? Oh, what? I don't live my life caffeine-less. That's just a way for me to get a headache. I don't know how well I'd function without it, honestly. I got a headache right now. Night, everyone. Who's going? Oh, Elfie's saying goodbye to people. I thought that Elfie was leaving. And I was like, no. I hope that you do the 24-hour where I can actually catch it. The whole thing, I mean. I'm sorry, Lupus. You've got one of the most troublesome schedules of anybody. I'm sorry. I try to make it work. At least the Outlast stream worked, right? Right. Oh, I thought Elfie was going to sleep too. No, Kim. No. Oh, also Ziffy. I hope that you enjoy your sweet, delicious gifted sub. Gifted sub. You also you get all of the cute emotes that you can use everywhere. And look at that cute little badge that you've got there too. Okay, I can definitely jump 2. Oh gosh. Oh, what is that? I think you gotta charge him, you guys. I think you gotta charge him. I don't think that I can do this. I think I'm doing this. No. I think I'm doing this a stupid way. We gotta get out of here. We gotta wake up. No, I think that there's actually a mechanic that I need, Sparkle Nerd. I think that there's a mechanic that I need. Because you can charge. You can charge with your sword out and you go, hey, and you just like zoom. I think that's I gotta get that, okay? What we need is banana. What we need is one big, delicious yellow banana. Ooh. Yep, those are my boys. I'm Papa. Pleased to meet you. Yeah, I already talked to this guy. We got to find somebody with a banana in town. I know what makes me angry. The coffee in Subnautica is caffeine-free flavored water. Ew, flavored water. Caffeine-free flavored water. That's disgusting. I wouldn't touch that with a 10.5-foot pole. Well, maybe we can buy this. What does this cost? $200? I'll take it. I'll take it, old man. Gimme. A piece of heart. A low price of 200 rubies. Thanks, and come back. He looks a little sneaky. I don't like this guy. He looks like he's trying to cut some kind of cheap deal. I don't like it. I don't like it. He looks like almost like the mask salesman, I think. To be honest, my sleep schedule is pretty broken too, so I could catch the whole 26-hour stream. Oh, sweet. Kim's in. Kim says, I'm in. Yeah, now that school's over, I think it's about time, you guys. It's about time. I will give y'all like a warning, maybe like maybe a few days, maybe a week in advance. Oh, speaking of which, by the way, crab claws. Crab claws. Is that true? Is that true? Delicious crab claws for everyone. Oh, I was gonna say, I just bought the tickets for my first concert since the lockdown. Just got my first concert tickets, you guys. I'm fully vaxxed up and I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm doing it. It's happening. How to say, please call outside. It seems that old man Ulria. Oh, wait. It seems old man Ulria is a shy guy in person. Oh, this is the guy that you talked to on the phone. The dude has crab claws. Oh, he's going like the. Yeah, they're just big. They're just big bricks. They've got no fingers. He's got no real fingers. But yes, concert's happening. I'm a little bit scared, a little bit worried, but I'm vaxxed up. So we're gonna see how it goes. I don't know. It's outdoors, so I should be able to get some distance from people. But it's on a Sunday. I think it's August 1st. Just a couple of meat hooks. Don't mind me. Just a man with 2 meat hooks. So where's the banana? Hello, Mr. Earl. Good eve. How are you? How's this day treating you? I'm doing fantastic, Janzo. I went to the Lego store today and I bought some new Legos that we're gonna be able to play with together. I got let me see, what else did I buy? I've been buying a lot of stuff. I've been buying things, and you know what? That makes me happy, okay? Okay, sometimes buying things makes you happy. All right. No, I don't have a problem. You have a problem. I'm jealous. Have fun. Well, we'll see. I hope I do. I'm kind of scared. But hopefully it's great. How about some fishing, little buddy? I'll only charge you 10 rupees. Let's do it. The Lego bags are very expensive. I think that this Lego bag was like... Oh, I don't know if I should say. Okay, here's how you do it. Hold A to cast your line out. The longer you go, the further you cast. You tug on the line. Okay, I think I know how to do this. Hey, Elisar, what's up? How are you doing? Yeah, that's Mario. It's true. It is actually Mario. All right, I'm gonna try to catch the big fish. I know that you know it, Alchemic. You probably looked up the sets immediately. Am I right? Did you look up the sets as soon as I showed them? Lego store is always a good way to make a day great. Aw, yeah. Big fun. Big fun. Got to do a little bit of shopping. I'm yanking on the line. I was yanking on the line. I don't know what I did wrong. Am I supposed to hit the A button? I'm confused. Let's try with a little fish. What did I do? I'm supposed to hit down? I remember this being confusing. Okay, I think I'm supposed to hit A? You did grab the treehouse? Ooh, I'd love to see a picture of it complete. You knew how much the roller coaster was only because you were very tempted. Ooh, I didn't know that you were buying Legos. Oh, snap. Oh, snap. I didn't even know that you liked Legos. I mean, I know that you liked to see them made, but I didn't know that you had any. That's awesome sauce. I can't wait to see it done. If you show it. Wait, Earl, look at the bottom. There is a bottle. Oh, there's a bottle down there? Ooh, I'll look at it. Let me look for it. Yeah, wait. Oh, and we got a piece of heart. All right, nice. Lego is the #1 thing that you did as a kid? Yeah, I used to spend all of my money on Lego. You're right, there is a bottle down there. I see it. I'm either getting that or the fish. Some of your favorite streamers are brick makers? Ooh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm starting to get enough Lego again that I might have to get a, I might have to... I want to get this bottle down there. Is it yoinked? Oh, I think that you have to dodge the fish. Yeah, you do. That's savage, dude.
Well sprinkle in some of these.
Dude. Laura Center, thank you for the 150 bits. Hey, appreciate it. Boom. Thanks for the big ones. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 150 big. You ordered a bonsai tree because you don't, oh, you ordered the bonsai tree because you don't have the thing for the grand piano? Dude, Kathy, the grand piano is insane. I'm so glad that Nintendo hired me to do, I'm so glad that Lego hired me to do some of this, this is like guerrilla marketing. I'm so glad that they finally paid for it. Breezy! Hey! Oh, no, you're a raid message. No, you're a raid message, Breezy. Oh my gosh, it's my friend Breezy. Hey, it's nice to see you. Hello, hello, hello. Nice to see you, Breezy and Friendas. How are you doing? I was in Breezy's stream, sneaking around a little bit earlier. Thank you so much for bringing your friends over here. Breezy, how are you doing? Hi, everybody. What's up, Nate Nick? I'll say hi to everybody that says hi to me. Okay, I'm going to try my best. Drip marketing. Yes, yes. We were marketing Lego sets today, you guys. Today we're doing a little bit of marketing. Is it working? Here, let me test marketing. Yeah, let me test marketing for a second. Here, is this working? Do you want to buy Lego now?
Yeah.
Lego has paid me to give you this message. There are bird Lego sets that are adorable. Does this tempt you to purchase a Lego?
Rage,
Perfect, because that's what they're paying me for. I'm just kidding. I'm not being paid for this. Oh, we're talking about Legos and stuff, and while we're doing some fishing, you guys, I'm very, very excited about the new Skyward Sword game that's coming out. I'm only excited because I want to beat it for the first time. I want to get it done, okay? I tried to play it on the Wii, and I didn't like it. But now that I have you guys, y'all can encourage me, and we can beat the game together. We can beat it together, you guys. We're gonna do it. Whenever it's released, we're getting it done. So we gotta finish this game first. Also, thank you, Breezy. Hey, thanks for the resub at tier 5. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, not near tier 5. I mean 5 months. Pardon? 5 months, not tier 5. And thank you for the follow. Is that Hefe Guap? Guap? Is that how to say that? I'm Zombie Food. How are you doing? What's up? Also, Christella. Hello, hello. How are you doing? I hope that y'all had a wonderful time over a Breezy stream. Let me scroll up. Did we got a shout out, right? We got a shout out for the Breezy? We better have. We did. Okay, good. They were doing, Breezy was doing a villager hunt, right? I remember them saying like new villager who dis or something like that was the title. I'm trying to remember. How expensive would tier 5 be? Oh, it's only $100 a month. Surely you can afford it. If you can't afford $100 a month, what are you doing on Twitch? Come on now. Oh goodness. If you can't afford a tier 5, $100 tier 5, then what are you doing on Twitch? Clearly you watch Twitch all day. You could totally afford it. Your wallet hurts from the Warhammer 40K orc previews. Ew, oh no. I gotta say, I'm starting to feel that Final Fantasy pinch just a little bit. I'm starting to feel that Final Fantasy 14 pinch because I'm seeing that DLC. I'm seeing that like $40 DLC, and I'm like, interesting. Ah! Stupid fish. Stupid fish is ruining my chances on getting this bottle. I'm trying to get this bottle, but I'm blowing all my cash on it. I don't know if we're gonna be able to get it. I'm trying my best. 14. It's just one full word. Age dude, HGG. How are you doing? What's up? it's pronounced Guadalupe. Is that's long. That's a long. It's pronounced Jefe Guadalupe. That's a lot more letters than I initially saw in that name. That's very impressive. Okay, back to background. Oh, Reese, you just do whatever you want. Do whatever you want, you silly Billy. Here we go. Spending $100 per stream because what is impulse control again? Oh no! Laura Senta, please, everybody, no matter who you are, don't ever give anything that you can't give. For heaven's sake, nothing's required. Just vibe with us. Hey, Shin, what's up? Ow, 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 ow. Hello. All right, I'm scraping the bottom. We're scraping the floor. I gotta get that bottle, you guys. This is like one of the lamest things to jump in, but you guys, seriously, I hope that y'all had a wonderful time at Breezy's. I know that most of y'all are probably gonna raid and run. Hope that y'all have a wonderful evening, wonderful time. Thanks for popping in here. Thanks for popping in. But if you want to vibe with us, we're gonna be playing Zelda, and we might be also playing a little bit of we might be playing some Powerwash Simulator because they released some new maps for it. Excuse me, they have some new maps. So I'm kind of excited to do a treehouse if we can. But we're probably gonna play some Power Washing Simulator, and who knows We might go crazy and play some Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy, but I mean, we'll see, okay? It's not a promise, it's a chance. It's a possibility. Okay, this one's mine. This one's mine. Oh, it is literally a bottle. I forgot that you can get actual bottles in this game too. Okay, so now we just gotta catch the big fish, I think. Now, and then we're done with the minigame, I'm pretty sure, because we got a heart piece for catching our first fish. We got the bottle, which took forever. Now we just gotta catch the big fish. I could have caught the big fish earlier, but I didn't know what the buttons were. But I figured it out. Christella, hey! So cute. Look at that little baby squirrel. By the way, if anybody wants to draw art of our little adorable purple squirrel, there's a fan art competition that's going on right now, and it's gonna be over on Saturday. So we're gonna go through all the fan art. And we'll try to pick a winner. We'll try to pick a winner soon. It probably won't be on Saturday, but we'll definitely go through all the entries. We'll go through all the entries, take a look at them while we're building our Lego set. Or right before we do anyway. What was that? I don't get it. What other buttons are there? Am I supposed to like... What am I supposed to do with that? I don't get it. I don't get it. I was just spamming A. Isn't that literally what you're supposed to do? What was... Oh, Kim, you're getting close to the end of your art. Oh. Poor Breezy with that bugged audio. I know for a while that I would use audio on OBS, so whenever I closed OBS after my stream, then all my audio would shut down, and sometimes it would be right as it'd be right as I was rating, so somebody's like, "Oh, what were you doing? How are you doing?" And then I just lose all audio. Wow, that was easy. That is a strong fish. He's too strong for me. You landed a little fish, just like you. Excuse me, I am much larger than this fish, sir. Actually, we are kind of a similar size, aren't we? All right, I'm done. I'm outie. I'm freaking out. Oh, how dare. Okay, so we need a banana. So we're trying to search for a banana in town because there's a monkey. There's a monkey that's in the way. I wonder where we get said banana. We already talked to this child and he just had sassy things to say. Yeah, let's talk to the phone one more time and let's see if it gives us a little hint. Because again, we've got to beat this game, you guys. We have to beat it in time for Skyward Sword. So that we can play Skyward Sword. So that we can play Ocarina of Time. So that we can become the Zelda master that I've always wanted to be. Have you met everybody on the island? There's a man named Richard who lives in Pothole Field. Pothole Field? Do you need bananas? Try talking to the people in the village again. Bye. Click. Clicky. Oh, excuse me, Clicky. How do I beat this game? Earl, you just have to search for the banana. Find the banana. We just have to speak to the people. What about you? Yeah. Trendy game. One plays 10 rupees. No. Did you get the dog food already? I did get the dog food. Yes. I've got the dog food, so I think now what you're supposed to do is I think that you're supposed to give the banana to the monkey and then you give the dog food to the that's not part of the village, is it? Is that oh my gosh. I already know the answer. I'm pretty sure that that's part of the village and I have to go down there and give the dog food to like the crocodile person or something. Pretty sure that there's like a crocodile man that wants some food. Dang it. Dang it. That's where the banana is. And then you give it to the monkey. Banana is so similar in many languages. Oh yeah, in Japanese it's just banana. Oh wait, Yata, you are... I just said it to the wrong person. Yata, please excuse me. Itsude kamimashita. Sorry. Treating you like everyone else. Shaking my head. Oh, it's lower. It's lower. Shaking my head. Look at the Earl. He's so proud of himself. Like, oh, I'm gonna tell you what it means in Japanese. Let me use my limited knowledge to illuminate you. Goops. For anybody that doesn't know, Yata actually speaks Japanese, and I do not. Not at all. Joke's on you. Joke's on you. I'm into that crap. All right, we're going in here. I don't know Japanese. In Portuguese, it's banana too. Oh, it is a crocodile. What is this guy doing here? He looks like a Banjo-Kazooie character. What's that you have? It's canned food? For heaven's sake, man, give that to me, please. I'm gonna lose it if I can't get that can. Oh, thank you, I'll take that. Give me a banana. Don't eat it with the can. Don't eat the can itself. Do not eat the... All right, listen, don't talk to me after your next bowel movement. Munch, munch. That was great. I know it's not a fair trade, but here's some bananas. Yum. The can is the best part. It's the crunchy part. It's the crunchy part of the tuna. That's because they remove all the bones from the tuna, and then you have to, the only bone that you get, the only crunchy part is the can. All right, we got to give it to the other monkey. Oh, I think that's the castle monkey. I think that the castle monkey is the one that you have to give the bananas to, because I don't know if we could give it to this guy. I'm trying to talk to him. I'm trying. Turn him into a human using magic powder. Awaken. You've heard of back to monkey? Well, we're going forward to human. I don't know. I think we have to do other stuff. I think we have to give the banana to somebody else. And this is 100% a dead end, pretty much. You don't like banana? I mean, banana's okay. Personally, if the banana's firm enough, then it's okay. I don't like squishy banana. Squishy banana, nasty. And if it's squishy, I mean, then you could put it in a muffin. I'd eat a muffin. No, I'm going back to monkey. What? Then you'll have no emotions. Kim, you won't be able to communicate properly. You won't be able to say hi in any chat ever again. That's sad. That's sad, Kim. Just think about it. Think about all the chats that you couldn't say hi in. So I've been eating tinned foods the wrong way the entire time? I'm afraid so. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. But I mean, you could also look at it as a celebration. Finding a new way to eat your favorite treats. I personally like to keep the bone on the tuna, which is the can, of course. You're in the mood for baked beans right now? Well, start baking those beans. What are you thinking? Well, what are you doing here, you silly? Go bake the beans right now. Get them baked. Bake it up. Kenny is here to sell food and Lego. Yes, non-specific food, but only Lego-style building bricks. Only Lego brand building bricks. But of course, you can have any food that you want. I've been hired by food. Food has hired me. Why is Chomp so angry? He's not angry, he's happy. He's happy, he's like a joyful doggo. Your home, master. I'm so happy you're here. Oh, it looks like there's a key here. Oh, this is where we're supposed to go. Oh. La 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 la. Also, hi there, mangled marionette. How are you doing? Hello. Oh, there's a hole there. What about over here? Food TM? Oh yeah, the food trademarked. Thank you very much. Haha! Salutations! You wouldn't know by the look of me, but I used to live in the castle. My servants went berserk, and I was forced to flee to my villa. So you're looking for something, aren't you? I may just have what you're after. But first, I want you to retrieve the golden leaf that I left behind the castle when I fled. No way! Well, I never. I thought that you looked cowardly. Please, leave me alone. Just get out of here. I think we can still get it, by the way. I think that we're going to, I think we can still get it, but I just want to sass him just a little bit, okay? Just a small amount of sass. Oh, wait. How do we get in here, though? I have been here, but yay, I've been noticed. Oh, the ... It was because, I knew that you were here for a little while. I just thought that you may have returned. I'm sorry. It's sometimes hard for me to keep up if somebody, like, lurked. I thought that you may have lurked and came back. Gnome, question mark? Yep, that's our gnome. That's our friendly neighborhood gnome. He doesn't have any avatar right now, but if y'all keep spamming him, he's gonna eventually have to appear on the screen or something, okay? Okay, and that's a threat and a warning rolled into one. If y'all don't stop gnoming all the time, I'm gonna have to put him on the screen or something, okay? So you better look out. I said stop. That is a threat. You're gonna have to look at a gnome, do you hear me? And he's gonna be twerking as well. I'll take nothing other than a... What, a bomb? I'll take nothing other than a bomb right in my face? You stupid where? Did he keep the bomb in his mouth? How many explosives have you purchased? How many explosives have you swallowed? That's disgusting. Regurgitation has never been so explosive. Okay, we got a broken old pig head. I don't know what this is. I don't know. I don't remember what it does. I think you got to do something else. I think you have to like go elsewhere. Stop it! You better stop that. You better stop doing that bomb thing. You're gonna make me upset. And you don't want to see me when I am upset. Okay. This looks like potholes, right? This looks like pothole field. It's a field full of potholes. Gotta be where the old man is. Richard, where are you at, my man? Richard, my man, please. Please, there are pigs on your doorstep. Do clean up these pigs. I don't think this is Richard, but... I am the spirit of the mansion. Ooh. Is anybody there? Give us a sign. Show yourself. Say something. How old are you? I've been waiting for someone who can overcome the darkness. Find the secret shells, then ascend the platform. You will receive the ultimate sword. Ooh. Sounds like you should come back with lots of shells and try standing on the platform. Who's saying that? Who's saying that part? That could have been said by the ghost. Why is there an actual narrator? Look at that. We got shell amounts. No response. You must not have enough shells. Great. Ooh. Thank you, disembodied voice. I appreciate it. Give us a sign. Mansions have spirits. Is that true? Is the gnome taken from somewhere else? Oh no, yeah. That's taken from the meme. That's a meme sound. A meme. One meme sound, please. Oh, this is the monkey. This is the monkey that needs a banana. Banana? Oh. Give to Kiki. Oh. Banana. Oh. Kiki, monkey, come. Repay him, Kiki. Oh. Oh, yeah. Also, Monkey Ball. That would be a fun game. When does Monkey Ball come out? I want to play that. I've never played any Monkey Ball game, but I played Katamari, and oh. Katamari is amazing. Katamari was so much fun. Monkey business done. Bye-bye. Ooh, Kiki. Kiki, do you love me? Are you monkey? You found a stick a monkey left behind. Wow. Yep, it's the only stick you could have gotten in this. These trees, not a single stick. No, this is, excuse me, this is the stick? This is the only stick in the game. A stick left over after the monkeys built a bridge, and that's literally all that we know about it. This is the story so far. Link finds a suspicious stick. That's all that we know. It's a stick that was dropped by monkeys. We gotta find a... So, here it is. I think Super Monkey Ball is currently out for the Switch. Whoops. Goopsies. Looks like it's time for us to... Looks like we're going to be playing that later. Because right now, I think that we're on a Zelda kick right now. I think that we're on a Legend of Zelda kick because I want to beat some of these darn games. It's starting to really cheese me off, you guys. I'm not cheesed. I'm not cheesed with myself for not finishing, I quit Twilight Princess, and I also quit Skyward Sword. I am not cheesed with myself. I am ashamed. I'm ashamed. I'm very upset. I need to finish them, okay? We finished Wind Waker. We finished Wind Waker. Why didn't I finish any of the rest of them, okay? There's so many Zelda games, and they're all good. I need to try them. Oh, we need a, oh. We need to kill that bird with a big rock. We need to throw a boulder at that bird. You know what they say? A boulder in the hand is worth a bird dead in a bush. They say you were so close to getting to the main story. Getting to the main story? Oh, I hadn't even made it. Twilight Princess that was bad timing. I could have called that one. I could have called that one. Those were some bad moves. I should have waited. I wasn't ready. I wonder if we need to light these torches. I vaguely remember that. Oh, snap. Come on, man. Come at me, bro. Come on, man. Oh, that was a noob move. That was a stupid move, dude. Yeah, I almost feel like there's something else to do out here. Look at all these unlit torches. Not very litty of you, Legend of Zelda. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Get lost. All right. Let's go back and give that leaf. Let's leaf and leaf. Ooh, Galumba got schmacked. Got schmacked. How far did I get in Twilight Princess? It became a hoof. I became a hoof. I was howling at the moon. I went full furry. Link turned into a furry and then I quit. I was like, I didn't know this. I didn't know that there was hair in this game. I hate hair. Why do you think that I went bald for New Year's? Because that was a gift to myself. Ew, gross. And I quit. I had to leave. That went too far. Too far. Offended by mammals. Disgusting. What do you mean whales have mustaches? Whales have mustaches? Now I hate them. I hope that this is a... Whoa, what is this? Well. Also, hi there, Lion Courts. What's up? Speaking of lion... How is this lion? I did not quit that game because of that. I was only teasing. Oh my gosh, there's no hearts to get. You can't get any hearts in this game because I'm playing too hard. It's too hard of a mode. Did you get bored and stop? Yeah, I got bored. We kind of played Breath of the Wild, and then we played Twilight Princess, and I think that did not do good things for my brain. I feel like Ocarina will be great. I love Ocarina of Time. And I've played it several times, too. It's big fun. Oh, excuse me, Goop. Excuse me, Goop. I'll be leaving now. Thank you. Doo-doo-doo. 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 Ah, the rock over here. We have to free the cork. Oh, wait. There's no corks in this game. Y'all tricked me for about 2 seconds. Y'all tricked me for 2 seconds that there were corks in this game, but there are none. I expected it to go, yeah! Yep, yep. You found me. Then maybe we could hear the big Shakala song, the... Oh, yeah, you can cheese this. I forgot about the delicious cheese for lunch. Mmm, cheese, tasty. Tasty, delicious cheese, Gromit. Mmm, to the moon, Gromit. To get the most delicious moon cheese. Mmm. I don't think that that's intended. I don't think that that's intended. But maybe it is. Oh, Breezy, hey, you're back. Did you figure out the audio? Oh, you got it figured out. Now you can hear. Thank goodness. I was mentioning to the chat that I would wire all my audio through OBS. So whenever I would turn off OBS, then it would drop all the audio right as I rated people. I'd be like, oh, they'd be like, Earl, oh my gosh, welcome to the burp. And then they just cut off. And then I missed whatever questions they asked. Okay, well, we can't do anything over there, all right? We haven't learned to swim. Was that a rat dancing on the screen? What do you mean? Of course it was. It's a dancing rat. You don't know? Rat jam. Rat jam, rat jam, rat jam. I might take a nap, but leave you on in the background. Kareem, enjoy your nap. Enjoy your nap. Get yourself a nyap. Nyapu des. What am I? Where am I going? Where am I going? I need to go to that dude's house again. I think that's his house? So we're close, right? I think we're close. Look at that rat. Look at that rat. Rats, we are the rats. Michael, it's your birthday today. I'm the big rat who makes all of the rules. Get out of here. Zorpai. Oh my gosh, that's adorable. It's adorable. How are you doing? Zorpai. I need more modes like that. What is that? What's the mod check? Where are the mods at? Where are the mods at? There's a link right here for free followers. There's a link for free followers, and I clicked it, and it works. Where are the mods? I need to tell them about this so that we can post it on the Discord. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have gone over here. Look at that. Oh my gosh, Christella. You see how fancy Breezy is? Someday I will be as fancy as Breezy. Someday I will have a check mark next to my name. But for now, Breezy is the god. He's the god of the wholesome Twitch beans. Wholesome Twitch beans. Breezy is among the gods. Stop! Don't do that. I legit started looking. Oh, oh no. I'm sorry, Alk. They put, it was Sparkle Nerd's fault. It was Sparkle Nerd's fault. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. Also, this game is stupid. Where's his house? Oh yeah, he lives in Pothole Field. Fancy. Oh, that's his name is Richard? I didn't even read it though. Where am I? What's happening? What's happening? Where am I? No, never. Yes. Yes, always. A god. Would you prefer to be a god or a goddess? Oh, wait, what? Where am I? What's happening? Oh, yes. Down to the pothole. Tyrannosaurus Weast, how are you doing? Slightly throws me off seeing this map in 3D. I know, right? It's wild. It looks so cute, though. I also have a puzzle of this game. Maybe we could do this puzzle sometime. Maybe we do this puzzle sometime. It's pretty easy. If I remember properly, it's pretty quick. I wonder. All right, dude, I got your leaf. Yes. Yo. Salutations, you would know. Oh my gosh, it's doing the whole talk again. Okay. You can have it. Wait, what? What did he just say? What did you just say, you son of a gun? Ah, bonjour. Bonjour. Link, for your love of justice and for my own sake, you must find all of the leaves. Oh, baby, no. Don't tell me that, Richard. Richard. Bobby, my sweet Bobby. Why have you done this to me? Bob, why are there more than one leaf? Bob, I am very upset with you right now. How many did you get? One. I thought there was one. I thought that there was one. We have to buy a shovel for that. We have to buy a shovel. Okay. Time to grind the mini games, you guys. We're about to go ape. We're going ape on these mini games, exactly like I do in Final Fantasy 14. Oh boy, you should see me. You should see me in the Smashy game where you smash the hammer down. You should see me whenever I play the mining game. I'm horrible at it. Can you believe it? I'm afraid that I have to believe it. Get some bombs while you're at it too. Oh yeah, you can get bombs. Kenny plays 14. Kenny just started 14. And at Breezy, I got in the first week that I had it, literally the first week, the first 7 days, I played 35 hours. I took a break yesterday. But I played 35 hours in my first week. I never got a high, Kenny. Oh no, Savvy, I'm sorry. How are you doing? By the way, not sorry. I'm not sorry, Savvy. Instead of saying I'm sorry, I will just greet you right now. Boom. Problem solved. Oh, good night, Elfie. We'll see you later. What data center am I? Wait. Which one is that? Is that the big one or the small one? I'm on Crystal Diablo. I'm on the Diablo server, all right? But won't we be able to play together in November, right? I think. I have friends on that one. That's why I picked it. I'm sorry. Why is everybody that I know on Crystal? Because everyone that you know is on Crystal, you silly. That's why. Because that's why they're all on it. Because they're together. Because we're partying over there on Crystal. Oh, yeah. I even got Arisa to start playing, and she's on Crystal as well. There's a party over there. Also, Darren, what's up? I didn't say hi to Darren. I'm sorry. Darren. How are you doing, my friend? What's up? What's up? We're playing The Legend of Zelda. I'm starting to go Savage mode on this. I'm going Savage mode on this game because we want to complete it so that we can play the new Zelda game that comes out on Friday. Also, Darren, my friend. I want to show you this because it's cool. Look at this freaking Lego set. Look at this! I don't know, Breezy, if you like Legos. I don't know if you like Legos. This is what I got right here. This is what I just got. A big freaking Lego roller coaster. A Lego roller coaster that kind of works. There's like a little dial at the bottom that you rotate, and then it cranks the little coaster up to the very tip top, and then it actually rolls down the entire track. We're gonna start building this on Saturday. I'm excited. It's giant. It's gigantic. It is. It's honestly obscene. Yes. I picked it up today, so I can't stop thinking about it. I'm sorry. I can't stop thinking about it. It's exciting. I know. It's so cool. It's gonna be awesome. Yeah. Ooh, look at that. Oh, I didn't actually see that there's a shell over here. It's gonna be big fun. I'm gonna put off my I'm putting off the Ninjago City because I mostly wanted to get it so that I didn't miss it, okay? That's why I bought the Ninjago City, because I have the other freaking gigantic one. I didn't want to miss it. And I got this set because I want to build it like right now. I want to build it right now. We're gonna start this weekend. I can't wait. I was tempted to maybe build it by myself, but I have decided to share it with you guys because I imagine y'all will enjoy it. I even got a new camera stuff so that I can hopefully get a better angle. I purchased a couple of camera things that I can use. You're playing Minecraft and playing on the experimental patch right now? I've been playing on the main release, which has some new stuff in it. It's big fun. It's big fun, Beowulf. I've been enjoying what is it? The little cute creatures that everybody loves. What are the oh dang, that's a miss. The cute little creatures that everybody's obsessed with. Ah. Look at it. It's so weird that it's so weird that this bottom heavy doesn't make any sense. The axolotls, if that's how you say that. Yeah, they're pretty cute. They're pretty cute. I also love how the glow squids, they die spontaneously. It's actually a really cool feature. It's a really cool feature of all the glow squids. They die instantly. If you ever see one in the mines, they'll just die because there's not enough water for them, and they just spawn in shallow water and then perish. I hate that it can almost fall out. It's so frightening. You have to stop this. You have to stop this right now. Yes, we're gonna go ahead and get the show. Oh, that looks good. It looks good. We're yoinking it. Yoink. Come on. Cute little creature that everyone's obsessed with. Oh, squirrels, of course. It's squirrel. It's squirrel. I was saying it was. It's squirrel yata. I did start making the. I did start looking at making the collage. I did start to put the squirrel pictures together so that I could see how they could fit. It's gonna be a very tricky undertaking. It's gonna be really hard to make it look good. There's so many of them coming from so many different angles. I'm gonna have to play around with it for a long time. I wanted to just slap them into an image, but I took 20 minutes just to make it look bad. Just to make it look bad. Okay, so can we keep spamming for purple? Is that how we cheese our way to victory? It's gonna be so cute. It's gonna be awesome. I just caught the bug in my mouth and I'm gonna eat it. Okay, boom. That was actually a really easy solution. I've never thought of that before. I've never done that before, but that actually worked pretty good. If you ever have a bug that's bothering you, why swat at it? Why swat at it? Instead, you could just swallow it. Boom. Bada bing, bada boom. He didn't stand a chance. Vacuum boy. It's a power move. It's a power move. I turned into a shark for just a minute. It's that super suction that they know me for. I mean, I emotionally perish anytime that somebody looks at me, whether I'm in a mine or not. Oh, what? I'm confused. Savvy, what happened? What happened? Well, it is Shark Week. Wait, it is? Your channel points are acorns now? They are. They're so cute. Also, what's with this rock? Why is there a rock? Why is there a rock? How they instantly perish? Okay, I'm gonna scroll up just a second. This is so tricky. That was so dumb. That was way too late. Oh, emotionally. Oh, you're talking about you are like a squid. You're like an emotional squid. I've met emotional squids before. You're not the first. Also, hi there, Shiny. Weren't you here earlier? Did you leave? Did you leave? Shiny, it's good to see you again. Welcome back. Did you see how not close that was? That was incredible. on, man. Chop, chop. That's stressful. That's stressful, dude. Holy moly. Oh, you've been lurking? Oh, all right. Lurky lurkies. I hope you've been enjoying. You can always enjoy lurkies whenever you want. Blast it all. So this is 50 bucks, right? Oh, yeah, it's 50 bucks it's 50 bucks a pop. You got a chamber stone. Why does it feel so strange? I don't know. What do you mean strange? You mean like slippery? I'm confused. Well, there's a stone that we probably have to use in some secret dungeon. Well, we can just get 50 over and over. How much money do I have right now? 160? Okay, so if I can land it in 2 shots, then we can buy a shovel. If I can land in 2 shots, we can buy a shovel. Boom, first try. First try, easy win. Easy peasy. I'm a claw game master. Call me the crane couple because I be dropping those prizes. Yes. Maybe I should get one more just to be safe, eh? Well, we can't challenge it again. Let's leave. Let's grab our moosh. Claw games in real life are whack as heck. I mean, Savvy, they literally have dials on the back of most of them, if not all of them, where you can adjust, like, how much the claw closes and how strong it is. So it is all dependent on the machine. It's all dependent on who's running the machine, because you can adjust, like, the claw strength. It's all adjustable. It's all place to place. It's impossible to predict. It's so tricky. And it's always tuned. It's always tuned mathematically so that they make money. So it kind of just depends on how much the prizes cost. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one, you guys. What you're saying is adjust the machine before you play. Yeah, just like if you really want to win at Chuck E. Cheese, just break the machine and steal all the tickets. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes. I appreciate the applause. Everybody, please calm down. I'll be handling all the claw machines from now on. Thank you so much. Appreciate the applause. Who was that? You'll have to stop lurking now because you're going to try to get some sleep. All right, get some rest. Shiny, it was nice to hang out with you. I hope that you get some good sleep. Get some good schlep. We'll see you later, Shiny. Huzzah! It was nice to hang out with you. And I'm glad that you had somewhere to lurk. You had something to lurk at while you were heading to bed.
Grab the money. Grab the delicious money.
I'm gonna squeeze myself between the wall and the machine and adjust the dial. Then I'll have all the plushies. Yeah, all you gotta do. This is how you win. You find a claw machine that's got a big enough prize removal area, and then you put a child in there, and they climb in and they just start dunking them. They just start dunking out all of the stuff. Boom. Go, fetus. Go, super fetus. Into there. Duncan. Okay, so now we can dig. And we should get some bombs. You're right about that. You were right about that, Alchemic. How much do they cost? We have to get some bomba.
Yeah, bomba. It's only $10. Only $10.
I'll take them. That means that we can start breaking these walls. I cannot believe that it's a purchasable item. That's so silly. That's so silly. At the pizza place, if you bump the machine, a program voice would be like, "Don't shake the machine." Yeah. At the coin pushers, always have that. Coin pushers have sensors that if you shake the coin pusher, then it will just go like meow, 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 and any coins that fall in are not counted. It can tell. Earthquakes are probably a real party whenever you go in there. They're probably all like meow, 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 and it ruins everybody's nice setup. Oh, we would shake it just to hear the voice. Stop that. And you're like, hee hee. I like it when he talks. Stop that. Hee hee. Wait, isn't this the one Zelda where you can steal from the shop owner? No. There, I don't think that there are any of those. Oh, we use a stick. Oh, Link, I see you have a nice stick. It's Mario. Oh, Link, I see you have a nice stick. Can I borrow it for a second? Sure. You can have my stick, Mario. Poke, poke. Down goes the beehive. Wow! Dum dum. What did you expect? Mario, what did you expect? Mario. You silly Billy. What are you thinking?
Yes, it is.
Wait, what did you say, Breezy? You can. It's difficult, but it's possible, and he hates you afterward? Wait, for what? Oh, you could steal stuff in this game? Oh my gosh. He hates you afterwards? I don't care about the opinion of the public. I can be public enemy number 1. I want some free stuff. Oh. No. Oh no. I was supposed to catch that fairy. I couldn't have known. I couldn't have known. Mario got himself into a sticky situation. Oh my gosh, sticky. Come on now. Come on now. Don't be talking like that. Also, what the heck? You were supposed to catch it and then heal up. How was I supposed to know? Was I supposed to be ready for that? Man, what a waste of a fairy. Also, hi there, Mushroom Gal. Oi, 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 oi. All right, mood improved. Mood improved. Mushroom Gal is here. Thank goodness. I was about to fall deeply into sadness. Deep sadness as I just lost a fairy. I lost it fairly recently. Woo. Yeah, pop out of here. Pop off, buddy. You pop off, you little goofball. All right, I'm gonna be ready. I'm ready. Come on. Give me a fairy. Oh, what? Dang it. As soon as I'm ready, then there's no fairy. I see how it is. Pop off, queen. Slay. I'm out of here. Link is out of the building. Link actually just left. I'm sorry, Link just left in his parents' car. Maybe you can catch him. He's probably out in the parking lot right now. We don't have this key. We don't have the key to 6. Oh my gosh, this is what it is? It's a stone. There's a stone in the way. Interesting. What about that? What? It doesn't blow up a rock? Oh, come on. You literally have to be lying to me right now. That's ridiculous. That is not how bombs work. Nintendo, put down the bomb. You don't know how it works. Stop it. You're gonna scare everybody with your non-bomb knowledge. Oh yeah, we gotta give him leaves. Then he'll probably let us into the cage. Into the cage of potholes. All right, we've got to go back to the castle. This time we've got the shovel and the bomb. The bomb. So we should be good. It's Ukuku. Ukuku Prairie. We should just move on up here. Excuse me. Please do not spit rocks at me. Stop spitting rocks at the cars that are passing by. Bomb go burr. Bomb is stinky. Bomb is garbage in this game. It can't even blow up a rock. It can blow up a mountain, but not a rock. All right. Now we need to go sicko mode on these leaves. They're probably all buried. There's probably some inside, but we're gonna make sure that we can find them outside first. A shovel and bombs. Brr. I'm getting cold just thinking about all that. Goodness. All that cold equipment you've got there. Come on, buddy. Now, stop spitting rocks at the general public. Don't you know that people don't like that? Has nobody ever told you to not spit rocks at them? Listen, we want to accept you into society, but you have to integrate. And that includes not spitting rocks. You are going to die. Oh yeah, you know what? I was thinking, how does Breezy know so much about this game? Then I remember that Breezy's entire channel is literally themed around Legend of Zelda. And it's my fault for not watching all of her incredible playthroughs. Oops. Oops. I forgot about that. Oh, but yes, Breezy, are you excited about the? I mean, come on, being a Zelda fan, you gotta be excited about the release on Friday, right? You're excited about the release on Friday to the worst Zelda. I mean, one of the best Zelda games in the entire world. At least it's not on the Wii, right? When I played Link's Awakening, it was actually my first time because I never played the original. I hadn't played it either. This was the first game that I ever streamed. So you could say that I was a Nintendo baby from the very beginning. Listen, everybody knew who my soul was sold to right off the bat. Come back. You mole.
Now you die.
All right. You don't make the boyong sound playing this game? What? Boyong, boyong, boyong. I was just thinking about that the other day. Boyong. Oh, that's where one of the leaves were. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we killed that sorry sucker, because that was well hidden. We're digging it up.
Digging it up.
Oi!
Just sprinkling in some luck right quick.
You're excited for Skyward Sword? You can't buy it though? Oh dear. Oh dear. Shall you wait for later? Shall you wait for later? Also, thank you for the 100 bits of good luck, Laura Zenta. Laura Zenta, I appreciate it. Thank you. 100 bits. Boom. Big 100 bits. Even Brian had to say something about it. Even Brian had to say something. That doesn't look like you could. That doesn't look like you could touch it. I don't want to touch it. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'm fabulous. Soon, Breezy. Soon. Soon.
We shall play Skyward Sword.
Just touch it. This stupid game. The last time that I played Skyward Sword, I got so bored that I couldn't finish it. I couldn't do it, you guys. I tried so hard. Oh, okay, you can shield it. Nice. But I got so bored, I had to stop. This time, you guys, I'm serious, okay? Last time it was games. Now the games are over. The games are over. It's time to get serious about the Zelda franchise, all right? It's time to start getting serious about our hobbies. It's time to stop looking at gaming as just a passing fad, and it's time to start taking it seriously and make it part of your schedule and make it part of your life and make it part of your story, okay? People like to pretend like it's just some passing fad, but you know what? Movies are a passing fad. Someday, nobody's gonna go to the cinema. They're just gonna be playing video games at home all alone on their VR headset. Yay, another leaf! Yes, I can't believe it. We've got so many. More Link cosplay time? I didn't even have a Link cosplay. I just had a hoodie. I should get an actual Link cosplay or Zelda cosplay. I would be more interested in wearing a Zelda cosplay, but I could get an actual like Link one though. Because right now I've just got a hoodie and it's hot as heck in Texas. Do you have any idea how spicy it is? Have any idea how dead I would be? Very. Oh my gosh, I've got no health left. I actually am dead. Hello. Hello, Dad. I'm Dad. Stab me. Got me. Oh, don't touch. No touchies. Oh, what? He stabbed past my shield. I was standing up. No. That's dumb. He stabbed me in the leg. He stabbed under my shield. I didn't even know that was possible. Hey, that's illegal. Sorry, sucker. I thought that might happen. But I didn't think that it actually would. Thought it was just all in my, it was all in my head. Okay, well, at least we don't have to get that Link again. I mean, that leaf again. Okay, I'm out of here. I'm gone. Is the Link hoodie comfortable? I mean, kind of. Not super comfortable, no. I mean, it's pretty good. It looks cool. It looks really cool. It looks better than it feels. Stab me, dude. Stab me, dude. Hurry up. Oh my gosh. But it's worth it. It's worth it. I just think that it'd be more fun to have a better outfit. A better outfit would look better anyhow. Gosh darn, he stabbed me in the back. That is very cowardly. You are not a real knight. A real knight goes by knight's honor, and a knight would never stab an unsuspecting child in his back. He must be corrupted. Oh, speaking of corrupted, holy moly, swinging. I'm a little bit worried about that. A little concerned. Oh wait, what? How do we get in there? Oh. Eh. Oh, there's another door. Well, well, well. It's all right. Don't worry about it, Yata. Don't worry about it. Alchemic's just taking care of just filling Dai's place while he's gone. Dai would have done the same thing. Alchemic wakes up every morning and says, "What would Dai do?" You know what? That's what I do as well. Beowulf. Yes. How are you doing? What's up? Kimmy, do you know Kirby's name in this game? His name's Kerbo. Oh, pot. We need the pot. That is how you do it. Dai would have said, "Get good." Yeah, he would have tried to convince me that he's got a good tip for the game. It's true. Whenever Alchemic gives tips, it's very obvious. Dai's always trying to catch me. Alchemic is actually helpful. Dai is a stinker. Aww. Yo, he did. That's how you die. I thought that we might be able to defend against that, but it's not it appears to not be possible. We might have to dodge that. Yo 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 yo. Ouch! You stink, dude. Stop that. Oh my gosh. What am I supposed to do? I don't get it. That worked. Ooh. Ooh. We're gonna die. It sounds like Mario. He's like, oh, wow, I got smacked. Are you kidding me, dude? Are you kidding me, dude? All right, folks, that's enough for me tonight. Hey, we'll see you later, A-Star. Get some rest. See you later, my friend. Yeah, I'll just be like, get this while you're at it. Dai's like, I have no idea what you're doing, but get good anyway. Yeah, Dai's like, I've never played a video game in my entire life, but you are garbage. Everybody needs a Dai in their life. Could you just commit? Oh my gosh. A little bit of commitment. Is that too much to ask for you in this relationship? How do we dodge this? We need jumping. Jumping ain't working. We just run out of the way? Is that what it is? Dude, he predicts my movements. He's smarter than me. I just found a computer that's smarter than humans. This actually is smarter than humans. Oh, bomba. We need bomba. We're gonna use bombs. Perish. Dummy. Bet you never predicted that. I bet you never saw that coming, buddy. What about that right there, little bomb? Surprise! Merry Christmas. Santa's got a brand new present for you, kid. Oh, come on, dude. He smacked me. I think I only get to hit him once. It's hardly fair. It's hardly fair. He gets to hit me as many times as he won, and I only get to hit him once. It's not even... That's not even equal. That's not equal pain. It's not equal pain at all. He's totally cheating, as far as I'm concerned. Are you kidding me, dude? Oh my gosh. Okay, now I deserve that one. That was actually my bad. Oh my gosh, he almost hit me. Holy moly. Stop that. No. All right, this is when we die. This is how Link's story ends. Oh, come on! How come it hurts to touch him? What, does he have poison on his armor? What, is he electrified? I don't get it. Is he Iron Man? How does it hurt me to touch him? Doesn't even make any sense. Ah! Stop! Acid, perhaps? Stop! Stop! Come on, man. He changes timing every time, dude. It's not even fair. He's got one spike on his helmet, but that's not enough to cover every angle. This guy's ready for war. Come on, you're killing a child. You're killing a literal child. That's actually hateful.
You're doing great, Kenny. Hang in there.
Hey, thanks for the 50 bits. 50 bits of encouragement. 50 tiny bits of encouragement. It's true. I will take those bits. Take those bits and hold them inside. Linz, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. Linz, I'm doing my best, okay? Gee whiz, I get Jurassic Parked. Stop and get away from me. Oh, I even dodged it, but I was the dumb dude. Hit me! Hit me! Oh, yeah! I think I got it. I think I know what I'm doing now. Dude, I think I got it, though. I think I got it. I'm gonna get some water. Akemek's like, I'll be back. He'll still be here. I won't miss anything. I won't miss anything but screaming. Guys, this is why I can't have bits, because you just play Patricia in Jurassic Park all day. Why does sometimes it work and sometimes it doesn't? Is it because of the way that he's swinging it? What? What? It's the way he's swinging it, so I always have to run counterclockwise to him. What? I never even thought about considering which hand he was using. Oh, it's because he was swinging with the right hand. You could only run in one direction. I was trying to run one way, then the other. Mokana, how dare. We did it. We beat him. We got all the leaves. We can leave. We can all leave. Let's get out of here. We're free. We're free. I'm out. Hey. A mini boss. Mini boss gets a round of applause. That's what we're on today, you guys. That's what we're on today. That's the kind of day that we're having. A round of applause for a mini boss. Thank you for the round of applause, Adele. Thank you for the 200 bits. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hey, it started a hype train. Now, the last hype train failed, you guys. Can this one actually succeed? Is it possible? Is it possible? The last one failed. Droopy, hey, how are you doing? What's up? Oi, we just got our first shell. We just got our first shell gift. Hello? Oh. Yeah, all right. Hey, whoa, down. Whoa, the 10 gifted subs. I'd say that was, I can't see anything. I'd say that's a yes. I'd count that as a yes. Holy moly, with the 10 gifted subs, Del. Goodness. Yo, for a random ghosty, for Cypher Heart, for JW, for Sid, for Critty C, for Sammy, for Celtic Barbarian, for Shin, for Umu Happiness, I think, for Adu, and for Dragon Girl. Holy moly, Del, what the heck? Whoa, can we get some hype in the chat for the insane gifts? Goodness gracious, thank you so much. Went straight to level 3. Thank you. I appreciate it. Look at the hype train go. Choo-choo. Look at it go. It's a proud, happy little train. Ah, yeah. King of Squirrel, thank you for the 100 bits. Laura Zinta, thank you for the 500 bits.
Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious.
Thank you so much for the generosity. I appreciate it. Thank you, King of Squirrel. Thank you, Laura Senta. Thank you, Del, for the big one. Whoa. All right.
We're going.
Gotta make sure it makes it this time.
Hey, Del, thank you for the 500 bits. Whoa. Hey, Ashley Rose with the 16 months. Oh, yeah, you can't plan this. Ashley Rose, you cannot plan
Happy
this.
16 months, Kenny.
Look at that big 16-month anniversary. Boom. Can we get some hype in the chat for the big 16 months of support? Thank you so much, Ashley Rose, for all the support. I'm glad that you're still hanging out with us. Oh, yeah. Ashley be hanging out like every single day for like 6 months, you know, just a friend, you know. Just hanging out all the flippin' time. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Let's go to a cuckoo. Dell with the 500 bits earlier. Ashley, thank you for the 100 doggos. Whoa! Big 100. What? That's 10 times as much as you normally give. What? Ashley, holy moly, you're balling out. You're balling out with a big 100. By the way, if you ever have 100 bits that you're giving, you can get Brian to say something. Did you know that? Tips of $1 and any 100 bits, you can get Brian to say something. And if you look online, you might be able to find out some tricks to make Brian speak a little bit differently. I'm just saying. Also, Al Floggy, what's up? I don't think I've seen your name before. How are you doing? Am I saying that right? Is that Al Floggy? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. But how are you doing? What's up? Okay, let's egg, frying an egg. Laura Zinto, whoa!
Can this one maybe succeed this time?
Laura Zinto with the gigantic 1,000 bits. Can we put some hype in the chat? Laura Zinto, you're gonna be in trouble. You're gonna be in trouble if you don't control yourself. Laura. Hey, Del, thanks for the choo-choo. Laura Zinto with a 1,000 bits. Can we put some hype in the chat, you guys? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Excuse me. What? You're good? How are you? I love your videos. Oh, you mean on the Royalty Soaps channel? Have you seen the Royalty Soaps videos? Hey, what's up? It's nice to meet you. Hi there. Nice to meet you. It's me, the Earl of Suds. The very one. The very one. What is this guy even saying? You guys are totally distracting me. I have no idea what he just said.
I'm forever in your debt.
Okay, I don't know what he did, you guys, but it was probably pretty great. Ashley, what is that? Is that a sip? Oh no. Oh no. Did anybody see what he gave me? I'm pretty sure he lets you into this field, right? I forget what he does. I don't remember. Oh no. Oh no. Did he give me an item? Let me check my pockets. What? I don't have any water on me. I don't have any water. What did he do? I don't see any. Oh no. I was dumb. I zoomed by. I don't know what he said.
I don't know what he wants.
Okay, do y'all really want me to have to go get water? If I'm gonna get water, y'all can listen to the pretty song in town. I don't know what he gave me. Don't know what just got unlocked. Is there any? Maybe we can get a hint from the phone guy. Yeah, let's get a hint from the phone guy. I'll let y'all listen to Marin. Is that her name? I'm gonna let you listen to her sing while I go get some water. Also, Droopy, those are cute. Look at those cute birds. All right, you guys listen to my new girlfriend sing over here really quick. Oh my gosh, there's still a hype train. I need to hurry up and go grab the water. I'll be right back. Don't do anything that you'll regret while I'm gone. Be right back. Okay. I'm back. Garrett was in the kitchen. Who's totally blocking me. This is what I come back to. This is what I come back to. Are you kidding me? Laura Senta, thank you for the 5 gifted subs for Victory Fire. Is that Barendez? Interstellar Fox? A Floggy? Hey, that's a new friendo. That's the new friend right over
Google
there.
says this is a good one for Brian to say. Banana, 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 banana.
Oh, you killed the guy. I figured it out. Alchemic, I figured it out. Holy moly. And then this hype train started. You also love watching the streams? Boom. You just got a gifted sub, so you got no ads. You can use all of the emotes, and you're invited to movie night. We're going to be watching How to Train Your Dragon 3. Hope you guys enjoyed the beautiful singing. Morazenta, thank you for that 5 gifted subs. Lynn, thank you for the 100 bits. That puts us there, you guys. We flippin' made it. We flippin' made it. Level 5 hype train. We had a failed hype train earlier, you guys. Not a single level to it. It said, "Aw, you missed the train," with crying emotes. It was a sad occasion. It was at the beginning of the stream. People started wilding out with People started wilding out, and look at this. Level 5. Maximum rank. Holy moly. Thank you so much, you guys, for the support. Oh, yes. Now let's go find out what we gotta do. Boom. Now that we've got the hype on our side, we cannot be defeated. We cannot be defeated now that we have the hype at our back. Your hype is wind underneath my wings. Maybe we could get another fairy. You guys, please put some hype in the chat for the big, gigantic, insane maximum hype train. 100% of the support that you could give. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I appreciate all the beans that gave out the 11 subs, the 3,000 bits. Whoa, holy moly. That's a lot of beans. That's a lot of, now wait a second. Get closer. It's getting closer. We're back up to 500. We're back up to a spicy 500, you guys. Oh. Y'all have been blasting the subs. Holy moly. Thank you so much. Of course we maxed this one out. We had a score to settle. I just said that we just needed a hype train, not a maximum one.
You've gone too far this time, Loricenta.
Nuts. That burb, I love it. Is it okay that I just found the red bird meme that goes, have y'all heard that bird? Have you heard that red bird that makes that sound? I wanna, honestly, maybe we'll make that tomorrow's alert. Can we do that tomorrow instead of the gnome sound? I love the gnome sound, but that bird is something special. There is something up with that bird. You have not heard it though. Yes, that bird. That bird. I love it so much. I shall play it later. I do not have it right now. You can do whatever it's like. You can do whatever you like. It's your house. My house. I'm just saying. Gnome's pretty important. Gnome is pretty important. Maybe I'll make a second one. Also, Alchemic, do you remember what this guy does? Do you remember what this does? Maybe whenever we switch games, you guys, and we do some power washing, then y'all can totally check out the then I'll show you the burb. What did he do for us? Oh, Bohemian Moon, what's up? How are you doing, Chili? I'm forever and you're dead for getting my leaves back. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what he did. Does he give you something? You heard maybe I make a succulent? Succulent? I mean, plants are great. I don't know what you mean. I mean, plants are pog, right? Move the statue. Statue? Frog statue? Pog frog? Oh. 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 It was a... Why? It was a secret entrance all along. Oh. Oh. Oh, I see. I see. Very interesting. Very interesting to see. Oh, he just got yeeted down the hole. Bye-bye. Oh, got a little shell. Nice. Your bread dough isn't rising and you're very sad. Just the lens. I was so scared of that. That's why I was scared of making churros, because I thought that I would have to make bread rise. That is so frightening. I never want to make bread. Is it sourdough? Weren't you supposed to learn how to make bread during the pandemic? I guess it's still kind of going on. Question mark. Can you still make bread even though it's 2021? even though it's 2021, can I still make bread? Even though the fad is over, I'm still hungry. I'm still starving. Please. All that food that we ate during the pandemic was great. I'm starving. Okay, now we have to be careful.
You have to be careful.
Kind of. Mostly careful. You can step on... Okay, I'm trying to... But the proofing process can be finicky. Oh, bread is a very exact science. Yes. It does seem like that. I am scared. And lo, the Earl was afraid of only one thing. Bread. Not bread making, just bread in general. Frightening. Happy time, Zony Bean. I'm gonna go get some sleep now. Hey, we'll see you later, Kathy. Thanks for hanging out. It was fun. It was fun while you were here. And we'll have fun again. We'll have fun again, bless it all. We'll see you later, Kathy. Get some good schlep. Get your good schlep. We will see you soon. Poke. Yes. Wait, what? No. That's... Oh, double? I don't think I can jump over that. Dude, what? What is this? Dude, are you kidding me? What? What's a boy to do? What's a little Link boy to do? I don't know that. Dude, seriously? I know what of what I speak. Ignore me. Wait. Mushroom gal. Oh, you're talking unroasted bread? Why is this flat bread? Some people want that, all right? I'll move this out of the way, that's for sure. Bye, rock. Hello, owl.
Enjoy your sleep secrets beneath your souls.
All right, that is a rather obvious suggestion to dig right here. For the key to the dungeon, to the next dungeon. Nice. We have found a way. But how do we get across here, though? Going for it. Be the wind beneath my sails. Darn it, Link! Link, you stupid dum-dum. Link, I can't believe that you just jumped in the hole like that. I can't believe that you actually just jumped in there like that. Link, you're so dumb. You're actually really dumb for doing that. I thought that this was the Legend of Link, not the Legend of Zelda. What a chump. Pokey. All right, I feel like he can do it, though. You know, I still kind of have some hope in him. Son of a gun, it's so close. I feel like we really can. It really feels possible. Look at it. It feels right. It's got... Oh, it makes it... Yes! There it is. I knew it was possible. Is that cheese? It's the most delicious cheese I've ever had. Gorgonzola. Are you supposed to be able to jump over, too? Dude, I don't know about... This seems a little strange. Look at that. That looks... Nope, that's exactly how you do it. Why? Why did they make it like that? Nintendo. More like Nintendo. Now we can break right in here, you guys. Next dungeon. Here we go. Dungeon time. We figured it out. Bada bing, bada boom. You mean that the... Oh, because I don't think that you can jump whenever you charge. That is how you jump. You listen. How do you jump? You take your 2 feet. You take your 2 feet and then you make them float. Okay, we got to go all the way around. Thanks, game. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Much love. I love how we got the key for that, but we still got to walk around. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. I could have sworn that I bought shredded pork, but I only find shredded chicken in the freezer. I'm going crazy. That's all right, Bohemian. You don't have to be too sane to cook shredded chicken. Don't worry. You can still cook shredded chicken while crazy. Trust me. Boyong. Whenever I look in the freezers, you know what? The other day, I thought that I had fries, and I pulled out the bag, and it was more chicken nuggets. I didn't have any fries left. But there were fries on the bag. It's so deceptive. Very upsetting and deceptive. Time for you to go to sleep. Hey, we'll see you later. Yatta! It was fun to hang out with you. Yatta! We shall see you later, my friend. Disappointment. Whenever you think that you find starch, but all you found was protein. Ooh, speaking of starch. This morning, as a special treat for myself, I got my favorite sandwich that came with it, and the starch came from the what's it called? The little hash browns, little tasty, delicious hash browns. Hash browns and a sausage egg McMuffin with no cheese. Delicious. And a small coffee. Yeah, McDonald's coffee, not too bad. Whoa. Okay, we had to kill the bombs. Was that it? You had to make the bomb go. And now we've earned a key. Yes, of course, a key. Yes. Very nice. And now we kill.
Link has been trained to kill all of his life.
And we got compass. Give me a compass. Give me a freaking enemy in the chest. That's the worst option. I didn't even know that that was possible. That was such a bad option. Come on, man. It looks like we have to flip a switch somewhere. Then we can go back in there. It's a little bouncy pea. It's the pea outside of the pod. It's a podless pea. There's a little goop over there. Looks like we gotta go downstairs to flip the switch. Flippy the switch. Oops. Yep, we gotta flip the switch for that side too. We just gotta find it. We got, how many keys? One. Got one key. I wanna go right. What do you do with the acorns? Whenever you pick up acorns or one of those crests, it just gives you some slight bonuses. Like, I think that this one's speed. The acorn gives you speed or a shield. Yeah, I think that it gives you a shield. Maybe. Let's see if it says. Oh, it doesn't. It says it whenever I pick it up. But you see the blue aura around me? That's whatever the acorn did. Guardian, I mean, it's got to be a shield, right? Maybe I take less damage for a little while. Yeah, acorn is defense, triangle is power. I did know that the triangle made it so that you hit harder. Which it sure is good that we had that because I almost died. Hey, what's up? How are you doing? Hey, y'all, it's Shay. Is that how to say that? Oi, oi, oi. Bisexual. How are you doing? Also, hi there, Tabby Stripes. I didn't know that you were here. Hello. I'm Mr. Incredible with a bunch of goops all over my face. Hi there. I'm Mr. Incredible. And I hope that you're having a Mr. Incredible day. Oh, they're hungry. They're hungry. Feed them. Feed them. Don't let them starve. You need to be more giving. Look at all these hungry children out here. Look at these hungry boys. What are they going to eat if you don't feed them? Yum, yum. Ooh, hungry hippos. They are. They're hungry boys. That just killed me. I'm upset. Gosh darn it. What in God's name are those things? I don't actually know what their names are. No, we start back at the beginning. Nice. Great. Now I gotta get past this dum-dum. Dude, anybody that requires defending is too much trouble. What do you do with acorns in Twitch? Oh, it'll show you. There's like a little store. There's a little store that I can customize. They remind you of Fern Gully. Fern Gully. Did we watch that together? I thought that we did. I don't remember anything like that. In that movie about fairies with the big tree eater. I want to kill that bird, even though I love him. Even though I love that bird, I want him dead. What the heck? Oh, I just went up the stairs. That was confusing as heck. Yeah, we did watch Fern Gully. I just don't remember any weird goops. But I also have bad memory. All right, now eat these bomba. Eat. Eat. Oh my gosh. Eat. I know you're starving. Yes. Eat. Good boy. He's a hungry boy.
Get head pat if you eat enough bomba.
I wonder if this is working. Doesn't look like it. I mean, it's hitting their stomachs, but what other kind of thing can you get? Yeah, look, he's just eating it. He doesn't care about bomb. He said, no, no, no. I'm gonna ignore them. How do you feel about that? Oh, whoops. Delicious bomba. Mmm, boomba, yum, yum. Bird. I wonder how you kill that bird. Laura Zenta, thank you for the 100.
Progress.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Laura said. I'll appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, here we go. Gotta go. Need to go shower. All right, go get not stinky. Go get not stinky. All right, Arisa, we'll see you later. You gotta head off. Hope that y'all have a lovely rest of the day. All right, get some rest. Arisa, it was awesome to hang out with you. Get yourself some sleep. Get some sleep. Good luck with tomorrow. Good luck with tomorrow. You guys, shouldn't Arisa do some art for the squirrel competition? I think so. Yes. Up we go. No. Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore those bomb guys. I don't know what we're doing. Dude, what is that? Are you kidding me? I just bounced it straight into my face. I just smacked it and it smacked me right back. Like one of those boxing dummies. One of the boxing dummies that you hit and they're kind of weighted at the bottom. It just boyonged right back into my face. Dang, I thought that I had a fairy bottle, right? Bohemian Moon, I love that. I love it. Poor derpy Link, he's doing his best. He's doing his best. No, I can't enter. I refuse. Fan art only. No! More art, more art. You could pretend to be a fan for like 5 seconds. Dude, I can't even hit the bat, but he can hit me? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous, man. That can hit me, but I can't hit them. Maybe I can just use this bomb to kill this guy. There we go. That's how to do it. That's how you big brain that moment. You know how you big brain this? Ignore them. What about these guys? Ignore them. They don't exist. The only thing that exists is your success. You just have to visualize your success, and it will come to you. Gosh darn it, he touched me. A single touch is too many. Ooh, Mangled Marionette, thank you for that delicious gnome sound. Thank goodness. I was starting to feel a little bit lonely, but now that I know that there's gnomes in this dungeon, I feel a lot better about things. Also, I think that there's something in here. I think we gotta kill all the enemies, right? Uh-huh. Ah, the key to success. The key to success right here has been unlocked. I see. You only have 3 hours left of your work week left. You're really enjoying how quickly the stream make time go by. Yeah, awesome sauce. Bada bing, bada boom. Lorzit, I'm glad that I can make time zoom for you. Timed off zoom while I'm hanging out with you guys too. Thanks for making my time zoom. No, I mean I'll only make fan art, not contest entry. I see how it is. Arisa, not a fan. Arisa actually left the Discord and unsubscribed from my YouTube videos. It's true. It's true. All of it. So how do you take care of these big nose borbs? Oh, poop. Dum-dum. What kind of abilities do I have? I do have a fairy in a jar. What? What does participate in raid mean? Well, you mean Raid Shadow Legends? All you have to do is just use my my code, the Earl of Suds, to unlock a brand new champion every single month, and also to get 10,000 in-game credits. How to kill birds? I don't. Maybe there's an ability that you unlock. Stop it, Skelly. Stop. Stop, Skelly. Stop. Stop. Oh, pots. My favorite. Alright, so we got noseless Borb. Got a noseless Borb. We got some free Bomba. So what are we gonna do now? Hey, Tin's here. What's up, yo? Tin. Oh, snap. Is that the one and the only? Oh my gosh, Tin. We were doing fake crane games earlier. We were doing fake crane games, and I literally couldn't stop thinking about the crane couple and the Kuri couple. The crane couple and the Kuri couple? Oh my gosh. Two of my favorite couples ever. That's quadra cuties right there. That's like 4 cuties in one. That's too many. That's too many. You can't quadra dip like that. You're gonna get sick from all that wholesomeness. That's actually not even good for you. What am I doing? What is this? Long walkway. No, it's a walkway to nothing. Ow. Also, Tin, I bought something today. Would you be interested, may chance, in perhaps a bit of a look? Okay, so there's Bomba goes there. That's something. It's not the exact style of things that you like, Tin. It's not exactly what you normally like, but it's what I like. I gotta show you. So I bought another big Lego set to go along with my Ninjago set. But you know what? I saw something else at the Lego store that made me drive the hour back there today because I wanted to. I just wanted to. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. It's an investment. Who knows when this set will be back? Who knows when this set will be back? I just had to get a big giant freaking roller coaster set. Boom. Boom, that's my collectible. My collectible is giant freaking working Lego set. We really get to the Lego lots today. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm showing off my goodies. I'm sorry that I'm showing off. I'm showing off. I'll stop. Okay. All right. My friend 10 jumps in the chat. I just wanted to show it off. Just imagine. Imagine looking at Lego every day. Just imagine building everything. Get out of here. Oh my gosh, it chased me. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. I did look at the, I was thinking about getting Lego minifigs, but didn't like them, you guys. Didn't like the Lego minifigure options. I was very disappointed. Oh, this is a walk. It's a one-way walkway. That's what it is. I didn't actually remember that those only go one way. Which sets are out right now? What sets are out right now? You mean in the store? I'm confused.
He said, "Come here, boy. Where you going? Come on now. Everybody needs a hug from old Bombi. Come on, Bombi."
Let me see. It's Looney Tunes. That's what it is. It's Looney Tunes. They're all really janky looking figures. I mean, yeah, they just look weird. I like real Lego minifigures. I like the shape of their normal heads, not these very strange shapes. I also don't know much about Looney Tunes anyhow. It's not my style, you guys. Banjo music plays. Come here, boy.
Unacceptable.
Hey, Floor Sound 20.
Unacceptable.
Hey. Yeah, I don't blame you. I wouldn't have got them either. Yeah, they're not worth $3 a pack. Okay, they're not worth $3 a pack. I would rather pay $6 a pack for the ones that I've already opened. Honestly, I'd rather just open up. I'd rather pay extra and get the ones that we haven't collected all of. Random question. I've seen so many versions of Kenny hair. Which hairstyle is the mainstay one? There is no mainstay hairstyle. All throughout my life, I've had mohawks, long hair, buzz cut, floof in the front, Eurohawk. Oh, which one's my preferred one? I don't know yet. That's what I'm trying to find, Tin. I'm trying to find it. Right now, I do like the Bob Ross floof, which is kind of what we're at right now. I'm trying to find what I want to look like. That's actually one of the main reasons why I invented Squirrel. I invented Squirrel so that I could keep changing my hairstyles and I wouldn't have to redo my art all the time. Because I'm thinking that I might, I want to grow my hair out longer for the first time. It's handsome. I'd be seen in public with you. Oh my, what high compliments. Tin. I'm getting embarrassed. You can't say that you would be seen in public with me. You're gonna make me blush. Just imagine being in public with a stranger. It's whenever he starts talking that I start getting weird. I don't mind how he looks, but goodness, don't you have something else you could talk about? You're always talking about investments. Doesn't sound like any investing my father does. Kenny, when I see your hair, I think, yes, that is Kenny, indeed. Well, I've also been an egg. You met me while I was an egg. I was an egg with no hair. Also, Vonchik, is it lunchtime already? Lunchtime. Yum, yum. Yum, yum, lunch. Okay, is there there's something over here. What is that? That's got to be... Oh, I think that you get the thick boots, dude. I think that we get the thick boots. Yeah, I think that this is the Chonkster boot level, possibly. Egg was early in our relationship. It's true. And look, the hair's gone all floofy. My hair's going to keep going floofier and floofier, and it's going to turn more into a fro. And then it's going to start getting curly whenever it gets longer. Like, you see how it's curling in the back a little bit? It's going to get more curly like that. And it's going to, like, get wavy on the sides a little bit. And then I don't know. I've never gone past there. I've never made it past that. That checkpoint hasn't been reached yet. We're still gaming, you guys. We're still gaming. Did you and Arisa start dating during egg mode? No, we started dating while I still had while I had my platinum hair. My favorite hair. Okay, I do have a favorite hair. My favorite hair is it long on top and flopped over and man bun length and platinum on the edges, and then the roots are dark. That's my favorite hairstyle I've ever had. That's my very favy. My very fave was man bun platinum. Platinum man bun. It's the elite version. It's the gamer edition. Gamer edition would definitely just be black. It'd be black with RGB. I dyed my hair entirely black, but I've got some RGB tendrils. Gamer hair. Very pog. Very nice. Oh my gosh, he just slammed on me. He's slamming. Okay, I just want to attack them all so that I can just get blown up. There we go. See, I had the invulnerability. That's why I did it, because I knew I was gonna get smacked. I think you have enough bombs to kill the dodongos. What the heck is that? What the heck is a bomb? Hey, stop it. Listen here, you little rascal. Okay, now we got a yoink. Pretty sure that that's a wall. Yes. So we're gonna go for the Omega Curl? Yes, we'll see. We'll see. I like to be able to headbang my hair. I like for my hair to have a little bit of this action, a little bit of so that whenever I get sweaty at a concert, I can go like whip, 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 whip. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for a whip. If the hair don't whip, then I ain't happy yet. I don't remember who gifted me a sub back in June, but thank you. Oh, snap. Savvy getting gifted subs out here. That is wholesome. Ooh, 1 key. That's it. That's it. That's what all this time was for. Just 1 single key. Do you have any idea how many keys I have on my key ring? This is not nearly enough. We're not going to be able to get anywhere with this. Actually, I guess we just got to open 1 door and then there'll be another key behind that. I'm out. There's another bug in here. I'm not swallowing this bug, you guys. Stop telling me to swallow the bugs. You still have Alchemic's gifted sub? Oh, but that's a long-lasting gift right there. That's the gift that keeps on giving. Listen, a relationship with Alchemic is a gift that keeps on giving. I've got it on very good evidence there. Oh, all right, I'm just moving. I'm out of here. Don't call me boss man. Who was? Oh, it was Kim. Kim the other day was like, clicky boss man. We'll have none of that. We'll have none of that. Zoom. We're opening up this door. Well, crap. We're blasting open another one. That was yesterday. I know. It just happened. We're going left. Listen. You gotta turn left to go right. If you find yourself turning left, you'll end up going right. Turn right to go left. Huh. Wow. Wow, it didn't work. Wow. Wait a second. Whoa, 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 wait. Oh, well, that wasn't exactly what I was trying to do. Wait a second, oh man, that's a bummer. That's close. I thought that it would bounce back. It didn't bounce back. What about a Bomba? Bomba not work. Bomba go boom. Bomba go bye-bye. And you can't even cook them. You can't cook the bombs. Told you 1,000 times you cannot cook these bombs. What am I gonna do here? What do you do with these two? Oops. I was gonna hold this for a minute. Perish. Not you, Link. Not you, Link. The birds. Link. You dummy. I was saying for the birds to die, not for you to die. Link's so bad at listening. He's got big elf ears, but he can't hear a darn thing. I told you that the human shape of ears is a superior. I told you that elves can't hear as well as humans. Did you believe me? No. No, you said that Link would be able to hear what I say. Not a chance. Stop. No. That's worse than just not even fighting it. Okay, so let's take a look at where these chests are. Where's the switch? Switchy. Okay, so we just unlocked a door, but it doesn't... the birds gotta do something, dude. The birds have to do something. Oh gosh, it's so scary. I hate that. I hate that. It's the black hole of doom. Oh, what a weird object. There must be some way to tackle it. Yeah, you have to charge. That's how you get past that. Great. Kind of unavoidable, you guys. Kind of unavoidable, Nintendo. I don't know why you put that bomb right there. Goodness. You can't open the spaghetti sauce? Oh dear. Do you have anything that's silicone that you could use? That helps me grippy jars whenever I need them. Like the bottom of a pot holder normally helps. Okay, so I can't get that. Let's double check. Let's double check that room and see if I can get that treasure in there. Stop it. Stop it. You're a bad boy. You're a bad boy. And now you're a dead boy. This room. Absolutely, you have to flip the switch. You have to flip the switch and then you can just walk along. It's easy. And I can't move this enough times, so... This one you cannot get. What about this next room? Let's take a look. What's in this next room? Skeletons? Did I never kill them? I think you have to kill that bug over there. You see that little red dude? I think you gotta kill him too, but I don't know how. How would you... there's a secret in here. But you have to kill... But you have to kill the... How do you... It doesn't hold, like... It doesn't keep them dead whenever you come back. Look. Oh, wait, but the skeletons are back. Okay, so you have to flip the switch to kill that guy, I guess. Because I don't think that you can throw this over there. No, you can't. Did I just put away the bomb? Is that a way to preserve your bombs? Look, I've got one bomb left. No, you lose it. That's too bad. It's too bad you lose it. Okay, so I have to kill him, but I have to do the switch first. Have to do the switch first. Let's see. We're down here. There's not even a treasure chest here. The boss room is downward. Yeah, there's no treasure chest in the left, right? It says there's something here. I don't know what that is. I don't know what is there, though. That's got to be it. You got to be able to deal with these birds, and I just don't know how. Okay, this leads up, goes back to the first floor, right? But what's above? There's that. But I have to get past... See, I already used my keys. There's a treasure chest up there that's like hidden behind a bunch of keys right there. This is going to require a big jump. It requires a big jump there. I need one more key. I need one more key, and I need to find the switch. I haven't seen it. Maybe I should just keep my eyes peeled for the switch, and that'll help me figure out what I need to do. Yeah, let's try to pay attention for a switch, because that should be the solution. We found recently that chickpea paste is a thing, and it's super good. Lots of protein and fiber. Ooh. Fluorescent. I've never tried chickpea paste. Chickpea paste. It's very funny to say. That's a funny word, and I like it. Chickpea paste gets a 10 out of 10. You guys, am I crazy? Or did I move one of these before? Because I could have swore that I moved one of these. I could have swore that I pushed this earlier. Am I crazy? Because I know that I pushed this. I know that I pushed this up. That's why I keep walking over here. I definitely moved it. I remember it. I remember it happening. I'm crazy. I'm insane. I can't even remember straight anymore. Pushing these. Whoosh. No, none of it works. Maybe killing these guys will do something? Because I don't think that I've killed all the skeletons yet. I didn't do anything great. We need the bird beak. There's nothing up here. We already got that treasure. That's good. I still don't see the switch, though. Yeah, so there's a secret door here that I broke through. Good, good, good. Very nice. And this is the way where I came from. I don't see the switch. I don't see it anywhere. Because that won't be on the map, I don't think. There's these guys. Maybe they're unkillable. I bet that these guys are unkillable. Go back to the first room. On the first level, you have a small hallway to the side of the big hallway. What? Small hallway? Yeah. But there's a tent. There's a tent in the way. And the tents I can't go through yet. You have to boost through those. You have to boost through those with the zoom, and I can't do that yet. I will be able to do that eventually, but I can't do it yet. Okay, that just goes up. We've already done that. Those were Dodongos. Oh, so you can bomb them. You can kill them with bombs? If you can kill them with bombs, then I think I'll just do that. Because that's got to be the solution. Need bombs to kill them? What? I think I vaguely remember that. I do vaguely remember going, wow, you literally have to land every single bomb to be able to kill these guys. I did remember that at first. Like, it takes like 5 bombs to kill them each. So you have to have your full pack, I think. I think that is the solution. So what, I just need to go back and forth? Exactly, great. You have to do an exact amount of bombs. Splendid. I doubt that these are gonna respawn, right? No, they're not gonna just keep giving me that. But if I died, would they keep giving me that? If I die, do I get more bombs? I think last time I actually left the dungeon to buy more. I think I actually just left. But there's pots at the beginning of the level, so I could keep dying. If enemies don't respawn, the items don't come back. Ah, that makes sense. It's locked. Don't worry, Lonk. Don't worry, Lonk. We're going to throw ourselves off the edge, you silly. Oh, that doesn't kill you very quick. Kill me. Thank you. Thank you. I need some bombs. Thank you. I can't believe that I wasted those bombs walking through the door then. Can't believe that I just like held the bomb over my head like, oh, we're testing mechanics. Oops. Slime OP. Good. I know. The slime's better than falling off into a bottomless pit. You fall into a bottomless pit. Only a little bit of hurt. But slime, endless hurt. Okay, this works. Great. Just get all of our bomba. I think we can only hold 10, so. Boom. I'm gonna just double check. Gonna double check if I can hold any more, but I'm pretty sure I've never seen more than 10. Maybe we could get another curse. If we could get another curse, then we could probably hold more bombs. You can hold more. Nice. That's 14. Let's get some more. Maybe you can go up to 15, 20? Maybe they're endless. Maybe you can have 9,999.
Bam.
Yum, 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 yum. 18. Yeah, let's get as many as possible in case I miss a shot. In case I miss a shot on those chompy dudes. On the big biters. 19. We didn't hit the limit? Dude. Holy moly, look. 22. 22 bombs. Kenny missing? Never. Oh, well, you can see why I'm investing a little bit. I'm investing, okay, Bohemian Moon? I'm trying to make sure that we don't suffer too much, all right? There will be suffering. Mark my word. But we will minimize it. I guess it goes up to 30. Might as well grab them all. This is like the easiest way to get free bombs. Free bombs. Just a little bit of spam. A little bit of delicious spam. Yum, yum. All right, 30's the max. There you go. 30's the max. It changed color. It's a sure sign in a video game that you've maxed it out. At least they hand you free bombs all the time. They're like, hey, kid, would you be interested in a free bomb? Okay, now we're gonna kill those big munchers. To the right. And hopefully we'll figure out how to kill those birds sometime soon because they are frustrating. They are annoying. Look at them with their big old eyeballs. Their big old eyeballs, pretending like they don't know what's going on while they're ready to kill us at any moment. Their beak is holding a knife and they're pretending like they don't know what's going on. The dodos alternatively so that you don't have one shaking its head. Do them alternatively? Let me kill these guys first. Eat that. It's good for you. You'll actually like it better than you think. Ah, he didn't open his mouth. Sorry, sucker. I think we might have to do it like while they're walking towards you, or while they're moving forward. Oh, if I miss, I can always just hold it. Oh, he didn't go for it. No, I don't lose his bomb. Yeah, get fed. Get fed. Me whenever I play a multiplayer game. Get fed. Yum, 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 yum. Delicious. No. No. Their backs are too strong. That is horrifying. That's actually heartbreaking. That's heartbreaking. They explode like a balloon. No, that's not nice. That's actually not even friendly. They explode. They pop. Yeah, they popped. That's actually heartbreaking. Just. You have awoken? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, you've returned. Kareem, how was the nap? I hope the nap was good. Also, hi there, Echo. What's up? Your hair is getting so long. I know, right? Look at it. Look at it. I look like an 80s action star. I need to get a wife beater. I need to get a wife beater and maybe some aviators. Take the portal back and go to the door to the left. Oh yeah, to get the boib. Or to get the boiby. To go get those stupid boibs. You've never heard of a wife beater? It's the white sleeveless shirt that's super skinny. I don't actually know its real name. I've heard it called that all of my life. I've never heard it's just a tank top. I don't know how to describe that exact thing except for the words that I just used. Oh, I've done that. Okay. Even Link's getting frustrated. What else can I... Oh, I can push that one. All right. I can't push anything else, I don't think. I think I might be out. Also, welcome back, Lupus. How was the Bioshock? Did you kill all of whatever you were trying to kill? Did you kill all of the things and get all of the magic powers? Okay, we gotta go over here. I think that this is where the birds are. Oh, get out of here. Lord Zenta, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. Alchemic said something about how the bird looks. BioShock was good, but you almost lost your save? If I die too many times in 1999 mode, I have to start over? That is brutal. Dang it! Well, that kind of works, right? Is that what you're supposed to do? Is that what you're supposed to do? Ah! Is that how you kill the birds? I mean, it works. If it works, it works. You're working on making a harbor town and a solo survival Minecraft world with shaders? Oh my gosh. Echo, that's so many things. That's so many things, but they work all together. That makes an incredible Minecraft experience. I actually haven't even been playing with shaders because I've been playing on the most recent thing. And I haven't fooled with them yet. Oops. Messed up. Messed up, you guys. I died. But I killed the birds, so that means that I can go through a locked door. Locked door. So 1999 mode, is that in the OG BioShock? Or is that in... Are you still playing Infinite? I thought that you were playing... Oh, yes. Floggy. Yeah, it's just whenever people leave the computer. But they say that they're lurking because it still benefits me. It still helps my my stats if you leave the stream open. If you leave the stream open unmuted, then boom, that counts as a view, and you're helping my stats. So shouts out to all the lurkers out there. Thank you very much. Lurking and listening. That's all that I do. He died. He died. Okay, so where does this bird go? It still works. It still works. Can I... Oh, stop. Stop. I can't hit you from here. What? That hit me? Come on, dude. Come on, dude. You gotta be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me. That definitely did not hit. Holy moly. 1999 is ultra hard mode. Means that everything hurts more and you die faster. Oh, I wonder how that is. I wonder how that feels. Your cat is shouting outside your door. Let the meow meow in. Let my people go. How dare you? How dare you? Take care of the meow meow. Give the meow meow pets. Give the meow meow a treat. He's gonna wreak havoc. Perfect. Perfect, Savvy. That's what cats are for. What do you mean? I'm confused. I'm confused. My cat is broken. No. Your cat is working exactly as intended. Well, that works, huh? I guess that works. But there's a boss door. I guess this is a dead end with money, pots, birds to kill. Confused. Oh, it's just got a key. It's interesting that it doesn't show keys on the screen unless it's in a chest. I guess you can always just count on killing all the enemies, eh? Let's spend it. We earn it, we spend it. Ooh, there's our Switch. There's our Nintendo Switch. This is what we've been looking for. That's what it's all about. That's what I'm looking for. That's what it's all about. I don't know where my beak is. I haven't gotten the beak yet. I'm beakless. All right, boom. The whole dungeon's gonna be different now because we just flipped our switch. And I can kill these birds over here, I think. If I use some brains. If I use a little bit of a brainiac combo. I don't know if I can hit them both at the same time. But I can definitely kill them a bit. Oh, he got me. He bamboozled me. Get over there. Get over there and get exploded. Okay. I'm not going to get bamboozled. I'm activating them both. Hey, that's right. That's right, you sorry sucker. You're going down. You're going down, clown. So they alternate. All right. Don't slide off the edge. Don't do it. Too stressful. Laura Senta. You're not even lurking. Laura Zenta says, exclamation point lurk and then 200 bits. Thank you for the 200 bits. Laura Zenta, I appreciate it. Thank you for the good luck. For the good luck and the hearts. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're not even lurking. Okay, I get it. Lurky bits. The best. Where's my next stream? Tomorrow. Tomorrow. We got to keep playing this game. We got to beat this game. But we're actually going to stop playing this game in a minute. But we have to beat it before Skyward Sword comes out. So we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow with some more shenanigans. More shenanigans. What time? 4 p.m. CT. Same time every day. Same bat time, same bat channel. And power washing? Yes, we're still power washing. We're power washing this evening, 100%. I have to see if we can do the treehouse. I've been teasing the treehouse for like 2 days. We are definitely doing power washing. Also, hi there, Honey Puff. Honey Puff, it's nice to see you.
Hello. Hello there.
Hope you're having a splendid day. Hello. Washi washi. Yes. We must use the washi tape. We need to go down. I need to go back to the beginning. Then there's 2 things to do at the beginning. Why did I just ignore them? Did I just walk past them like a big dum-dum? Don't check the pots for hearts. I'm playing on hero mode. There's no hearts in the pots, LSR. There's no hearts in the pots, but I'll tell you what I do have though. I do have this fairy bottle, but I think I'll save it for the boss. But you did just remind me that I have a fairy bottle. That was dumb and an accident. That was dumb and an accident all at the same time. Okay, so where does this lead then? Where does this go? What? Laura Zenta! Oh my gosh, look at this boogie. Look at this boogie we just got. Oh! I gifted sub for Honey Puff.
122384
Laura
gifted a tier 1
thank you
sub
for the
to Honey Puff
generosity.
Monster.
Goodness gracious.
They have given 204 gift subs in the channel.
Laura Zenta. Thank you for the gifted sub for our friendo Honey Puff. Aw, yeah. Honey Puff. Look at that. You got yourself a beautiful badge. You got all of the emotes. You got a movie night ticket. What more could you ask for? What more could you ask for? Thanks for passing out the subbies. I appreciate it. What'd you say? You won't be able to be here for much longer? No worries. Floggy, that's why I stream like almost every single day. Because I just like soak it up all the time. Soak up all the time that I can with my friends, all right? No worries. No worries. You just watch whenever you want, and I'll be here. Boom. Just whenever you want. I'm here for you whenever you're bored. Whenever you're bored and you don't know what to do, hopefully the Earl will be online too. What are we doing? Oh yes, we have to flip that switch again because it unflips apparently whenever you die, which is a real hassle. A real hassle. Yes, this is the right way. We are going the correct way. We are big braining it right now. Oh, look at that. Now we're extra powerful. We can kill everything in one schmack. One schmack of the hero sword. I'm out. Let's not die this time. Yes, this is the way to go. Boom. Now we just live and don't get killed by a goop. I know, the new emotes are so cute. I love the new emotes so much. They're adorable. As soon as I have more slots, I will commission more. I think Arisa might be working on 1 or 2. We'll have to see. We will have to see. Okay, we've got 2 lives left. Stop goofing. Stop goofing off. Come on down here. Yeah, he's got to come down here. I'm scared of the plane difference. Get down here, you dum-dum. Can I hit past his shield, though? Feels like I should be able to. All right. I'll take that map. No worries. What? What is that? What? I already had the map. I need a key, you dumb game. I need a key. I've already got 2, so I can go here. All right. I think that I just need to solve the slide puzzle. I think I'll solve the slide puzzle and we'll probably be good. Oh, hi there, Lemonberry. Lemonberry's here. Hey, and Calico's back. Guess who's back? Back again. Callie's back. Welcome back, Calico. I think we gotta leave this one alone, you guys. I wanted to see if there's something behind there. No. Thankfully, we don't need the we don't need to do that switch again. Man, this is slightly inconvenient. Just inconvenient enough to be frustrating. But we're actually just about where we need to go. We just need to go right. Let's figure out this slide puzzle. There's got to be a way to do this. Who's texting me on Discord? Shaking my head. Shaking my head. Let me just move some of these. That goes there. This goes there. Easy. Easy clap, you guys. Absolutely clapping this game. I can't believe it. Pegasus boots. Now we can dash. All right. There we go. Boom. That's how you do it. I didn't know that we get Pegasus boots in here. I thought that we were going to get like heavy boots or something. We got speedster boots. Speedster boots. So that means that we can speed through here, I think. Hey, Darren, I didn't know you were still here. What's up? Nice. Darren's still chilling. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay, now what do I do? I can't do this. What am I supposed to do here? I can't dash. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. That's not it. That's not it. Well, I can hit this wall, like, really good. Did you just see that? Oh, yeah, that's really solid work. Well, let's go to where I know we need to go. Am I gonna have to walk the long way around? This, they really put you through the ringer in this game. They're really making you dance. They're making this monkey dance. A Floggy, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. It was fun. It was nice to meet you, and it was even nicer to hang out with you. We'll see you later, friendo. Get yourself some good sleep. Get some good sleep. I hope that you have no dreams, or good dreams. Those would be fine as well. You can have good dreams if you want to. I'm just saying. Just have none of them if they're gonna be bad. But just have none. Okay, I get it. I know I'm about to die, and I'm walking all the way back to the beginning of the dungeon, and then I'm gonna die, and I'm gonna have to walk back up. Oh, you can stab him in the back. That's cool. Look a little bit up. Do not touch me. Do not touch me, you filthy, filthy bomb. Zoom. Yeah, we just gotta kill this guy, then we can kill the skeletons, and then we're a winner. Oh, this is why this is over here. That scared me. I thought he was gonna kill me. Now, if we can kill these bone guys without dying, then we win. That's right, you get in that corner and you die. Key? Better be a key. It better be a key. Money? What is this, capitalism simulator? I don't need money. I think that we can charge past this black hole now. I think that we have the technology. Yeah, I bet we've got the technology. It's just $300. It's just a mere $300. That's a drop in the bucket. I have Lego sets that cost more than $300. Okay, well, no, that's gotta be the way. Come on, we gotta zoom. Oops. Oopsie. Oops. Oops. All right, we just gotta aim. Gotta aim. My bad. My bad, but it's literally right here. Oh, what? What is that? Boo! Go, 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 go. No, 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 no. That's tricky. That's hard. That's hard. That's slippery, man. Come on. What? It's so slippery. There we go. Jeepers. Key. Ah, thank goodness. That's what we need. That's that delicious key. We should be able to beat the, we should be able to go everywhere now. We're the link that can go everywhere. I want to see if I can eat this bug. Bug's bothering me. Help. Please send help. There's a bug that's harassing me. Can I go up here? Maybe I should get like a bug zapper. Bug zapper, make them suffer. Let's just walk around. Why am I going to all this trouble? We're just taking the lazy way. Taking the lazy way, baby. That's what we need. That's what we need is just to spend all of our coins. Spend all of our coins, and we've still got, we could heal up for the boss. But I'm scared you get, oh. He's just trying to smear me from afar. I'm risking it, you guys. I'm putting the jar on my hand, but I have to be careful not to use it accidentally. That is a ugly looking guy, man. Now you're beautiful. You look more beautiful with that shocked expression on your face. Can I zoom and jump? Yes. Correct. Correct, actually. Killing birds one step at a time. Whammo! Whammo! Okay, I'm clearing out all these. I gotta find out what's in the... Oops. Oh, no. Okay, so now I know that I know how to get that other the other area. You can charge and zoom. That's what we gotta do. Boom. I love his little feet. His little. Listen to them. They're very cute. Whoa, 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 whoa. What do we got in here? Whoa, whoa. That's a lot of bats. That's a lot of bats. Don't like it. Wait, we don't even have the boss key. That's where the boss key is. I just wasted all this time. I just wasted all this time. Oh, wait. Well, I guess we needed this key. I would assume that wherever we need to go, we needed a key. Because there's an extra one. Yep, I forgot that you needed a boss key for this, but we've already defeated the enemies in here, so should be more convenient, maybe. Great. Now we gotta go back. That was the wrong button. That was the wrong... Oh. Okay, well, that might be slightly more convenient, to be honest. You've never played this one? It looks neat. It's a remake of the one that was on the Game Boy Advance. That was a remake of the one that was on the SNES, I think. But yeah, it's like it's an old concept, been rebuilt twice. But I do really like it. We got to do this part, but this doesn't require a key. Where's the last key go? Is that just to save your butt in case you messed up? I think that might be a backup key. I'm not sure what its purpose is. I do not know the purpose. That's fair. What is my purpose? You pass butter. Oh my god. I should be able to pass this with no keys. No key? No key. More like Loki. Aren't y'all enjoying the new show? Ow, dang it, I did it again. It's because B is the jump button, Nintendo. Nintendo. You train me one way and then you slap me on the wrist for doing it. Don't do that. Also, thanks for the follow. I don't know how to read that. Is that Eum? Eum? Is that how to say that? Hi there. What's up? Thanks for the follow. Zoom. That bug just hit me in the face. Did you see that? Did you see that bug slap me right in the face? There's actually a bug in this room, and it touched me. Touched me, and I'll never be clean again. Great. This is great. I'm glad to see that. Glad to see that game over screen for the like 15th, 17th millionth time, 70th time. More like, how many times have we died? Let's admit it, you guys. Let's admit it. Let's admit our faults together, you guys. How many times have we died? It tells you on the main menu. We'll have to check. We'll have to check. Do you remember whenever I said that I would do a deathless run? Ah, those were the days. That was a long time ago. That was a long time ago. I would have never said something like this run. No way. I would have never said that this time. I know better. The bug is just a fan. I wish the bug would run into a fan. You know what I'm saying? A tragic death. That's what I wish for this bug, Kim. A tragic one. The saddest death. The kind of death that makes you mourn for months on end. Not me. I'll be smiling. I'll be smiling, grinning ear from ear. No! Let me through! Boss time. Oh. It's the neener, dude. No, dude. It's the neener. Neener, you can't find me. Nya. Oh, no. I actually have no idea what this boss is. I don't remember. It's a hole. No, it's a shadow. It's a shadow creature. It's a shadow circle. Shadow the hedgehog. I bet it's a big goop. And it's birthing babies right now. Yep, it's dropping babies. Get down here. Oh, I think I gotta stand under it. I think I have to stand under it to sucker it down here. What is happening? Oh, maybe I gotta hit the wall? Yeah, that's what it is. Nice. Slime Eye! What? That's not a very clever name. Nintendo, you can't just name an eyeball that's Slime Eye. That's a shame. Oh, I think we gotta schmooze through this thing. What? Okay, watch this. This is what your parents never wanted you to find. No, dang it. Hang on. Yeah, there we go. He split. Starring James McAvoy. Do not slam on my head. Ooh, stun. Stunner. I don't think that hurts me though. Hope not. Hello? Hello? Okay. That kills you? I'm guessing that another one's gonna drop from the sky. I'm slightly confused by this boss. No, next thing, come on. No. What? No. It's another boss. It's another boss. It's not a teleport. Look, there's not a teleportation beacon here. No. What? That was the most... That boss rolled over and let me pet its stomach and then it ran away. That was the lamest boss in the game, man. That was less than a walk in the park. The puzzles in that dungeon were way harder than that. That was super lame. And it came with the lamest instrument too. Very fitting instrument. It's just a dinner bell. It's just a dinner bell. Waterfall. Subtle. Subtle messaging. It is hidden in the waterfall. Still subtle with the no hints over here. Dark Souls game. Goodness. Souls-like doesn't give you a chance. Doesn't give you a chance. Doesn't tell you a thing. You gotta just figure it out. You gotta figure out what's going on, you guys. It's all about experimentation in the Legend of Zelda. All about experimentation. You just gotta keep hitting your head against the wall over and over until you figure it out, you know? So many different ways to go. Go away. Oh, is that his name? Kaipora? Kaipora, is that his name? You took a nap in the park real quick, and then the boss level was over. Exactly. I took a little nap, and then all of a sudden the boss was dead. I'm pretty sure that the boss accidentally self-destructed. All right, so what do you want to bet that's over here? I'll bet you $10 million. I don't see a ladder over here. Fish. Do I have to become a fish now? Because you can talk to the fish lady, but I don't remember. Oh no, we've got to be able to have our hook shot. We got to have our hook shot for that. You can walk over here and you stay up top. If we go to the top here, maybe we can jump? I'm looking at these doors. There's a door here. I think we gotta go up here. Let's go to Dompe's shack. Everything in this game looks so cool. It makes me super excited for Legos, honestly. Everything's so shiny. So shiny and tiny. Tiny and shiny. Why this game looks like a diorama. That reminds me, I'm going to do a little bit of 3D art sometime soon. And if it all goes well, then I might stream a little bit of it. We'll see. We'll see. I've been looking at like low poly art style. I'm kind of interested in maybe making like an isometric room or something. Thinking that we might make some isometric rooms if I enjoy it. If I enjoy it, I mean it looks great. It looks great. I know the program. I've done stuff like that before, but like design, I don't know if I'll want to do that on stream, but I don't know. Maybe we can like search for a building together, and then we can turn it into a little 3D low poly diorama. It could be fun. It could be fun. It's possible. I'm thinking about it. I'll do like a test run of it sometime soon. Maybe in the next couple of days. Because I honestly was going to do it earlier today, but then I decided to go buy stuff. Then I decided to go spend my money. I bet up there might be a chance too. Oh, there. I did not know that stupid guy was going to be there. It's stupid big dummy. Stream elements. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Listen, Laura Senta, I'm sorry to tell you, but that bot can't hear you. That bot's not even listening. 3D art, eh? Neat. I've used a little bit of Blender before. I'd have to refresh my knowledge though, because Blender has changed a lot since I last used it. It is quite advanced now. I still feel like it'd be a pretty easy transition. I just know that they switched right click and left click, and it's gonna drive me crazy. I'm used to the old ways, okay? I'm an old hand. Oh, I bet you can make that jump. I bet you can make this jump. I don't know if you can make that jump. All of a sudden. Looks like you can maybe jump over there. Is there a spot for a hook shot? There's not even a spot for a hook shot, I don't think. What I'm looking at? What is this? That doesn't look like you can do it. Did they make it the exact length that you can't do? Got a couple more tries. Nah, looks like it's stopping me. Yeah, I don't think you can make that. I don't think you can do that. But coming over here's a new thing. I just realized that. We haven't been over here before. This is new territory. We're up on the mountain range. Up on the mountain range. Climbing up. Here we go. Waterfall. Oh. Let's go talk to that guy that's waving at us. Stop that. Stop waving. I see you. I would call out, but I'm a mute. Link is a protagonist. He should just go like, yeah. Everybody knows what that means. Enemy in it. Enemy. Easy. Well, I didn't expect. I mean, I knew there was an enemy in there, but I didn't expect for it to just. Didn't expect for it to just jump right on me. Okay, maybe I should have backed up a little bit. Maybe I should have used my knowledge to keep me alive, but you know, these things happen. It's probably that slime from that popular slime-based anime. I reincarnated as a slime and then I killed Link. That's his full name. Aye. Yep, Papa got lost just like he said. Now I'm so famished I can't move. Can you give me some vittles? Why is that highlighted? You're one cold hombre. Hombre, excuse me, not hombre. Okay, I'll get you some. Oh wait, no! Why is nope the basic? I can tell him that I'm gonna get it. I just don't have it yet. Gee whiz, I promise to pay you next week. Next week, Vittleman. Chill out, dude. I'll get you some food. Get you some table scraps. Steal them from the prince. I'm sure he has plenty of food. He'll at least have a fried frog, no doubt. French fried frog legs for my boy Papa. Alright. We're gonna maybe do like... We actually need to look at how far we are in this game. I need to know how far I am in this game because we're going to, I need to make sure that we can beat it in the next few days. So I'll keep playing to make sure that we can, win. To make sure that we can win. What is this, though? How do I get up higher? I am confused. There's this stupid big dumb waterfall that's in my way. That's not so nice. Maybe I can charge it. Yeah, that worked. Nothing harder than a stream of water. Boom, man, that's a tough wall. You'd think that he could at least get washed down the river. He could at least do us the benefit of getting washed down the river and dying, Link. So he needs victuals, eh? I remember it being on a like upper level. So let's go up here one more time and see if we can spy anything. Ow! If I can survive these stupid slimes. And there's no hearts. Normally you don't have to worry about it because all the enemies will drop hearts enough. Like all these bats, like out of all these bats, one of them would drop a heart, so I'd be healed up. Okay. So yeah, I need to go up there. How do I get up there? Can I go up on this right side? I see there's a hole down there. I know that you can turn off this waterfall using the buttons below. I guess that's what you gotta do. I guess that's what you gotta do. Because the vittles are up there. And we have to pass this waterfall, so I guess we gotta go all the way back down to the bottom. All we found out is that this guy's hungry. That's what we've learned so far. That's what that journey meant. That journey meant me hungry. Me hungry, Lonk. Me hungry, Lonk. Me need vittle. Little vittle. How do you get in here, though? There's a door. A door, very suspicious. Not much more suspicious than a door. I'm pretty sure that there's at least 2 or 3 things in this area that you have to have a, like the grapple thing for. What? I jumped. Oh, come on now. Watch, this is what I did. That's what I did the first time. Silly game, didn't realize what I was doing. If you're playing on hard, so nothing will drop a heart? Exactly. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is that hard mode is the reason why we're suffering. That's why we're sad. Okay, let's move over here and see what it says. You just like to suffer? Well, it's a little bit more interesting, right? Seeing the game over screen over and over, isn't that fun? Don't you like that? I did it for you. Just for you. Yeah, we need the key. It's the only way to live. Listen, if we're not suffering, we're not gaming. That's what I always say. We need the angler keyhole. Never been down here before. We got some speedster movements. We're an absolute speed demon these days. These days, the movement is unsuppressed, unadulterated, dead. I don't. There's got to be some things that we can do some like extra long jumps for now. See, there's stuff over here, but can you even make this? I doubt it. Nope, they mess you up because this is for that's for grapple. It is obviously for grapple. We need to toss bombs down those holes. Hey, what's up, Laughing Jack? How are you doing? Laughing Jack, it's nice to meet you. We need to drop the bomb. Forget the rules. Link runs by his own rules. Okay, here we go. That's it. That's it. Easy. Easy. Dang, it's so hot up in my wizard tower. Oh no, Darren, it is pretty spicy around here too. It looks like it's only 90 degrees outside. It's 90 Fahrenheit, of course. 90 Celsius and the house would be on fire. Would you like a fresh pinata? Yes, absolutely. I've got my bat already, Laughing Jack. I've actually got my bat ready, and I've been blindfolded this entire game session, so you know I'm ready. I'm game. I'm game if you are. Pinata time. Link just hit the pinata with his sword, and he cut all the candy in half. All that happened is that it just made a glitch sound, and that was it. It's 88 in your room? Darren, do you have a problem with your AC? Is your AC broken? Goodness. That stinks. Ugh. That is awful. I don't think that I've had to deal. No AC at all in the place? What? No AC whatsoever? That is madness, my friend, madness. In Texas, you cannot, there's not a place that doesn't have both. In Texas, every place that you can rent has AC and heat. It's literally impossible to live without it. But the, that reminds me of Japan, though, because I know that generally in Japan, they only have AC, so they never have a heater. That's why they have the, what is it called? The kontatsu, which is the table that's like heated. You can put your feet under it to heat yourself up. And they use heated blankets because they've got no heaters. And you're like the opposite. You've got no AC. That's crazy. That, I can't imagine it. I've never been to a place like that. I've only been to hot places. Even through my travels, I've only been to spicy places. Coldest place I've ever been, Colorado, and you can bet they've still got ACs over there. You want one of those tables so bad, it'd be worthless in Texas. Like 3 days out of the year, you'd be like, warm feet. Then the rest of the time, you'd just be like, wow, it looks nice. Okay, let's go check out the fish lady. Let's start fishing. Let's start fishing for trouble. I think that we can do a little double jump here now. Right? Wait a second. I don't even remember what we were doing over here. Link, you dummy. Link, you dummy. What were you thinking? Why'd you jump like that? Link, that's embarrassing. Hey, whatever works. Hey, that's the spot to land. Don't knock it till you try it. Don't knock it till you perish. What is down? Oh, it's a water area. You gotta have the mermaid suit for this. Whatever it is. You gotta have your water walking boots. So, looks like we gotta do something else with this big jump that we got. Looking over at that mermaid statue, and I'm thinking that the only way over there is by having the grapple hook. Grapple hook. Grapple. We have to grapple with these difficulty. Let's talk to the phone. Let's talk to the man in the phone booth. What? You're not a mermaid, Kenny? Oh, I'm a merman. I'm a merman. There's a reason why you haven't seen my legs before.
In the Yarna Desert, which is located to the southeast of the island, you'll find something called the Angler Key.
Yarna Desert, eh? All right, so that's where the key is. Great, thanks for telling me. I guess that's here. And there's got to be something that you jump. That's gotta be something that you hop. The temps can wildly between seasons. -36, dude. -36, or 100+ Fahrenheit. I'm not going to Canada. I'm not going to Canada. You know the meme where they're like, send him to Brazil. They got to change that to send him to Canada. They'll either freeze or burn, either one. Either way, they're dead. They're gonna suffer one way or another. If you're suffering, you might be in Canada. Oh, whoa. Nom, sip. What? Nom, sip. All right, cheers. Everybody, get yourself a sippy if you need one. Sip 'em if you got 'em. Oh. That was a loud sound. I'm sorry. I'm actually sorry about that. My bad. My bad. All right, we gotta maybe get the angler key and then we'll call it. I think. I mean, call it a game because I still want to do some. Dude, no. Dude, no, that's not. No way, that's not a thing. Can't do that. What the heck? That's another grapple hook. This isn't the desert. This isn't the desert. That's a grapple hook. Can't go up here. That's not Yarna. He said that it was east. That means that we got to go over here. Maybe we got to go on the waterfall route. No, we can't. We can't jump that. It's got to be this. You got to be able to jump. But look, it looks like a. I remember. This is a secret spot. This is a secret spot over there. There's just a bush that you have to chop. I remember because it was so stupid that we had to look it up last time. It's a stupid bush that's over here on the right that you cut it and then there's a entrance on the bottom. I hate stuff like this in video games. It's just wiki bait. That is what I shall coin. I shall coin that term as my own. It is called wiki bait. Maybe Google bait. Just tries to bait you into looking it up because it's such a stupid idea. Yeah, it's right over here, I think. Somewhere around here, methinks, and it's that hole, I believe. So what's the fastest way over there? We can't pass this pig skull right now. This is a dead end. Oh, that's a ferry, right? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me, you little overgrown bug.
You go in this jar!
You go in this jar where you belong. Big. Also, kill me, please.
I will capture your child and you will use your fairy magic on my broken Link body. You will use your fairy magic on my broken bones.
Imagine playing this game in 1993 when wikis weren't a thing. Yeah, that's whenever you had Nintendo Power Magazine, my friend. That's whenever you got to thumb through your new Nintendo Power Magazine because you've been so frustrated all week about this dang game and you've just been waiting for the mail. You've been waiting for the mail. When's it gonna arrive? Oh, it's finally here. And look at that. Says it on the cover. Tips and tricks. Also, your buddy Ted at school offered to tell you for a little bit of candy, but you knew that your Nintendo Power was nearly there. Oh, we'll see you later, LSR. Toodaloo! I didn't quite know what that wave meant. I thought that wave was like, hooray! But that wave was farewell, friends, forever. We'll see you later. We shall see you later, LSR. And then Link died. Do y'all remember that part of the anime? Never Link drowned, and Zelda cried. What? Where's my shield? What's the shield button?
Oh, I'm pressing the wrong button.
I was pressing the speedster button. I got so used to zooming around that I forgot how to defend myself. We're gonna get eaten bug if you don't be careful. It's a gnat. It's a gnat. I hate gnats. I need a banana. We need a banana or some vinegar. Need a banana, and then you can make a funnel out of paper, and then you can trap all the gnats inside of the banana tomb. Also, we can maybe go left, because I don't actually know if there's any real stuff that goes on the left. Maybe we can get some bonus hearts over here. No, get some bonus hearts for the kingdom and whatnot. Kill some fish. Ooh, we need that chain chomp to get that, right? What? How do we get it now that we don't have old Chompy? Maybe we can rent Chompy later. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Maybe I can ask the lady, or I can like unchain him and bring him over here. But we're just gonna schmoof here to the left and see if we've unlocked all the things that we need. This guy wants to. He's gonna receive a letter later, but do not have it yet, and I don't even remember where that person is yet. Okay. Yeah, I didn't even go in this cave earlier because I knew that it was gonna be baloney. Baloney. We didn't even have a jump back then. $5! Good job. You just earned $5, Link, for all your trouble. Then a test of strength. Also didn't have this. $20! Oh my gosh, he gave me a... I can't believe it. I thought that he might have given me a Benjamin. But all he gave me was a ugly old... I don't actually know who's on the $20 bill. Right off the top of my head.
Music, the fish stirs in the egg. You are there.
No, Matt. I don't have all the stuff. What are you talking about? You crazy old owl? How do you get up there, though? I don't actually know where that ladder is. Oh. Link gets squeezed to death. Link gets juiced. Did you have a shield a second ago? It just ate my shield? Link gets juiced like a lemon. Link gets his vital essences wrung out of him by a onion volcano. Let's ask the lad once more. Once more, you guys, we shall ask him about this desert. Bring. In Yarna Desert, which is located to the southeast of the island. Of the whole island. All right, so it really is in that corner, eh? It really do be in that corner. So how do we get over here? We gotta weave our way, go to the castle. We gotta make it to this puzzle. All right. I think I get it. I think I see how to do it. Kenny's too rich for 20s. Oh, what? I never said that. I never said that. If I saw a $20 bill on the street, I would greedily pick it up. I wouldn't even look around to see if somebody dropped it. I would just grab it, and I would stuff it in my pocket as fast as possible. Mine! All right. What? More shroom? I didn't even know that you could go back here. Ah. Is that just endless free powder? You could also just keep this mushroom in your pocket all the time. Nice. Oh yeah, there's a heart container in here. Good thing we came back. I'm glad that we're cleaning this up a little bit because there's a heart container in here. Nice. Okay, so now we have the power to pick up these skulls. It's such a pain because you have to get 4 pieces of heart. It's so many. 4 pieces. So we're at, what? 2. So we need a couple more. We got half a heart. My mom said I was born with half a heart. Better than being heartless. Do. Stabby. 4 is so many. Writing it down. Yes. Very desperate information. Make sure that you leave. Make sure that you keep the notes. Keep the notes. Honey, are you ready to play Link's New Awakening? Oh, I'll still take it. I've been watching professionals play the game. Now I know much better. Okay, 4 is too many. Let's see. We've already done the whole like banana mission. Already done the banana mission. I don't think there's anything else. Oh, we should try the dream. Because a heart has 4 chambers? Oh, what? Is that true? Is it not a gameplay based not a gameplay based number? I didn't know that it was atomically founded or anatomically, not atomically. What would atomically would be what, based on atoms? Anatomical would be based on a body. Based on the body. Yep. Yep, this is how you do it. Yep, did you not know that? Did you not know that you can just literally kill them just like this? Did you know that you don't actually have to, anatomical, yes, instead of anatomy, instead of atomical. It was the most atomical bomb that was ever made. Wow. Oh, look, it looks like you could maybe do it without the zoom. And then you'd get the money. But with the zoom, you can get the ocarina. Boom. Is this is one of the secrets. It's not even, well, it's not even a real secret. I think you have to have it, right? It's not an instrument? It's an ocarina. You don't know how to play it. Oh, excuse me? Excuse me? That was my magnum opus? It's the best thing I've ever played in my life. Don't know how to play it, my foot. But I guess there's somewhere to use that. I could have swore that there was like there's some super secret thing that you do with the graves. There's a very secret grave shine that we might not do first. Go talk to her again? Oh, can we play her little ditty? That's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe she'll teach me. She's like, oh, you learn. Hey, that's a nice ocarina you have there. Will you accompany me as I sing? Heck yeah. Oh, wait, do I actually have to do this on purpose? Hello! It's Obst! Hey, Obst, how are you doing? What's up? We're playing the cute Zelda game. The baby Zelda game. It's Zelda for babies. Crank it. No. I was saying that they look like babies. Not you're a baby if you play it. I wasn't saying that it was Zelda Light. L-I-T-E. It's Zelda Light for the children. How do you like it? It's really touching. It sticks in my mind so well. Now we know how to play the ocarina. I'll be a baby if this is baby Zelda. So I can't be a baby? No, I'm afraid not. You're all grown up. You have to be a baby boy now. Now you have to be a fully grown baby boy. No longer a baby. Fully grown baby boy. Whoa, he's got a little bit of flair. Zelda didn't teach you that, buddy. He is taking on this tune to mean he's turned it into his own song. That is not even what she, listen to this. Dude, I can't believe that I can't believe that he's already remixing it. He's already remixing music and he just learned how to play. He hasn't even earned his stripes yet, man. He hasn't earned that. He's not a real musician yet. You can't have fun. You're all grown up. No, thank you. Oh, look at that. Almost looks like we summon her. You see that? Look at the top. It's got her portrait. It's like it's her song. That's wild. That's wild and disturbing. I do not know how to actually use that. Maybe we have to get close to the mermaid and then we play the song of her and they're like, oh, you're taken. That's how you fend off the mermaids later. Okay, so there's a secret spot somewhere around here. I remember it. Yep, I think it's that bush. I think it's that stupid bush right there. That bush that makes me mad. It is. It is the bush. I knew it was the stupid bush. It's the random bush. The random bush that has very little indication that it is the way that you progress the entire game. You cannot beat the game without getting that bush. Without attacking that bush, the game literally cannot be beaten. Oh my gosh, look at that heart down there. How tempting. How tempting. And that's why we couldn't do it earlier. Because it had dang old tents in the way. Now what if I play this music right now? Will all the enemies die? All the enemies on the screen explode if you play that song. Whoops! Okay, I didn't know that you were electric eel. Bunny! We made it to Bunny Town. I can't believe it. The dog sound effects. This music. This has got to be the best track, right? This is the best track of the game. This is a great BRB music. Ah, sigh. On a nice day, we need a song from Marin. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's what you need? Oh, wait, I just played it. Maybe we gotta play it in, like, the town square. I gotta remember this song. This is great. I love this music. All right, Bun Bun, what do you need? You're in a desert. There's a way to get there from the south, but you might not be able to get through if that lazy walrus is in the way. Ah, we probably have to play a ditty for the old chunkster. Also, this is some big carrots. The carrots are bigger than my head. They're sizable. They're sizable, to say the least. We got to get back there and get that heart container. Ah, yes. Another crocodile. Yes. Wait, its name is what? Shuldonovich? Yeah, I am Shuldonovich. The mermaid statue by the bay is my masterpiece. To tell you the truth, that work is not complete. The art, it's difficult for you to grasp, is it not? It's, creative. Looks like Splatoon 2. Looks like you are trying to envision Splatoon. Go away. All right. Just so blunt. So rude. Also, fun fact for you. Doom Guy in Doom owned a bunny. What, before he chopped its head off? Doom Guy's horrible. Hey, did you know that the animal village... I'm sorry, that was mean. Yeah, it's not large enough to be called Dreamshine. Maybe that's gonna sound so true. I don't know what you're saying. I don't actually know what you said. I'm going to ignore you. And I'm going to talk to this Animal Crossing villager. He loved his bunny. He even has a painting of them in his ship. Is this true? I didn't know that Doom Guy was actually a sweetheart. You don't know the proper etiquette when dealing with a lady, do you? Call out. Calling me out like this, Christine. You should have brought flowers or something. Then I might be more inclined to talk to you. Oh yes, in my case, hibiscus are the best. I'm not inclined. I don't actually care to talk to you, Christine. I can't. I just destroyed all your pottery. That's how I feel about your rules and regulations. You can't tell me what to do, Christine. I will smash all of your crockery. What is that? Is that the chicken making that noise? What was that sound? Okay, there's pots. You have to play Doom because the guy has a bunny? Sorry, I don't make the rules. I'd play the OG Doom. I'd play the original Doom on like DOSBox or something. Totally. I'm totally down. Look, a bunny. A bunny. Named Harold. No, his name's Rabbit. I can't go to the Maybe Village because of all the monsters. I hope Marin is all right. Oh, Marin's dead. Ah, Big Bear. Beluga Bear. Hi-ho. Hey, you. Do you possibly have a honeycomb? I just ran out. Would you swap it for a pineapple? Yes. Give me that pineapple. You exchanged a honeycomb for a pineapple. It's not as sweet, but it is delicious. It's not as sweet, but it'll ruin your gums. Whoopee! Hi-ho! Yes, I know that tub of goo is asleep right in the way of... That tub of goo? Is that what he just... Did he just call the walrus a tub of goo? Once he's asleep, he won't budge for a long time. But hey, take little Marin and wake him up with her singing. That slob would wake up... would jump if he heard her sing for sure. Dude. Fat slob. Big goop. Slug. They're mean. They're mean to this poor walrus. This poor walrus is just living his best life. You protect him at all costs. Oh no. Linz, you know that if I play Doom, then that bunny's gonna be dead in 10 minutes. I would try to protect it, but listen. You know how whenever you are really good with... You're really good with plants, then you're called a green thumb. If you're really bad, you're called a black thumb. Well, there's no words to describe that I'm not that good with animals, I don't think. Every time that a dog sees me, it wants to bite me. Every dog wants to bite me. I don't know why. Entrance to Yarna. See, look, oh, he's sleeping. He's cute and he has a booger. Awaken. Awaken, my master. Marin. how do you get that from him? How do you hear that in snores, huh? Huh? Where are you getting that, Link? You coming up with your own nonsense over here. Okay, stop! I pressed the wrong button. Stop jamming out. Boy, I said stop jamming out. I'm trying to get this heart over here. Whee! You call people bad with animals monsters? What? You call people bad with animals monsters? What? You call people bad with animals monsters? What? Since when? When have I ever said that? Dogs don't like me. They bite me. They bite me every time that they see me. They're like, oh look, lunch. Mmm, yum yum. Yum yum, streamer. Okay, so we've got to convince her to come over here and wake up old Walrus. Old Wally. You got to get Wally up one way or another. So I think that we have to go talk to, we got to go talk to her and just, now listen. She wouldn't agree to help us with our mission, so we're going to have to just tell her that there is that there's a secret show that we have to do. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, dude, we've been invited to do a concert for Mr. Walrus. Mr. Walrus wants to listen to your beautiful singing. Oh goodness, it's getting late. We need to do power washing. But this game is so engaging. It's got me stuck to it. Stuck to it like glue. I can't wait to see what happens next. You're getting sleepy, so you're gonna log off? All right, get some sleep. And it was nice hanging out with you. Get some rest. Get some rest. And we'll see you sometime soon. Night night. Get some schlep. Now all the Norwegians go to sleep. Oh yeah. Let's talk. In the Yarna Desert, you need the angler key. Okay, we need the angler key, but I get it. Where is my girlfriend? But she was right up here. Where has she gone? See, look, where did she go? Also, there's something to do with this guy. You do something with this. I don't remember what it is. What does it say here? Here sleeps the flying rooster. Sleeps? Wake up! Wake up, Jeff! He's still asleep. He's a sleepy boy. Maybe there's a... we gotta do something, but we did get a pineapple. That's true. A token of gratitude. Who wants a pineapple in this world? Who wanted a pineapple? I can't think of anybody that's been in our way yet. I know that crocodile was doing art and that hippo was really nasty to us, but I'm trying to remember who's in our way right now. Pineapple. Maybe it's for later? Maybe give it to a mermaid. Mermaids love pineapples. Yeah, well, we can go back to the village, I guess. Because I don't see my girl. My lady. Hips. What'd you just say? Did you know that Kenny is very sweet? It's true. One wholesome bean and one wet. Go to bed, Anne. Anne, you're very sweet. You're very sweet. Now go to bed. Now get some sleep. How dare you? How dare you? There will be no more compliments. Compliments will now be banned. For all of the rest of 2021, compliments will not be available. We're sorry for the inconvenience that this may cause, but Anne also needs to go to bed and get some good sleep. You gotta go raid in WoW soon? I love this. Lupus is like, don't leave! Also, I've gotta go. Don't leave! Or, what Wait, no, she wants a hibiscus. She can't have a pineapple. That's actually, she won't even appreciate that. Hey, Laura Senta, thank you for the 100 bits. Yes, I'm sure Donovich. All right, I get it. He doesn't need the pineapple, though. Oh, you're going to be lurking? You're going to be lurking it up, enjoying some raids. By the way, whenever I was talking about WoW, I wasn't trying to be disparaging. I just had to pick what was right for me. And I felt like Final Fantasy was right for me. WoW does look very fun. There's a way to get to the south, but there's a lazy walrus. Yes, I know. I know this. Also, did I thank you for those 100 bits, Laura Zenta? Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Thank you. Monsters. Because of what? Happy
You're not super awesome and calming. Your voice isn't not super calming. Your streams don't not make my night. Loophole?
No, don't not. You're not this, you're not that. I don't know if that counts as a loophole. You're very sweet. I'm glad that you enjoy hanging out. Are you? I'm glad that I can play video games and that gives you something. I'm glad that me playing video games does something. That to me is miraculous. WoW was a lot of fun. At the moment they made the game, at the moment they game, people be on every day. Play was right for you. I've been playing WoW for about 11 years. People like they're a family. Yeah, I was gonna say that the articles that I was reading, they were basically saying for new players. That's why I chose Final Fantasy. It's because the Final Fantasy seemed better for new players, but I mean for established players, like you know what's going on. You know what's going on. So they said that there's too many monsters at this village. Oh, she's by the water. That's where she is. I remember now. I remember. She goes down to the beach. She goes down to the beach. I remember. Dang, it's just random. There's no reason to know that. There's no reason to know that she'd go down to the beach. Except for the fact that I've done this before. Howling Crow, what's up? How are you doing? Alchemic's like, yay, he remembered. I'm sorry, Alchemic, that you remember everything better than me. I'm trying. It's been a little while since we played this game. A little while. It takes me a minute to brain game. I have said nothing. No, you didn't. I know. I know. It was just a guess. It was a guess. Also, let's see if we can take this guy. Can we bring him? Maybe you can do that later. You were in WoW for a while, and then you're like, the story got weird. What? Playstyle went sideways. I know that the playstyle is very different. I'm also dum-dum. So I thought that Final Fantasy would be easier. Because Final Fantasy is, the like time that it takes to cast stuff is way slower, apparently. Apparently, WoW is like super quick attacks. Which, is harder. In Final Fantasy, you kind of always know what to do. You know your combos. You know your combos and they're easy to pull off. But I think that WoW's more about timing. More about timing. Not about it, just more about it. Alright, here she is. By the beach. Which I just happen to know because I played this game before. Oh, Link, I'm glad that you found this place. Will you stay and talk to me? Yeah. Sure. What does that mean? You can't, there's no talking in this game. At least, I mean, it's pretty. Aww. It's cute. These characters are so cute. I wonder where these coconut trees come from. They probably come from the ground, like they grew up and stuff. Taran says that. Malice, thanks for the dance party. Oh, snap. Yo, thank you for the 18 months. Oh my gosh, in tier 2. Yo, Malice, it's nice to see you. Thank you for the support. Oh yeah, can we get some hype in the chat for Malice celebrating 18 months? Holy moly. That's like 2 children. That's like the length that it takes to birth 2 children. That's insane. Malice, it's nice to see you. Hello. We're on the beach. Taran says there's nothing beyond the sea.
Taran lied.
But I believe... This music? That... I know that it's in the main song, but... Man, that just like activated something deep in my conscience. My consciousness. That... It's so pretty. That's so pretty. I love it. I've definitely heard this music like in a Legend of Zelda soundtrack roll-up or something. This is your favorite leitmotif for the Ballad of the Windfish? Ooh. Yeah, that part is beautiful, man. It's got some Terraria music on top of it. That's how the entire Terraria soundtrack sounds. I don't know that much about music, and I don't totally understand leitmotifs. But I do know... I have watched a lot of, like, YouTube music guys, so I learned a little bit. At least I know how to pronounce it. Oh, you're getting ready to raid, but you want to swing by and say hi? Hey, Malice, it was nice to see you. Thanks for jumping in. I don't know if you know, but I started playing Final Fantasy, so now I raid. Now I know what raids are. Kind of, I guess. Leitmotif is just a reoccurring melody? That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. That it was just like a but there's leitmotifs for characters though, right? Or is that something specific? Because I thought that, do characters have leitmotifs? So it'll come back, the little chunk of music will be played again, maybe by different instruments or with different stuff in the background, but it like reactivates that character or the idea. Okay, that's what it is. It's just it's a chunk. It's one little chunk of music that's for a character or for an idea. Typical person, idea, or situation, yeah. Sadness. When I discovered you, Link, my heart skipped a beat. Oh my. I thought this person has come to give us a message. Oh, it's destiny. Link's so awkward. If I was a seagull, I'd fly as far as I could. I would fly to a faraway place and sing for many people. She wants to be a star. If I wish to the windfish, I wonder if my dream will come true. She keeps looking at him. It's so adorable. She keeps like checking his response because he won't say anything. Yeah. Hey, Link, are you listening to me? I want to know everything about you. Oh. Good save. Good save. You're totally good. Hung? Huh? The walrus wants me to go to him? Well, all right, let's go. You're going to head out? All right. Get some... What? We have acquired her. You got Marin. Is this your big chance? We've acquired her. Nice. You have acquired waifu. Incredible. Look at that. Now that's nice. Now that's my favorite item in the game. Objectify much? Goodness, Link. I'm embarrassed. You're gonna head out? You didn't get much sleep last night? Oh no. I hope that you sleep better tonight. Lens, get some rest. Get some rest. It was nice to hang out with you, Lens. We'll see you later. We'll see you later. Put on shelf. Keep safe. That's what I did with my waifu. All my waifus are on my shelf. Oh wait. Oh, she walks behind me. Look at her. She zoom. The music. It sounded kind of like Toad's Treasure Tracker. Look at that. We've got her, so we got different music. Now I feel like a real hero. Now with a damsel to defend, I feel like a real hero. I have to show off. Whack. La 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 la. Watch me flexing on these Octorocks. Flexing on these Octorocks. Come on. Chop chop. Chop chop. Let us go to the walrus and we will sing to it. And then we will end the game for today. But we must deal. Stop. That chain chomp was freaking me out. Don't you dare chomp Marin. Or however you say that name. Come along. Chop chop. Let's go wake up this walrus. And then we'll be able to go to the desert tomorrow. Boom. There we go. The music's kicking back in. Nice. The chain chomp just wants pets. It's true. He's actually a good boy. He's actually a good boy, but I like to tease him. All right. Let's go. Whoops. Let's go play a little song for this sad, lonely walrus. Mostly just sleepy. The animals are like, it's her. She's back. Come along. Let us play a song together. Oh wait. Maybe we should just talk to her first instead of just jamming out. Not very good. Eh? Did I say something? No, you're hearing things. What? Did she just say not very good? Yes, it's that lazy walrus. Shall we give him a little surprise? What do you have in mind? Sure. I need her to help me be able to... Oh, the boy woke right up. Look at him, and they were insulting this boy. Shaking my head. What a cutie. What a cute trunk. Aha! Wow, it certainly woke up with a start. I can't believe that they were talking bad about my friend Wally the walrus. Huh? Oh, he's calling me. It's the same as always. Ha! Link, I'm gonna go to the animal village. Please drop by, okay? He's leaving. She's out. She's out. She's like, all right, I did your singing. Now let me get out of here. All right, Link, I did your thing. Now leave me alone. All right, you guys, we're gonna call it here. We're gonna call it here. And if you'll let me switch games, then we'll do like a quick power wash, okay? We'll do like a quick power wash or something. Oh, you've been gnomed. You've been what? Have I been gnomed? Okay, we're gonna save again. Yarn and Desert instead of Maybe Village. No longer Maybe Village. Definitely game. Okay, so what am I gonna do? Let me see. I think because I'm switching stuff, I'm actually gonna go to the screen really quick, you guys. Just give me a second. Let me switch you these games. I will switch you these games. Okay. One moment. Let me switch a cable really quick. Oh yeah, I can also turn on some music because we're gonna need music while we're doing the power washing. So let me turn on the let's put on like Summer Nintendo. Summer Nintendo. Music, let's see. Beach music, that's what we want. Whoa, that was loud. You scared me, Mario. Crap, Mario, you better chill out, dude. All right, boom. Let me switch these cables real quick. Boom. Screen goes out. Screen goes out. Good night. Oh, are you headed out, Ito? Are you heading out? You're saying GN. Does that mean good night? I don't even know what that means. I actually don't properly know what that means. All right, we should be good. We should be good. Okay, so if I switch over to this, oh, it's still got it going. Let's turn that off, and we'll turn on our. Let's see, display capture. But we're gonna do display number 3. There we go. turn off our filters really quick. No color correction necessary. It'll look nice as it is. It's already sized up properly. Boom. We're ready for a little bit of washing, you guys. Ready for washing? Why is Cuphead so creepy? I think that you don't like old animation, right? I thought that you were creeped out by it, right? Yeah, I thought that you didn't like old animation, and we like talked about it. I thought that we talked about this before. I'm confused. Don't forget the streaming category. Alchemic will likely take care of that for me. Thank you, Alchemic. Bada bing, bada boom. Alchemic, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that wasn't you? Well, I don't know. You got to tell me, Calico. This is the second time that you've confused me today. This is the second time that you've confused me. Okay, so let me just say you have you say. Let me just read it exactly. You said why is Cuphead so creepy? That's your opinion, so you should know. Also, is it better than Breath of the Wild? No. Why is Breath of the Wild bad? I don't know why you don't like it. I love it. So, I don't know. You gotta tell me. I don't know why you don't like Breath of the Wild. To me, it's great. So is it a special? No. Where's the treehouse? Is there no treehouse? Oh yeah, and you can do challenges now. That's another update that's really nice. Free play? No. Okay, so what is the... So do we have to clean the fire station first? Is that what the deal is? Because I don't see the treehouse. Art bad. Yes, it is, Nightbot. There will be no art. No art whatsoever. But yeah, Callie, like, so firstly, I don't know, what do you find creepy about it? Like the animation or the fact that they're talking with the devil? Like, what is creepy? What is creepy about it? I mean, the animation's old. The music, it sounds like it's being played from a gramophone. Did I miss the Red Bird bid? Oh, I could play that right now. Let me find one of the ones that I was watching earlier. It's probably all in my history now. It's a Red Bird. Red Bird meme compilation. That's kind of scary. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about a compilation of them. Okay, let me just pause my music for a second. Let me see if I can just start from the beginning really quick. Okay, here's Bird. Here's Bird. Here's Red Bird. Hopefully you can hear it. It's not too loud. Oh, I need to pause music. Here's Burb. There it is. It's that noise. That noise. And then it just stares. It's intense. It's a scary bird. Don't know what his problem is.
Remember, the goal is the castle. Get to the castle. Who wants to go first?
It's that bird. Wait, why does it do that? What's wrong with this bird? What happened to this bird? Why does it go? Wait. I don't know what's wrong with the bird, but there's something wrong with it. They need to take care of this bird. This bird needs help. Let me see. Yes, it's this one. Let me see. Am I embarrassed by any of this history? Okay, no, I'm not. Here it is. It stares. That sound effect is too great. I love the super serious music that goes whenever it just stares. Look at it, it's so judgmental. It's so judgmental and hateful. I can't believe that a bird would act like this. He just stares at you. You fool human. Don't you understand what I'm trying to tell you? Well. There's the bird. There, now you see the bird. Now you know. Now you know all that you need to know for your next job. Now you know what you need to know. That should be the next sound that we could play with acorns. It's a little bit long, but we could. I love it. I love this bird. It's very important. You know, TikTok has lots of stuff like that. Oh, really? Is that true? Oh, that's fascinating. You know, I was just talking about TikTok with Garrett and how he deleted it and he's enjoying his life more. That's wholesome. That's actually really wholesome. I'm surprised that this streamer would talk about that. I was watching the Earl of Suds, and it was not the best broadcast, but you know what? He started talking about how his roommate deleted TikTok, and he started living a better life. And you know what? That made me so happy. And I slept really well that night after the Earl of Suds stream. It's nice to hear good stories like that. It gives you hope for humanity, you know? People deleting TikTok, I mean, we can imagine. We can imagine. Imagine the spammability of it. I mean, we could make it slightly more expensive since it's a little bit longer. We could make it a tiny bit more expensive. You know, a little premium, a little burb premium. You know, earlier, Arisa's not here. Earlier, I was on a call with Arisa, and I was trying to make that sound. I was going, and then I was like, Arisa, you do your best one. And she was like, no. And I was like, come on, make bird noise. And she was like, maybe later. I was like, you'll never do it. You'll never do it. You're too ashamed of your bird voice. Shaking my head. Never be a voice actor with that attitude. There's absolutely nothing wrong with making weird bird noises and embarrassing faces for the entire world to see. You do have plenty of channel points. You could literally the whole time. Be your best bird. Orisa, take wings and fly. Take wing and fly. Fly up to space. Oh yeah, they fixed some other stuff. So they made it so that the so like this highlight that shows up, they made it last longer, for example. So they make the highlight last longer. And they also made it so that the checklist of the things that you need to clean actually shows up whenever there's only 3 things left. Whenever there's only 3 things left, then it'll just automatically show you the things that you're lacking on the side of the screen. It's so nice. I haven't seen it yet. I'm just saying it sounds nice, all right? It sounds good. Yeah, so that'll be easier. I know that the soap works better, but I don't really see the point in using soap, honestly. I don't really care about no soap. I don't care about cleaning no house. I like it dirty. I just want to wash it off, all right? I don't want it to actually be clean. I want it to be clean, not sanitary. Let me go a little back and forth here. Oh, yeah, they specifically updated the game for him. Oh, yeah, Markiplier played the game, so they do updates. Yeah. It's a Markiplier effect. It's true. It's true. I read about it on Crunchyroll. Clean it up. Oh, wait. So, let's get some eyes on this thing. So we got a couple of these doors. What's nice is that there's no interior business. There's no work to do on the inside. It's so good. All you got to do is just clean up literally everything outside. It could be yours, Bohemian, for the low price of 100,000 bits. Oh my gosh, what? The sarcasm emotes? Oh yeah, the low price. What an affordable image. What an affordable image that Kenny edited in GIMP. It's worth every penny, I can assure you. Not only is it unique, but it's also, I mean, it's premium. It's a premium product, what can I say? It's one of the best things that I've ever made. It's the only reason that I call myself an artist. Me? Well, I do a little art, but I wouldn't always call myself an artist. I mean, sure, I've made some of the best emotes in the entire world. But who's to say what really is art? I think that you make art too. You seem like an artist to me. Sure. Your little art is worth something, you know? Not saying that mine is better than yours. I'm just saying, do you have the best Twitch emote award of 2019? I don't know. Only 97K left to go. Oh my gosh, Kim, you're right around the corner. Kim, that's only like a little bit more. That's only a tiny bit more. I've got my money's worth out of it, I'll be honest. Your money's worth. It's true. This spam has been excellente. It's been excellente. I mean, whenever I made that emote, there was only one person that had it. There's only one person that could have it. And it was a perfect match. What can I say? It was a match made in heaven. All right, where... Did I miss one of these main things? I feel like I did. I'm confusion a little bit. I'm wondering if this chrome is its own object. I cannot tell. It might... The only problem with objects sometimes is that they like continue along the edge a lot. Sometimes I have trouble figuring out what is an object. What is an object? It's a question we asked today. Looks like all of this cladding, quote unquote, is like a huge piece. One day in 80 years, you'll have that emote? That's pretty quick. I'm glad that you have so much hope for your health. I hope that I never die. I'll grow to be age 2000. I'll be the first 2,000-year-old man using technology and a lot of dental floss. Lots of flossing. You don't want to skip a single day of flossing if you want to live forever. That's what my granddad always says. And my great-great-granddad and my great-great-great-great-great-great-granddad, he told me it last week. We love goals. Yes, indeed. The goal right now, that's why I'm excited about Zelda. Because I was driving around and I saw the GameStop. I saw the GameStop and I saw the sign for... Maybe I was just like in super... Maybe I was in like super greedy goblin mode. Because I had just gone and gotten a Lego set, and then I drove by and I saw a sign for Skyward Sword, and I was like, me want all the games. Me want to go in there and buy a game. I didn't realize that it wasn't out yet. But the greedy goblin mode activated in my brain, and I realized, oh, if I make this into like beating all of the Zelda games, then I'll definitely enjoy playing it. Wait a minute. If I can just pretend like this is a challenge to beat all of the Zelda games, and that's a goal, then boom, now I want to play it. Weep, weep. All right. Window clean? Looks like it. Everything is shiny clean. This place is shining. Spit shine. Oh boy, I don't know if we're going to be able to... I don't know if we can clean this entire building. Maybe we can at least clean, maybe this main building, and then we'll do the burn building later. I did promise that we would clean, but I don't even see Kareem here. Shiny! Lovely! Thank you so much for keeping up Shiny's legacy, Kim. Thank goodness. Thank goodness somebody's here to keep the Shiny alive. While Shiny sleeps. We will never stop with the sparkles. Washy washy. Whee! I believe in you, streamer. Oh! We can do it. Maybe. We'll see. It's a big building. It's a big building. I also kind of like, I like saying, oh, I don't know if we can do it, and then doing it. Feels good, man. Is this even done? What's up with the... Oh, the window frame is done. I didn't even notice. Can you use the ladder on the ground to get up top? Oh, yes. Yes. Not only is there a ladder, but there's also a scaffolding. Scaffolding that got unlocked a few missions ago so that we can, like, stand and spray for really tall stuff, which we're going to need to do for the exterior of that, like, practice building out there. But, yes. There's a ladder and there's a step stool. Feels very good. What is that big old ball? Is that a light? It is. I couldn't tell if that was a giant... I thought that might be a giant bell. A big bell. Ring that bell. There's a fire right now. Somebody get to the bell. Get to the bell tower, Quasimodo, quickly. The town's on fire. We need Quasimodo up there. He's sleeping, sir. Wake him up. The town's burning. We have no time for Quasimodo to be sleeping. Up and at him, Squirt. We got to get moving. I'm trying to remember. What's the name of the evil guy? The evil guy on... His name is... Ooh, let me see if I can remember. It's Quasimodo and... what is his name? I'm trying to remember the bad guy's name. Something Frollo. His name is... something Frollo. Frollo. It's... Hair Frollo, I think? Oh, Claude. That's what it was. Okay, Claude. Well, I got the Frollo part anyway. Sweet Frollo. What a bean. What a bean. He's the kindest villain. I feel like he got a bad rap, you guys. Of all of the Disney villains, Frollo to me is the most understandable and honestly underrated. He's a really good guy in a really bad situation. Oh, we'll see you. Darren, yo, we'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out, my friend. Hope you enjoyed. Enjoy the rest of your evening, my friend. Please try to stay cool. Try to stay cool. It ain't safe out there. Sorry you got no AC. But I hope that you can get some good rest anyway, my friend. Enjoy the rest of your evening. You washing it. Oh, yeah. Until the next one, you bet. If I'm in your chat, you're in my chat. It's going to happen. Any minute now. He's very underrated. You love him. But considering that he's trying to kill off or demonize... No. I was teasing, Del. Oh, my gosh. It was a joke. I was hoping that everybody would be like, how dare you? How dare you? He's a horrible person. I thought that we'd all be together on this one. I was kidding. I don't like him at all. He tried to kill a baby at the beginning of the movie. It was like, kill this baby. He's horrible. He's a monster. No. He's a monster. He's awful. Most of the villains you enjoy? Yeah, that's because all of them are cartoonish except for him. He's way too realistic. He's too realistic and he's just super evil. He's super evil and just horrible. Almost unrealistically horrible. Yeah. Hey, we'll see you later. Honey Puff, we'll see you later. Enjoy your evening. Toodaloo. Bye-bye. You gotta scoot. You could scoot. We'll see you later. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you enjoy. Hope you were vibing. Oh, yeah. I've also been thinking about Mario games that we need to finish. Ooh. I really want to do an Odyssey 100% sometime. Someday we've got to beat Odyssey 100% because we did Sunshine. If we did Sunshine, we definitely could do Odyssey. Then maybe we'd go back to 64. There we go, cleanup time. Looking good. I'm glad that we're just going ahead and taking full 100. Oh, like 99 moons. Yeah, 99 moons. I mean, we got every blue coin in Sunshine. We got every blue coin in Sunshine, and we got which means that we also just went ahead and got every shine too. I mean, we got a full 100. It hurts you to think of it. I mean, the hints are way better for the moons in that game. Like, you remember we were, what, 300 moons short last time? And that was without looking up pretty much anything. And now we've already done a bunch of them, too, right? You really hated some of the moons? Oh, boy. Was it because of... What's the most frustrating moon, Kim? And what was so frustrating about it? Was it difficult to find? Was it the platforming? I mean, there is that one taxi moon. See, I don't even know what y'all are talking about. I got the challenge moon that was somewhat unnecessary. The boss rush moon was a nightmare, dude. The boss rush, it was just the worst. Boss rush, no thanks. That one made me cry. I cried. You forgot to take a shower? Oh no. Stinky Lupus. Is that true? Is that true? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Lupus. Is there still time? Oh, they changed some of the keys a little bit. Okay, so not E. Q? No. Oh, whoa! You can prone. You can crawl around with your gun. You can prone. You remember the boss rush? The boss rush was suffering. It took so many tries, and just to find out that the final boss at the end was still in there, I honestly couldn't believe that they did this to me. F? No, C, Z, X. Tab. It's not tab. Oh, it's 1 and 2. Okay, so we'll just get a little bit of focus on here. Because this stuff this grime is on really hard. Oh, there we go. Vent. Easy. Get that corner just for funsies. Boss rush was definitely annoying. Definitely annoying. You said, you believe that it was the controls? Oh dear. Kim, you're going crazy. Kim, are you sure that you're licensed to drive a Mario? Are you sure that you got your Mario license? Because you're driving me a little bit erratic, and I'm pretty sure that you just long jumped off the edge. Woohoo! Woohoo! There's the dashing one that you almost quit the stream trying. Oh, yeah! I didn't understand that. I was learning a lot of Mario mechanics while I was doing that run, because I didn't even know. You said that the Blet Bow would be gone soon. It's true, Savvy. It should have been gone already, but I've been lazy. Okay? It's true. I was supposed to. I've already almost got the animation done. I don't feel like removing the Blet Bow if we still got that. I mean, I was supposed to do it today. Arisa even tried to remind me. She was trying to help. She was doing a good job. And being very helpful, but I didn't have time. Today was too busy. Today I was actually doing stuff. Okay, we got the ladder. This lad has the ladder. If you're lazy, I get the Blet Bow forever. That's true. It's true. I wouldn't count on that long of laziness. You can always count on the streamer's laziness, but only for a certain amount of time. It always runs out eventually. Eventually, I get annoyed, and then I go sicko mode, and I change a bunch of stuff at a time. Because I do not know how to not procrastinate. I'm either procrastinating, or I'm going sicko mode and removing and changing stuff super fast and making everyone uncomfortable. No, let me up there. Let me up. Whoopee. Oh, well, I really struggled with the small car moon because I couldn't get it in time. The other ones were rather simple. It seems like the search for them is the hardest part, honestly. I didn't, there weren't a ton of challenges that really got to me. There was like a couple. There's a couple of hard ones. But by and large, it seemed like the difficulty was collecting them and finding them and stuff. It was figuring out what to do some of the time. Didn't make any sense to me. Me poor pea brain. Me tiny pea brain. Not understand. Maybe I should widen this if I'm going to stand this close to the wall. I feel like we can take advantage of a wider nozzle whenever we're standing directly next to the wall. They can't get further away from it right now. Might as well blast. Might as well put it on blast. Window up here. Maybe we should just go ahead and do the roof real quick, since we're already up here. And it's easy and it looks fun to do. I like the big... It's funny because it's like the most boring surfaces in this game are sometimes the most fun. Let me up. I can't get up there right now. Okay, there we go. Goodness. Yeah, it's like this area up here. This garage roof is going to be so satisfying because it doesn't have corners everywhere like everything else does. Okay, so this cladding is what, up top? So I can just blast, just clean up all this nice big red edge. But where does it lead to? It looks like it just goes across this front part. Yeah, let's just do this first. Wipe it up, wash it up. Watch a bird poop up here. Who left all this bird poop? Somebody needs to come up here and, oh wait, that's me. Oh wait, that's my job. does feel like reverse painting sometimes. Sometimes I feel a little bit like a misunderstood artist. I'm trying to draw out all these messages and beautiful pieces of art in this wall, but nobody's gonna appreciate it. It won't be remembered, because by the time I'm done, I'll clean up my own work. Aw, yeah, baby. Nice. Now I just gotta get the edges, and we'll be close. We'll be close. There we go. Wipe it up. I don't know. Ask the birds. The birds don't listen to me. The birds are horrible friends. Look at that cat, Savvy. That's adorable. I like that cat. I like that cat. You know I like that cat. Let me... Oh, man. This, how is this nozzle so powerful? Seems like it should be illegal. This thing's got too much juice. Okay, so this is the cladding. Do I need to focus on things on the bottom, or is it things up top? Because it's looking pretty clean down here. Oh my gosh, that's where it is. Goodness. I was focusing way too much, dude. I was focusing way too much on one stupid spot, because there's a huge dirty spot over here. Didn't even realize. I'd like Watt Blink for BTTV, TBH. Watt Blink. Oh, the... I think that would be good. I could add that. I like that meme. That's a good meme. Oh, Tiger, are you headed out? You must go to bed. Must take care. Get some sleep. Get some sleep, talented white tiger. Hope you enjoy your evening, my friend. All right. I'm gonna turn this back down to yellow. We gotta go back to yellow nozzle. Clean it up. And let's see. What are we gonna do next here? Clean up this edge. And where does this go? This office overhang. Looks like it goes all the way across. Can we hop on top? How much room we got? Let me up. All right. Let's see if we can sneak. Maybe we can just lay prone into it. Do I need this moved? Oh boy. The challenge. The challenge of not falling off this tiny little edge. Yeah, the controls of this game are kind of jank. The physics are kind of jank too. I'm guessing it's just a Unity character model just copy-pasted into here. So I don't feel like they're to blame for the weird movement. Washy, 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 washy. All right, let's just try to hit the bulk. We don't need to focus too much. I can already see that it's almost done. Yep, there we go. Easy, easy. Just gotta blast it. I'm gonna save all of the, I'm gonna save those windows. It's too much work. I'm just kind of looking at the bars. Everything's looking good. It's looking good so far. See some marks on this wall. Oh, dang. Oh, there we go. That's what it was. Just a little bit. And I think we can focus on the still in early access, this game. Yeah. Yes, it is. It is indeed in early access. There'll be tons of new stuff probably. Looking clean. Oh, yes. Absolutely beautiful. Ember Woods. Food Market Diner. Look, they could have just dirtied up all these buildings. I thought, you guys, this year's been so tough. Over there it says welcome vacancies. I read welcome vaccines. I've got 2020 brain. No! No, I need to turn it in. I need to turn in this brain. I'm seeing vaccines where there are none. I dream of needles. Help! Goodness. There's no escape. 2020 brain. It's worse. I need to turn it in for my new 2021 brain, but they don't have any spare ones. I went to the store and nobody had any new ones. I'm pretty sure that we're only gonna get a fresh brain in 2022, you guys. Looks like they skipped a model. Like a car manufacturer, there's normally a model for every year for the human brain, but I'm afraid that they skipped the 2021, you guys. Yeah, it's got no improvements. It's not worth the swap. It's not worth the swap. Yeah, boy! That's smart, yo! Thank you for that sweet, sweet, delicious sub. Hey, Math Smart.
How's everybody?
How are you doing? I'm doing fantastic. It's nice to see you, my friend. I can't believe that it's that time again. I cannot believe that it's 14 months now. What the heck? I could have swore that you just celebrated it. Holy moly. The time is flying. Math Smart Blonde. How are you doing? Hello. Hiya. It's me, the Earl of Suds, and we're cleaning this house right now. It may well, it's not really a house, but it's kind of a house, all right? Close enough. Close enough. It's a building, all right? You know what they did for the 2021? They added a 1 to the end and a price tag. As they are wont to do. We're washing it. We're making sure that everything is clean. Clean mind. Hey, how's Trix? Still love spraying your jet around? Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I'm still enjoying it. Still feels good. The satisfaction remains. The satisfaction of a good cleanup. Still here, my friends. Oh, yeah. Now we just got to get that edge. We could have switched to yellow if we wanted to, but this ought to do it. Okay, there's still plenty to clean up. Okay, I'm switching back. I'm switching back, you guys. The old Yeller was treating me right. This newfangled technology just ain't as good, you know? You learned a new life skill last night. You took a basic knife skills class with professional chefs. You learned that you've been holding a knife wrong your entire life? Oh, snap. Oh, snap. That sounds like a class that I should have taken. A knife class? So now I'm just thinking, like, are you talking about, like, which hand are you talking about? You've been holding the knife wrong with your dominant hand? Oh my gosh. That sounds like a fun class to take, though. So you learned how to manage knives. I suppose you probably know how to take care of your fingers better than any of us. Protect those sweet, sweet little precious tootsies. It was more complicated than stab them with the pointy bit. Listen, you just take the sharp part, and make contact. I don't even know what angle. I just call it contact, all right? I really want to get this edge done. I just want it to be done. I want it to look right. Don't you know me? Don't you know me? You know I can't stand that. Okay, I'm going to hop up top. We hopping up. Boyong. Boyong. Now this time I'm not going to fall off. All right? We're going to make a pact right now. We're making a deal. Streamer to stream, I won't fall, all right? How do you like that? That's a deal you can't resist. Although I can't jump, which, okay, there we go. I was about to say, the deal might be off immediately. The edges, okay, so where's the bulk of this gunk? Because I feel like we've got, there's still a ton on it. Must be on the bottom side. I think that we can just leave it alone. What do you think? What do you think? There's a specific grip for the kitchen knives that makes chopping really, really easy and fun. Isn't it really important to have sharp knives, too? I know that you don't have to have expensive knives, but you have to... Sharp knives make chopping a lot easier, it seems. I'm sure that my knives are about as dull as a hammer. You could probably knock in some nails into the wall with it, of course, just in case. All right, there we go. Hey, Lynn, what's up? Finally able to catch up. Ah, what's up? Lynn, hello. Welcome back. You made it. You made it at the end of the stream. The bonus stream. This is the bonus bit. This is actually not even the stream. We're not even streaming anymore. Stream ended a little while ago, and also I just figured out that my chat's only on one window. But yeah, the stream ended a little while ago. This is the bonus stream. It's true, but we're here. We're here. Good morning for me, at least. Oh, snap! Good morning to the earldom. Hey, we all got our own time zones. That's all right. That's all right. If it's morning to you, it is morning. Good morning, Lynn. It's nice to see you. Hello. I'm glad that I am. I'm glad that I'm up. Glad that I'm up while you're up. Nice. Okay, washy. I don't even know what this is. It looks like somebody smeared chocolate all over this. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Why does the roof look like a dirt bomb went off up here? Okay, so how was the stream? Lots of fun. We're really schmooving through. I'm super excited. I'm super excited. We're moving through, we're playing a Zelda game. And I'm trying to beat the Zelda game before Friday, and I think it's going to be easy. I think it's going to be easy. I was a tiny bit worried until today. Holy moly. Holy moly, we were moving on those bosses. And soon we're going to be able to play new Legend of Zelda games that I've never even seen. Oh, boy. We're not streaming. We're cleaning. This is real life. This is real life. Get out your garbage cans, everyone. We're going to take care of the planet. There we go. Nice and slow. What happens when the fire department catches on fire? They call another one. But all the fire departments are so far away that they never make it there in time. Someone bought a chocolate fountain and it went very poorly. They were like, "What's this dial for?" The chocolate fountain. Let's see what the settings are. We've got low, we've got high, and we've got I can't read this. Is this some ancient language? It looks like it's Elvish. Don't ever turn it to that setting. Not even the wisest know what will happen. This is what will happen. Chocolate massacre. All the strawberries were coated. They were coated and killed. Kenny, does it have to be, what, dark? No, it's not a dark story. Listen, it's merely a chocolate. It's just a chocolate-related mishap. Nobody died, but lots of people suffered. Washy, washy. Huh? Ooh, you're almost affiliate. Awesome, Sauce. Congratulations, my friend. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that. You're doing so good. You're doing so good, and we're proud of you. Ooh, we got some Mario music. Now we're ready to go. I didn't even notice that there was a lip down here. There's a lip, there's a lip, there's a lip, lip, lip. Office wall was cleaned after that. Nice. Oh, yeah, that helps. That helps. I didn't even know there was a thing down there. Nobody died? That's the big takeaway. It's true. Nobody died. That would be that's a great end to any news story. Nobody died. As long as nobody died, we'll be fine. No worries. You could go for some dark chocolate. Dark chocolate. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Chomp it if you got it. Everybody, chocolate hour just started, so if you're thinking about getting a snack of chocolate, right now is the perfect time to do it. And of course, all of our chocolates are on sale for Chocolate Month. 50% off all Ghirardelli specials. It's true. Chocolate-covered offices? That sounds good. Although I did feel a little bit weird whenever I went outside and I started licking the roof. Some of the birds were looking at me funny. Judgmental birds. Can't trust them for anything. And we should probably not focus too much. We should probably be zooming. What? You'll be eating brekkie, so no chocolate? I say, Lynn, you must not be an American. You must not be an American. Because we eat like cookies for breakfast. We eat cookies and donuts, and I could have swore I saw a kid actually eating cereal for breakfast. I was scared. I was scared for the child. It's so much sugar. I've been here tell that there's a cereal called Captain Crunch somewhere nearby. Cookie Crisp. Cuckoo for cocoa nuts. I'm pretty sure that there's lots of chocolate eaters for breakfast, but they just call it chocolate-flavored cereal, quote-unquote. Same stuff, different mascot. Boom. All right, so my only confusion is what's the rub? What's the main issue here? That's the office wall. All right. I see. We got some like ledge underneath here. So let's go on the outside. I'm upset. I'm upset by this. I'm upset by the fact that, oh my gosh, it's on the bottom side. That is awful. Holy moly, that's so dirty. Imagine in a power washing simulator if like the wall was dirty. That's so strange. I'm just blasting at you guys. I'm not taking any prisoners. We're taking no prisoners. Don't negotiate with grime. You're an adult. I'm an adult. I have a master's degree. I literally eat cookies for breakfast. I will have one tomorrow. But what kind of cookie though? That's the really important thing in my mind. In my mind, I'm thinking, is this like a chocolate chip cookie? Is this like some sort of oatmeal Oatmeal cream pie? What kind of cookie are we talking about here? Oh my gosh, look at that surface. I skipped a whole surface every time. Microsoft, I'm so sorry for skipping the surface again. I'm sorry. I'm just an iPad guy. Nice. Splendid. Everything's looking good except for the parts that are really dirty and look bad. This part here, for example, is super ugly. And what is all this mold growing on it? I'm pretty sure that if this wall had any more mold, they're gonna have to start counting it as an animal instead of an inanimate object. I'm pretty sure that this, they're gonna have to give this wall a birth certificate if they get any more mold on it, because it is alive. Guess I'm gonna get a bowl of Cookie Crisp for breakfast then? That is your right. That is your right and your duty as a human being to eat lots of sugar in the morning. It's a duty that we all share together, all right? As human beings, we're supposed to look out for each other. We're supposed to make sure that our communities are safe. We're supposed to vote for the people that are in charge so that we can keep our freedoms. And of course, we're supposed to eat Cookie Crisp every morning because that's our civic duty, my friend. And I'm glad that you're taking care of it. I'll keep my duties to myself. Oh, but wrong duty. That's D-U-T. You don't eat breakfast? You wake up at 11 a.m.? Oh, what's heavy? That's cheating. That's cheating. You still have to eat breakfast. You just eat it really late. Breakfast is the first meal of the day, no matter what time it is. So if you eat lunch for breakfast, that's okay. It's still breakfast. You cannot escape breakfast. Breakfast will find you. Breakfast will get eaten by you. You can't escape it. Breakfast is eternal. All right. I like how much we can clean without a. I like how much we can clean without a ladder. I'm liking it. Besides, this downward angle gives me a unique scope of the situation. Gives me a unique angle that I'll never have on that ladder. And you can barely see anything on that stupid ladder because the rungs are in the way. How are you supposed to power wash through a ladder? Okay, that's gonna be easy. I've been waking up at noon and just making nuggets for breakfast. Hey, breakfast nuggets? Blessed. Blessed breakfast nuggets. Yum, yum. Noon wake up ain't so bad. Ain't so bad. Today I actually woke up early and I felt awful. And it was bad. I was somewhat responsible today, and let me tell you what, big regrets. Don't recommend. Don't recommend. If you're thinking about waking up on time, don't do it. Let me up. Stupid ladder. Let me up. There we go. Oh yeah, we're taking out this window frame. We're taking out this window frame. Ooh, maybe we should just walk instead of standing on a silly old ladder. Oh, dang it. Well, that's why the ladder's important, because you literally can't stand. There we go. You don't have anything to wake up early for, so you've been an absolute potato during summer. Well, I mean, if there's nothing to do, then why would your brain want to do anything, right? Why would your brain, whenever it's like, resting is nice, why would your brain be like, oh, wait, we have nothing to do tomorrow. Let's wake up early. Oh, wait. I almost forgot about all that nothing. Dang. All right, we got to wake up early. And I also need to go to bed early because I have nothing to do tomorrow. And we got to make sure that we do that nothing the best that we can. We need to be well rested, so no movie tonight. No movie tonight. We got a whole day filled with nothing tomorrow, and we got to get right to that right in the morning. Oh, but it sometimes has a problem being like, hey, want to stay up till 4 a.m.? Yeah, who would ever do that? That's horrible. Yeah, that's because your brain is like, this is a free time. This is free time. Nobody goes to work, or I guess some people go to work super duper late. It always feels like time doesn't exist that much at night. Like you're free to do whatever you want, you know? I guess people in society don't expect you to be too productive at that hour. It's the hour of being non-productive, so it's great. Nobody's expecting you to be productive at such hours. Some people are, but I feel like the expectation disappears. And you can live out your true fantasy of not doing anything. Okay, these windows are looking clean. It's perfect. It's perfect, you guys. I'm clicking the button. I don't see anything. I think that we've actually been 100% schmoovin' on this building. I think that we've accidentally been destroying the grime and dirt with our power washer. 4 a.m. You've been staying up till 8 or 9 and waking up whenever you want to. You sleep like you're on the American time zone. Whoops. Whoopsies. So my nights are watching Kenny's streams. Yes, yes. Well, Kim. I can't be to blame for that. Kim? Kim, you take care of yourself, all right? It's also looking beautiful up here. What? Tin! How are you doing? Good morning. You drank coffee last night to do some work and you finished almost half of it and you want to go to sleep. Ended up on Discord until 4 a.m. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Washy. Kato, we're back. We're back with the washes. I promise we'll be done with this game soon enough. This will no longer be the bonus game eventually, you guys. After we clean all of the things, then this won't be the bonus game. We'll find another one, okay? But for now, we get to enjoy the washies. So soak it in while we've got it. Hooray! But Kato, how are you doing, my friend? It's nice to see you. Game Boy Rocket-san, welcome back. It's nice to see you. Dropping in at the end. Aw, yeah. We washing. You know, if I'm still feeling it, we might get over it. If y'all are interested. We might try to get over that mountain. I don't know. We'll see. We'll wash this first. All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Y'all keep forcing me to commit, and I'm just not ready, you guys. I'm just not ready for that kind of commitment. I'm sorry. Part of the reason that you stay up late is because you American streamers are always the best. What? I really like other streamers too. I like Australian streamers. Like, not better than Americans, I'm just saying. I like Australian streamers too. There's some good beans over there. There's some good beans over there. They're very funny. I like Australians. I like their sass. I like their sass. They got a stanky attitude. They got a real stanky attitude, almost every one of them. And I love it. And it's even more good-natured than the stanky attitude of the East Coast. Like the East Coast has got a real stinky attitude too, but it's maybe a little bit more hateful. But I still like that too, though. I do like that sass. Maybe it's because I don't have that much sass while streaming. You know, spice of life and all that. Yeah, the Kiwis and Australians are exactly the same, but don't tell them that. But don't tell them that. The only way to tell the difference with them is their accent. I can tell the difference between the accents, but that's literally the difference. Like, that's the only difference in my mind. They're all filthy bogans. There we go. Clean it up. Washing it. This is a really awkward little hallway back here. I don't like it. I don't like the study hall anymore. I want to go back to class. Hey, don't call my attitude stanky. No, I love it. I love a stanky attitude. It's great. There we go. My Floridan sensibilities are offended. Oh, what? Floridan sensibilities? Oh, is Florida East Coast? I mean, it's literally East Coast, but whenever I think East Coast, I mean, Florida's almost like its own country. I really don't feel like that should count, but I mean, it is. It is, but I wouldn't personally count it. Florida's basically its own country, all right? That's like saying that Texas is part of the what? The Midwest? The Midwest? The center of the country? No, it's just Texas. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It's just Texas. It's just Florida. I mean, California is all of the West Coast. So I don't feel like there's any problem with saying West Coast, I guess. I always think of just California. But it could just be me not understanding these terms. That could be all. You love the articles with Florida Man? Ah, yes. The great mighty Florida Man. I hear that he's quite handsome. I like this Florida man. I like your words, Magic Man. I can't understand you, but I like your words, Magic Man. Oh, snap! It's back! We thought that he'd never use that voice ever again. I'm trying. I'm trying my best. You do be washing. The rascal. He gets up to a lot. He is an absolute rascal. I like the Florida man that threw the crocodile into the what's it called? The drive-through. You know what? They asked if it was cash or check, and he said, "Have a crocodile." I guess it was an alligator. He said, "How about an alligator? Can I pay with that?" Cash, check, or crocker? What, you want it? Cash, check, or crocker? You best not be tossing a crocker across that. If you be tossing crockers, you get kicked out of the mechas. I think I got to leave this alone. Because I can't get this. Oh, Lynn, you're gonna go get some food. We'll see you later. Bye-bye. Also, thanks for the lurk, Math Smart. It was good to see you, my friend.
It was good to see you.
Please, don't call gators crocs. It is an insult to us in FL.
It was an accident. Hey, it was an accident. Gee whiz. Guy can't even slip up around here without offending all the Floridians in the chat. My goodness. My goodness, I know that they're alligators. Thank you for the 100 salty delicious bits. Mmm. Those bits were so salty that I put them on my fries and it really enhanced the flavor. Here we go. All right, I need to fix myself some breakfast too. All right, 10, go get some nom-noms. Gotta stay on top of this. You better watch it, streamer. I told you us Floridians, we get upset about these things. If it has scales, it goes chomp. They're all crocs to me. I blame the crocodile hunter for this one. I'm sorry, Steve Irwin he said croca and I said I love that word. And now every single dinosaur, now all the dinosaurs are crocas. They're not all crocodiles, but they're all crocas to me. And anything else is a croc-a crap. Crocs are cool, but gators are better. Why? Crocodiles can like kill people. What are you talking about? Alligators are weak. They're weak sauce, dude. Have you seen the freaking Nile crocodiles dabbing their way? Chomping people whole? Holy moly. Have you seen how big those things get? Oh my gosh. Alligator versus crocodile. Crocodile literally eats the alligator. It's actually really sad to see. It is actually extremely sad to see. Because alligator always sheds just a little alligator tear. But even their tears aren't as good. You know the term crocodile tears? That's my boys, the crocodiles winning again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Gators can and do kill people as well. Well, they don't kill as many as crocodiles, Del, so they're not as good. It's such a strange argument. They kill people too, all right? All right, they're pretty great. Lots of people die by alligator. Okay, they're great as well. Well, they don't kill as many people. Listen, I'm looking for deadly predators. Listen, in this world, humans are so safe in this world. I'm looking for some danger. Looking for some romance and for some danger. And let me just say, if I'm being offered up danger by a crocodile or an alligator, I'm going to take the alligator every time. Because they strike fear into my heart. Crocodiles, they're good boys. They're good boys. They're little prep school crockers. Here we go. A manatee. Ooh. Manatees are awesome. I like them. I mean, what more could you want from our state animal? I don't know. It seems pretty tops to me. I don't know what our state animal is. Hey Siri. What's the state animal for Texas? What? The Texas Longhorn. Is that a cow? What? A cow is our state animal? Dude, what a bummer. I can't believe it. I can't believe that old Bessie is the head of the state. Head of state is old Bessie. Wow. For small animal, it's armadillo. Well, armadillos are kind of cool. I don't immediately think of Texas whenever I think of armadillo, but they're pretty neat. I like them. I like them. Also, look at that rust. Ooh. Look at that rust. Holy moly. We got to just completely ignore that. In fact, we're going to ignore this whole building right now. We're going to keep doing this floor because this is going to require some serious washa. You got grizzlies, get wrecked. I mean, I wonder if I still have that hat. I got this really nice big sun hat whenever I was in California that has the big old grizzly. It's got big old grizzly on top. It's a good hat too. It protect my neck. Best protect your neck. That's what I was told by all my California friendos. They said when you come to California, you best protect your neck. And I was like, all right. So I got a hat. Best protection I could find. Grizzly bears are very scary. I don't like bears. I don't like bears. They seem like they might eat me, and I would rather remain on the outside of anybody's stomach. Should we just like do the bulk of this and then get the grime later? Like, this is such a big surface. I feel like it would be wasteful. You don't even like the little ones? Yeah, that's because the little ones got big ones right behind them. That's because you see a little one and you're like, oh, little bear, would you like some honey? And they're like, mama. You're like, mama? Who's mama? Where's your mama? And then you hear, roar. You're like, mama bear. Mama bear. And then you die. Then you become another California statistic. Sad story about my friend Ted. True. The state bird is the Carolina wren. State bird? Our state bird is the bald eagle. I don't think it is. I wish it was. It'd be funny to have the. Could you just take the national bird and make it your state bird and be like, what? Yeah, we're the most American. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We are America. Yeah, it's a mockingbird. You're not allowed to kill mockingbirds, no matter how much they trash talk you. No matter how much they squawk and crow and make fun of your accent, you still can't kill the mockingbird. Shaking my head. Also, my nose itches. Itches! If there's a mockingbird here, they'd probably start laughing at me. When we'd go up to Big Bear for winters, it always would toss up whether it'd be what? When we'd go up to Big Bear for the winters, it was always a toss-up whether or not we'd find them destroying the dumpsters. Oh no! Got wrecked by grizzlies. Yeah, I think that there was some sort of a bear warning whenever I went to a Boy Scout camp, and literally they like shut down part of it because they were like, "There's been bears" or something like that. I'm trying to think about it. What was it? I know that there's also some small alligators that were at one of the parks. Was there a bear? Oh, it was a Philmont. It wasn't in Texas. It was in New Mexico. Yes, in New Mexico. You missed some there, Kenny? Oh yeah, Cali for sure. These. But such a large surface. I'm not sure how much I'm gonna actually have to clean it. So I'm trying to do it the quick way, and then I can hit these little spots later. Oh, Mr. Spot there, streamer. You see that? You got a big old mark on your face. You missed a spot with your makeup, streamer. Streamer, you've got a little bit of a problem all there. Maybe you should put some makeup on it. You know, we really like your Skyrim streams, and it's not for the game. And it's certainly not for your gameplay, but it's because you finally put some makeup on. Holy moly. Holy moly. Can we please make it more regular for guys to put on makeup? Because I'm sick of looking at all these guys with no makeup on. Why can't they all be cuties? Streamer, how dare you miss a spot? I'm gonna fire the streamer if he misses another spot. Not like last time, streamer. Not like last time. You better wash it clean. You better get out the brush. If you gotta get out the toothbrush to make sure that you can clean between this grout, go for it, Snow White. Oh, thanks for the follow. Constant Song. Constant Song. That's not, you sound like you'd be a good friend of the chat. I want to listen to music constantly. Whenever I wake up, I either turn on YouTube or I turn on music. I must be receiving input to survive. If I have like a lack of input for too long of a time, I don't actually know what would happen because I don't let that happen. I don't let that happen. Constant songs, constant music. Here we go. Florida's butterfly is a zebra longwing. Ooh. You just pointed to your whole face though. Yeah. that's for sure. Oh, the Nintendo music started up again. Oh, nice. Okay. I was going to have to put that on, but we're all good. And if I'm going to bed, I can't listen to music because it's too exciting and too engaging. And like, normally whenever I listen to music, I kind of ignore it and leave it in the background. And that's why I don't remember any lyrics. But if I go to bed listening to music, boy, you know I'm going to be memorizing those lyrics because my brain is like, something to focus on? Thank you very much. So I normally will listen to a YouTube video then. It's probably a YouTube video I've already seen too. Probably some video essay about some book I've never heard of. I was listening to a review on Ready Player One. And I don't even read. I can barely read. I'm reading book reviews. I mean, listening to book reviews. What's your state mosquito, though? That's the real question. Oh, man. This is a little bit messy. I think Callie might have been right. I think we did miss a couple of spots here. Just here or there. Just a couple little schmutz. Got a little schmutz on your face there. A little washy. Oh, actually, let's check the edges, yeah. Let's check, like, the bulk. Let's get the bulk done, the incredible bulk. You listen to music to help you sleep and to stay awake and to focus while driving and to help with creative process. Also, it's all the same playlist. What are you jamming out to, Lorizenta? What's your playlist? What's this playlist? Do you only listen to Lana Del Rey?
You listen to Lana Del Rey and
I can't remember her name. Blast it all.
Let's see. Lorizenta listens to Lana Del Rey, Lord, and Billie Eilish. Is that your setup?
You liked that book. The second one was oof. Mario said oof. Also, could have swore that I heard your username in that book. Is that where that's from? Alchemic? Because I thought I heard your username in that book review that I was listening to. I could have swore I heard it. Oh, we'll see you later, Del. Hey, it was nice to hang out with you. Hope you had a good time. We'll see you later, friendo. Nighty-night. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is that from that book? Aw, see, that's what I'm talking about, baby. That's what I'm talking about. It's as clean as a whistle. And I'm not talking about one of those whistles that some kid has drooled inside of. Oh, it is? Oh, sick. I thought so. I noticed it immediately. The first time, it was only said like one time in the video that I watched and I was like, something, Parsible? Huh. I heard that. Your bird is Artemis too? I thought that was from Artemis Fowl because it's a bird. Tweet. You listen to a lot like alternative rock. It works for me. You don't have to explain yourself. You don't have to explain yourself. You enjoy whatever you want. You're bad at branching out to new music, so you've been listening to mostly the same stuff since the early 2000s. Oh, constant song. I can totally understand that. I'm kind of I'm always on a slow quest for new music. I never do anything that feels too uncomfortable or too wild. But I guess my music has kind of been evolving. But I feel like if you listen to the music that I listened to while a kid, you could have guessed where I was gonna go. And you probably could listen to the music now and the music then and go, yeah, that's pretty much the same thing. Yeah, that's pretty much the same thing, streamer. Sorry. Especially somebody that didn't like, I don't know, defensiveness is my default. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Lorizenta. I was only teasing. But yeah, what kind of alt rock are you talking about? What kind of jammies are we talking about? Oh, Tweety's a bird. Tweety bird. Tweet? Tweety bird, yeah. Tweety bird is enemies with Sylvester the cat, right? Pretty sure. But yeah, what's your taste in music constant song? If it's been the same since the 2000s, it must be something before that. Is it like, is it 80s music? Or can you just not stop listening to Linkin Park? I feel like you're stuck in a Linkin Park phase. Can't wake up. Oh wait, that's not even Linkin Park. Whoops. Pardon there. Oh, also, hi there, Gillette. I'm sorry for not saying hi. Did you say that it's been a little while? Did you say that it's been a little while since you've been in the chat? Hey, Gillette. How you doing, friendo? Boom. I'm playing, yeah, we're playing a little bit of Power Washing Simulator. It's fun. We're cleaning it up. We're just doing a little bit of washing. This is just bonus stream, you guys. This is just bonus content. This is just bonus. We thought that the Earl would be gone way long ago, but look at him. He's still washing. Oh, early 2000s punk rock, ska, stuff like that. Ooh. See, if there's any genre I know zero about, it is anything that is labeled as ska or jazz. I don't know any. I don't even think that I could point it out. I mean, I can tell whenever something's jazzy. I can tell whenever there is jazz influence. That's literally it. I do not understand it at all. I am a pea-brain. I'm actually a dum-dum. You listen to Green Day, Paramore, Breaking Benjamin. So sacrifice yourself. Let me find what's real. Yeah, I mean that's the jam. Lorizenta, now I want you to hear what I'm saying, and I don't want you to feel judged. All right, this is not judgment. That's the stuff I used to listen to when I was a kid. That's the stuff that I loved. I still like it though. I still like it. I'm still jamming to that stuff. I don't listen to it all the time. It's not my main jams, but that stuff I'm super nostalgic for. That's what I should say. I'm super nostalgic. That's some jams. You thought Power Wash was just the bonus part? It was just a bonus. We sure going all in. You shush. Listen, this is important, Kim. This is important. Starset, Shine Down, Rise Against, nothing more. I know Shine Down and Rise Against. All you'll ever be is a faint memory of a bully. That's a good one. Sometimes goodbye is a second chance. Yeah, that's some jams. Paramore, I only know one song. That one song that everybody knows. Oh, hi there, Blue Jay. What's up? I didn't know that you were here. Hello.
Hello there, friend. Hope you're doing well.
The songs are great. I'm jamming to all that. That sounds good. That sounds good. We could share a playlist. I'd hand y'all the aux. I'd hand y'all the aux. All right. I'm not gonna hog it for this whole car trip. I'll pass the aux around. I know that. I know that y'all got some good tastes. Y'all all got some good taste. I'll listen to it. You know, I'll take a chance. I'll take a chance. There we go. We just got to clean up this little roof. I didn't actually know if this was going to be part of, like, the main thing. I kind of expected this roof to not even exist. I didn't even think it was up here. You don't feel judged? Just enjoy the bands. Oh, yeah. I just got there's a Green Day pack for Beat Saber, and I've been enjoying that. Green Day's got some jammies. It's got some jams. The only bummer is that it's kind of censored, so it's a little bit of a... Some of the songs are... They sound pretty bad chopped up. Like American Idiot, that just sounds dumb whenever it's chopped up. Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Oh, what's one record scratch? Whatever. Holiday. One record scratch. Oh, whoop-de-doo. But yeah, censoring like American Idiot is pretty rough. I don't even know if they played that on the radio. It sounds so goofy. I'll listen to anything once for surezies. Yeah, I'll listen to it once. That's a fair rule. That's a fair rule. I definitely have been tortured by music before. Make no mistake. I have definitely been tortured by tunes before, and I kind of cannot stand the artists now that I've been forced to listen to them too much. Whatever chance I had of liking them at some point has probably been eliminated. Often I will like a music or I will Like, what I listen to in my free time as far as music is normally determined by how I find the music, if I'm being honest. Like, if I find it on my own through music that's pretty similar to it that I already like, and I'm in a good mood, then I might just start liking a new artist. But if, like, somebody feels like they're, like, recommending me music, normally I don't like it. Because I am slightly toxic, I guess. You don't like that they're censored or whatever on Spotify? What? Eh? Oh, no. Oh, they better not be. No, they're not. No, Spotify doesn't censor anything. Spotify's got all the OG songs. Got the OG songs. No worries. Spotify. I'm pretty sure that lots of people would leave Spotify if they started censoring the songs. That would be horrible. Zoom. Yeah, I used to get recommended stuff all the time whenever I was younger, and it was pretty much a surefire way to make me not like something by recommending it. And sometimes Katie would literally recommend me things, and she'd be like, Kenny, you like this? You like this band? And I'd be like, this band is crap. And then, like, 2 years later, I come back, and I'm like, yo, have you heard of Radical Face? And she's like, I used to listen to that 2 years ago, and you said that you hated it. And I was like, I did hate it. I just don't anymore. Now I like it. What? I'm not allowed to change my mind? Give me a break. Give me a freaking break. I need to be transitioned into it. I need to be transitioned into it. You can't just drop me into the cold water and tell me you'll love this. If you tell me you'll love this, it's a surefire way to make me hate it. You don't know me. You don't know me. It's not like I like you or anything. You gotta be tricked into liking things. Exactly. Like if somebody said, you have to play Kingdom Hearts, then I'll be like, you're a dummy. I won't listen to you. But if I'm like, ooh, challenge Kingdom Hearts. I need to knock this sucker out. Ooh, I watched the Angry Video Game Nerd talk about it. He seems to enjoy it. Then I'm like, now I'm interested. I watched somebody give a good review of Luca, and I'm like, all right, now I'm gonna watch it. I try to trick myself into liking everything, okay? That's my goal. My goal is to trick my brain into liking everything. Oh my god. All right, everything's looking washed. You can't remember the Uptown Funk? You're forced to listen to it a million times. Oh yeah. I was gonna say, the thing that I listen to too much, and I'm sorry, I can't even tell if it's good music. It's the what's their name? Brandon Urie or something. I forget his Panic at the Disco. Oh my god, I can't stand it. And it's not even because it's bad music. It's just I listened to it 1.5 bajillion times and I could not escape it because my coworker loved them. And they played the same songs over and over. Over and over. And now I hate it. I've just heard them too many times. I can't stand it. It's not even bad music. It doesn't even sound bad. I like the Shutting the Gosh Dang Door song. That one's good. Shutting the gosh dang door. No. Oh, here we go. We're putting this over here. Bloop. There we go. Oh, yeah. It's looking clean. You like Panic, but you have to be in the right mood? It's literally just because of the horrible context to which the music was spammed. Like what I'm saying is that I was working outside in the sun, like scooping poop at a freaking horse barn, and this girl would not stop playing this stupid song, and I didn't really like her that much because she was really annoying. And she's playing these same songs. I mean, we listened to the sound. Her playlist was like 9 songs, and we listened to it like 10 times in a row. So I'm hearing these songs over and over, and I can't even hear my audiobook in my own ears because she turned it up so loud. Torture. Literal. That is the definition of torture. It's not even that. It's not even bad music. It's just pop music. It's just pop music. It's not even that offensive. It's not offensive to the ears. It doesn't even sound bad. It's all about context. Yeah. My bad. I don't even dislike the band. I just cannot listen to it. Here we go. Let me see. Whee! I can still enjoy that I Rate Sins Not Tragedies song though. That's still good. She didn't play that one. That's probably too old. That's probably too old for her. She's not a real fan like I am. You ever had old classmates that would play the same few songs and you hate those songs now? Oh no, Kim, I don't know how people do that. I can't do that. I can't listen to the same song over and over. I always listened whenever I was younger. Oh snap. Laura Zenta.
It's fine to listen to the same songs over and over and over again. No problem with that. You just need to use earphones so that you aren't making everyone else suffer too.
Oh yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad to listen to the same music over and over. I personally cannot do it. I get tired of music so fast. I like any song that I listen to over and over will be ruined for me. I've already got another one that's getting ruined probably in a few days. It's probably a few more days of me being able to spam listening to it, and I'll probably kind of hate it for a few years now. It's just how it is. I can't do it. I wish I could. I know all these people that like listen to the same song over and over, and I'm impressed. I wish I could do that. I can't stand it. Me need fresh. Me need fresh music. Fresh meat. But whenever I was younger, and kind of still now, I listen to music mostly in albums. That's my favorite way. My favorite way is listening to the whole album, start to finish, with headphones in, and pretty good focus. So car trips are great. But yeah, I like listening to the album all the way through if I can, because you can really get the vibe. You can get the whole vibe. A whole delicious vibe. The only the thing that is a real bummer is that I don't generally like all of a rap album, so I don't really follow that rule for rap. I'll normally listen to the album one time, and then I'll start playlisting the songs, because I can't stand to listen to a whole rap album. Because they always have those weird soft songs, and they always have skits inside of them. Like, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, guys. Could we make it feel more gimmicky? Let's work on it. I believe in us. We can do it. The only music that you can have on repeat is game music. Oh, don't talk about that. People are going to call me out for using the same soundtrack for like months, because I definitely do that. But I'm like completely ignoring this music right now. So yeah, it's not active listening. Background music. You prefer listening to songs over and over as long as I'm doing something like working or traveling or doing chores. I definitely can get caught into listening to the same song if it's just like so good that I can't get enough of it. And then I try to like limit my exposure to it to only the best listening experiences, like in the car. Although now my car listening experience isn't as good as it used to be. I used to have 12-inch subs in my car, but now I don't anymore, so it's not the elite experience it used to be. But yeah, like a new album came out for a band that I like called Born of Osiris, and I'm trying to limit my listening to only headphones, because I don't wanna cheapen the music with my crappy phone speaker. Sure, I might listen to it a bunch of times, but I gotta make sure that everything's just right. The mood is perfect. The candlelight low. We've got a steak that's charboiling right over there. We've got some burnt toast. Everything's right. We're down to boogie. Ready to boogie. Yeah, like what's that band that Lime was singing? Lime was singing that band, the band that I never listened to. Slipknot. I don't know anything about Slipknot. I've not listened to them at all. But I can tell you what, jamming out with Lime, one of my friends who was like singing karaoke to the songs. Now that's an introduction. Now that's how to introduce me to music right there. A freaking awesome performance. Yeah, like at concerts, I pretty often will go to concerts, not know a band. I'll listen to some of their songs before the concert, just to kind of understand their music a tiny bit, and then after I leave, pretty often I'll look them up and I'll be like, yo, this is sweet. Now I got all these positive memories and I recognize the music better. That's nice. That's a good intro too. Okay, so there's so much dirt over on this building, I can't really tell if this is done. It looks done. It looks done, but we're not gonna know until we clean up this other building. Yeah, I guess that it's this dirty old thing. But look at it, it's flat. This is the worst. This is the worst. They knew exactly how to make me sad. Okay, so look, everything is clean that has been cleaned. So like, there's no 99%, there's no 98%, no 97s. It's all done. Look at that. It's all drill tower. Yep, drill tower to here. And then drill tower from here to here. Boom. Okay, so it's all over there. Let's just see how painful this is. No ladder. 0 ladder, actually. Actually, 0 ladder. Yep, main area is definitely done so. And 0 ladder activity. How grimy is this? It's just ash. I'm just testing out this surface. Okay, so it's got some, what is this? That's lichen? Is that how you even say that? It's L-I-C-H-E-N. Looks like lichen. You put all the songs that you like, new and old, onto one playlist and play it in shuffle. Ooh, 10, that's awesome. That's my favorite thing about Pandora is the thumbs. The thumbs playlist, man, that's wild, dude. Listening to my thumbs playlist is like absolute whiplash. Absolute whiplash. That's how to say it? Okay. Oh, that's how you say it? Oh, I thought you said, that's how you say it, LOL. But you say, that's how I say it. I don't know if it's right, but that's what I do. Okay, so heading downward. If you're cleaning downward, that's gonna clean this worse, right? Yeah, look at that difference. Look at that shine. I think that we gotta go up. You thought it was always pronounced like lichen? No, I think that's incorrect. Unfortunately, that's what I thought. Like OG Kinney, like whenever I was a small bean, I thought that, but I'm pretty sure that's actually lichen. I liken it unto. Yeah, it looks like going up is the way to do it for sure. And look, there's like extra. Oh, there's rust, dude. There's rust. Whew. If you set up specific playlists and specific songs, specific times, oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, I don't use Pandora anymore at the moment. I have Pandora Premium still because I had an annual family plan, which was super cheap. But now I'm using YouTube Music and I'm enjoying it. I'm liking this YouTube Music app right now. They've got a lot of songs that I couldn't get. So basically, because of the music that I listened to, it was kind of only on SoundCloud. It wasn't on Pandora, and some of it was on Spotify, but all of it's on YouTube. So I was like, okay, we're now I can combine my Pandora and my SoundCloud into one and just have YouTube. Besides, the ad-free viewing is pretty spicy. Pretty spicy, but the background player is the best part. Google does say lichen. All right. Yeah, I think it is. You likened it unto. Oh, I was just using the word for fun. I was just using it for fun. Constant song. I'm sorry. I couldn't come up with a sentence fast enough. I still can't. Even after all this time, I still can't come up with a funny sentence. I'm sorry. No, I'm doing my best. We're watching it. Watching it. All hail Google. All hail Google overlords, yay. Oh yeah, I really use SoundCloud a lot too. SoundCloud's got some goodies on there that you can't get anywhere else. But in general, it's all on YouTube too, so no big deal, pickle. It's all gone full circle. Back to YouTube Premium. Shaking my head. Let me see, did I miss any more things in here? I'm not angsty by nature, but I seem to like angsty music a lot sometimes. Ooh, angsty music.
I like the sound of that.
You always sing while listening to music, so all your songs need to be in the singing range. Oh, Blue Jay, I understand that. I can understand that. I listen to music that's outside my range, and it is rather infuriating. Like today, I was listening to Sleeping with Sirens, and that boy Kellen Quinn, he can sing like nobody's business, and his range is inhuman. I'm pretty sure that he's an alien. And I also thought he was a female whenever I first was listening, but no. He just has an extremely unique and rare vocal range, so it's kind of depressing to try to sing along to it. Doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. Not even close. But I still have fun with it. But yeah, I like singing along sometimes. Kind of depends on the mood. Depends on the mood and the style of song. Like if I'm listening to rap or metal, I generally can't sing along to it unless I'm reading the lyrics. Like I'm trying to memorize a couple of metal songs that I can maybe sing karaoke sometime. And man, I cannot believe that that's what they were saying because I could not tell. I could not tell at all. You figured out that you can upload your personal music library to YouTube? What? Is that true? I don't even know what that means. I'm actually confused by that sentence. That sentence has, sent me down the ladder. Okay, so I'm liking this focus on the inside. Definitely gonna focus on the inside for starters. You stink at rapping? Oh, well, so do I. So do I. I sound like Eminem didn't go through puberty yet. I sound like Eminem turned into a baby. Turned into a wholesome baby. Imagine if Eminem wasn't mad and his voice was way higher. That's essentially me. General white boy rapping. What did you expect? I sound like Macklemore. Alright, I'm gonna hope that this rest isn't too bad. Yo, 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 listen up to my new rap. But Click's got such a deep voice, it's so funny. It's perfect. Click's got such a deep, rich voice. It makes the FNAF rap perfect. I wouldn't change it for the world. Good rapping would never make that song any good. That would be horrible. YouTube allows you to upload music to your own personal library. Upload. Oh, you mean like upload files so that you can just keep them in your library? Oh, I see. I literally haven't had a single thing that I didn't have in my library that I wanted, honestly. Oh, I see what you mean. I didn't know that. That's actually really good to know, just in case that I have a use for that. I do not have a use for that right now, but I might. Oh, you gotta go? Oh, we'll see you later. Laura Zenta, it's been fun hanging out with you. Thank you for all the support. But always know that you're just welcome to chill here. It was nice to see you again after a big break. Hope you had a good time while you were away. And I hope that you have a good evening. If it is indeed evening. We shall see you later. Look at that rust not disappearing. I love that. I actually really do like that whenever the rust doesn't go away. That's nice. That's real good. I think I'm just gonna hit like a little bit of it, but we're gonna have to focus on this later when we're up on a ladder. Yeah, let's not get too caught up. Let's not get too caught up with this. I say that we kind of, oh, that is something that we need to focus on though. Let's do that though. Let's not miss the large surface inside of the brick wall. I kind of thought that the inside and the outside would be on the same surface, but it is a dot. Absolutely not. So let's focus on getting each one of these walls. See, this is just the drill inside wall. This is the... Is this like another chunk? Confused. I don't know, but this is just the inside, so that's great, because I did not want to have to focus on the outside. That was going to be a mess. A mess, I say. And, okay, we're going to have to do the bottom of the ladder as well, which I'm kind of happy about, because the more that's dirty on an object like this ladder, honestly, the easier it is to get a perfect clean. Because if there's more grime to start, then that means you don't have to eliminate quite as much. Like, you can leave a lot behind, and it'll forgive you. You've been forgiven. Been forgiven for being a big dummy. You don't know what you're gonna have for dinner? I wonder what I'll have for dinner. I think I've only got burgers. Oh, wait, no, I got pepperoni, so I could have a pepperoni sandwich. Could have a pepperoni sandwich and a peach. That's what I had for lunch. I wouldn't mind having that again. pepperoni sandwich with a delicious peach on the side. Or I could make a burger and maybe try to rescue that lettuce that's probably already ruined that I should just throw away. But I could try. I could give it a chance, all right? This lettuce is out here trying to survive. It's struggling. It's wilting. But I'll give it a sniff and I'll see if I can use that lettuce. If I can, then I'll make a board. Hey, Kuya Cat, what's up? You've been lurking, but you hope everybody's having a good day or night. Oh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. Everybody around here is so nice. Always wishing everybody a good evening and a good day. All the best, you know. You know, not everybody's like this. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that not everywhere is like this? Y'all are just a bunch of sweeties. I hope you've been having a good time with whatever you're doing, Kuya Cat. Ah, it's looking spiffy. Looking spiffy here on the inside of our beautiful training tower outside. You can see the beautiful fire station cleaned up by the local washing team going by the name of Washateria Incorporated. Looking absolutely beautiful as we wake up to another comfy day in Muckville. Oh, dirty, dirty, dirty. Oh, are you going to bed? We'll see you later, Calico. Have fun with, let me see, with Mom and Friendo, right? Didn't you say Mom and Friendo? I hope that you have a good time visiting with old Friendo. Old Friendo. I hope that it's a lovely time. And we'll see you whenever it's all over. As ominous as that sounds. You know what I mean? Oh, just Friendo? Okay. Just Friendo? I would never say that. But enjoy hanging out with a Friendo. I hope you have a wonderful time.
Bye-bye, Kelly. Have fun.
Have the best time. Cleany, cleany. Cleany, cleany bean. Oh my gosh, is that Ice Dragon? Ice Dragon. My friend, how are you doing? How are you doing? Nice to see you, Ice Dragon. How have you been? How have you been, Blasted All? We haven't seen too much of you. But I know that you're probably a busy bean. And besides, my stream times are kind of weird. My stream times are weird. I only stream for 5 hours a day. It's tough. It's tough out here. I wish that I could stream all the time so that all the friendos could always watch whenever they want. But it's nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. We're doing a little bit of cleanup. We did play let's see, what did we play today? We were playing Link's Awakening. Link's Awakening today. We're working on we're playing some Legend of Zelda games in anticipation of that new release that's coming up of Skyward Sword HD, a game that I never finished because I didn't really enjoy it. So I'm ready to get it. I'm ready to freaking understand it. I'm ready to soak in the goodness. Okay, there's got to be some goodness in this game. All right, there's got to be some fun times to be had. There's got to be some things to enjoy. We're gonna take the game and we're gonna synthesize it to its finest components, and we are going to distill it for a delicious juice, which hopefully I will serve to y'all with cocktail lemon. What? Do I see Gold Bear? Oh my gosh, Gold Bear, how are you doing? Hello. Oi, oi, oi! Gold Bear, I hope you're doing well. We're washing. Can you believe it? Considered to be one of the most boring jobs, it's considered one of the most fun games. What, is that a sip? Did I just see a sip? Did I just see a filthy sip in my chat? That's dirty. That's dirty. Wash that up. Ugh. Ew. Oh my gosh. This spam. The delicious spam. No reason for pepperoni. We got all this spam right here. Tasty. All right. This is the rest of the Wawa. Just the rest of the Wawa. Here we go. Bueno. Thank you for the Wawa. You want a power washer? Power washer is kind of fun. It is kind of fun, but it's a little bit weaker than you'd think. It all depends on what you're power washing. If you're power washing a driveway, heck yes. If you're power washing a car, be careful if it's old because you might blow the paint off. If you're power washing like certain types of sheet metal, it's a real pain in the neck. But yeah, power washing driveways is nice. Mucho agua? Mucho agua, senor. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. This streamer doesn't even know English. He shouldn't try to speak any other languages. Mucho bueno. Very, very good. More good. More gooder. Yes, and fencing. Wait a second. Are we talking about the fighting style, or are we talking about putting down posts? Are we talking about putting down posts? So, I know people have been commenting that this is supposed to be a 3-hour stream, and I'm reminded of a 5-book trilogy. I didn't say this. No, listen, I was saying that this is going to be an epic stream. I said that this was going to be a big one. I said this was going to be a big one because yesterday we ended a stream early, and I was upset. I was not happy. I was not happy with myself. Not pleased, not pleased, not enough, not enough. More, more, more. My mind demanded more. And you know what I just gave it? More. That's what we want. More, more, more. Yes, yes, yes. Play, play, play. Suddenly, 24-hour stream. No! Listen, 24. 24 is way too far. I've gone 12 one time. Well, not one time, but I've gone 12 a couple of times whenever I got caught up in the game. It's true. It's happened. No, the power washing on fences. Oh, on fences. What kind of fences? What material? That's what I'm wondering about. Also, I'm cleaning this way too precisely. See how there's still huge chunks of grime? See, look at that. There's a huge chunk of grime whenever I was done. It's because I'm doing this way too particularly. This is the kind of game where you lose time. That you are 100% right. You hit the nail right on the head, Math Smart. That's just how this game is. It's because it's always egging you on to just clean up a little bit more. And we're doing massive levels right now. Whenever you do smaller levels, you're like, a whole nother level, please. And then you finish a whole an hour one, and you're like, one more level, please. I'm still hungry for more, thank you. Read your last message. Oh my gosh, so demanding. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Ice Dragon, do you know how many demands I have to deal with on a daily basis? My gracious. Back to good old times. What can you break? Oh no. What can you break? Even if you never pick up or touch it? A promise? I've broken lots of promises. If that's what the answer is. Are you thinking about broken promises? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What did I say? What did I do? What did I do? Just kidding. Don't tell me. Where I think I might have heard that one, Ice Dragon. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was nasty. That was nasty of me. And I'm sorry. That was hurtful. Weep, 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 weep. The brain, my brain does the happy serotonin thing whenever the level does a ding for completion. Reward makes my brain very happy. Yes, yes, please. Ring the bell. Ring the bell, and I will start salivating for more achievements. Yeah, what is it? I almost want to get a, I would play games differently if they all had loader bars exactly like, and achievements and stuff. That stuff really make me happy. I like seeing all those bars go wee. Completionist go wee. Listen, whenever you give me a percentage and you say that I'm 86% done, I don't care what that gameplay is. I will slog through it. 86, I'm so close. I'm so close. 86, I'll do anything for it. What, you want me to collect, Rockstar, you want me to collect collectibles that are not on the map, that you have to literally use a guide to find any of them? Frick you, never mind. I'll stick at 98, I don't care. Sorry, GTA 5. You've been thrown in the dumpster, and I'm never gonna complete you because you have stinky collectibles. And I'll never forgive you, Rockstar, for your stupid LA Noire and GTA 5 collectibles. They're garbage, and there's no rhyme or reason to where they are, and there's no way to track them, and there's no way to figure out if you're in proximity to them, and it doesn't feel rewarding at all. I'll never do it, and I don't care. But all the rest of them, I want them. Everything else is fair game. Yum, 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 yum. Listen, GTA 5 tricked me into doing all the tennis missions, okay? Do you understand? I played tennis and golf minigames inside of GTA 5 to get that completion for hours. Hours and hours of playing a crappy game within a game, okay? You gotta get going, but thanks for the entertaining stream. Hey, it was nice to hang out with you, Constant Song. Hope to see you around sometime soon. Toodaloo, my friend. It was nice to meet you. Oh, we'll see you later, Ice Dragon. It was nice to see you. It was nice to see you, even if only for a moment. Even if it was only a momentary enjoyment, we still got to see you, and that was nice. But we shall see you later, my friend. Enjoy your evening. Or your afternoon. Or your noon, or your night. Whatever's going on. Pretty sure it's nighttime, but hey. Dang, this tower's looking nice. I can't believe that we're actually going to do this. I really didn't think that I would have the fortitude to do this whole tower. All right, and not even sitting. Shaking my head. This back is going to feel wrecked. This back is gonna feel wrecked tomorrow. Oh, Kim, are you actually going to bed? Oh my gosh, it's a miracle. It's a miracle. Much love. Hey, we'll see you later, Kim. It was fun to hang out. I'm sorry that you'll miss the very top of the tower, but get some good sleep. Get some good sleep. We shall see you later. Almost done with the inside. We're so close. So close, I can almost taste it. I can almost taste this ash that we're shooting off of it. Yeah, you could never power wash underneath something because all that water is gonna drip right onto you. And I've made that mistake a few times where I was just like power washing upward like like this, and then eventually I went over my head and then started raining on myself. It's a not a very welcome surprise, but definitely a surprise. You're like, oh yeah, gravity, forgot about that. I kind of thought that this was an air gun for a while. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I hope that we did enough of these. Yeah, it looks like we did it. Sweet. That one's done too. Cool. If it's a hot day, I'm sure it's not bad. Well, the only problem was that I was doing it in the morning, and then dealing with wet clothes all the day is not so good. Eventually, it got so hot and I had to stay outside for so long, I started bringing changes of clothes because I would have to change midday and hang out my clothes to dry because it was that bad. That's Texas for you. Texas is a two-shirt kind of state. It's a two-shirt state, I believe, is the classification. There we go. I'm kind of just being messy because we should be able to clean it up pretty easy. It's nice to do that with a mist setting. Probably not with a power washer. Yeah, just dump. Well, it's just like dumping buckets of water on yourself. It's all right. It's all right. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Beep, 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 beep. Never heard of it? What? That's so weird that you've never heard of that. Since I just made it up, that is very strange. All right, I have a feeling that they're going to be more particular. Never mind, we're done. Nice. Some of this stuff is a little bit smaller on the bottommost level, looks like. Edges. Where are they? I feel like the door frame might be the outside too. Where is this edge? I don't see much of it. But in that corner. Is it also? Oh, it's got to be the outside. I can see it. It's just the outside. Having me search things that don't exist. Oh, what? I didn't have you search anything. I didn't say look it up. I didn't say look it up. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. You hardly do well in like 80 heat. You would die in Texas. Yes. Probably. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I would have never said such things if I had known. Yeah, Texas do be getting spicy. Getting up to nice, delicious, like 100-degree plus weather. It's been 80 at night. Oh my gosh. It's been 80 in the dead of night with icicles on my feet. Listen, I slept in the freezer and I'm pretty sure it was 80 degrees in there. Oh my gosh, look at this building. Holy crap. Dude. Also, hey, Blueberry Blue, what's up? What's up, Blueberry? Hope you're having a good day. You guys, do we want to do this? Holy moly. Do you think that we can do this? Oh my gosh. Look at it. Mamma mia. Mamma mia. I do like the areas that we've already kind of gone over and how clean they are. Let's just see what it feels like on this stupid old ladder thing. Let's see. Let's see what it's like. What is it like to be stuck on this ladder? It doesn't feel too bad. Yeah. I think I'm feeling it. You know, this ain't so bad. This ain't so bad. Yeah, we're gonna have to stand like right on the edge. Let's do the front first. Let's do the front first, because that's gonna be way more satisfying. We'll probably feel better. We feel better about continuing if we want to. Okay, I can't turn this precisely. Yeah, so let's hit this bottom part first. Are you feeling it, Mr. Krabs? Art thou feeling it now, Mr. Krabs? Yeah, we probably should move this first. I forgot about that. Yeah, we need this to be out of the way so that we can hit it. Man, I'm not feeling good with height. Oh no. Gold Bear, I wouldn't feel too good with that height either. I would rather not. Yeah, I don't like the emptiness of it. This is frightening to me. I don't like how it's open on one side. I'd probably want a little bar to hold me there. Yeah, maybe we focus on these edges, these 4 edges. I was gonna say 4 edges. Let's do the 4 edges real quick. At least there's no fall damage. Indeed. Could you imagine? Thankfully, this is on an alien planet where you can actually clean stuff. So nice. Yeah, let's try to do these weird corners first. Well, they're not weird, but listen, I'm just trying to insult them any way that I can, all right? Trying to put them in their place, okay? You're griping. Doing my best here. We're just gonna hit the main big concrete pieces here. Like that one. The frame. Yeah. Show them who's boss. You tell that building. You tell that building, streamer. Don't you let that building bully you. Don't you let that inanimate object tell you who's boss. You tell that literal slab of concrete that you're the boss. Because you are. Yep, there's gonna be corners, but we'll just hit all the edges easy. Now this definitely feels a little bit like painting. So is this a little chunk of wall, or is this oh, it is a little chunk of wall. That is supremely satisfying. That railing went down easy. I like that though. I do like that ease with which I just blasted away that rail. Don't know about this chunk here though. What is with this little concrete chunk? Why are you being so difficult with me? Why are you backsassing your master? You know who's boss. All right, looks good. Let's see. We got that edge. All right, we're jumping off the edge. Here we go. No. Nice. We have so much to live for. It isn't had. It's have. Oh! Don't jump off the edge! Oh, oi, Captain Zanuck. What's up? We're washing. You know what game you're watching right now? Watching right now. Oi, 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 oi. For convenience, I would like to remove fall damage from the planet Earth. Are y'all all right with that? As long as we have a committee of beans right here, I'd like to personally vote to remove fall damage from the real planet Earth. Beep, 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 beep. You'd get a concussion? Wait. No. Bisexual, don't do it. Don't do it. Be careful. Be careful. You're good with that? Yeah, I don't really see what the benefit is. Also, mosquitoes. What are y'all thinking? Yay or nay? It's pronounced worse. I said you best go out there and you better wash those clothes, young lady. Young lady. Excuse me? Did you wash the clothes? Honey, I told you 10,000 times to wash the clothes. It just sound like you've got a mouthful of rags. Wash. He was a Welshman. A Welshman. Weep, 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 weep. Make sure you wash behind your ears. Cause it's dirty back there. Actually, why are we washing behind the ears? I don't get it. What's so dirty about your ears? Have you been listening to bad music again? Streamer, what have you been listening to? Weep, 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 weep. They don't bother me. You're indifferent about mosquitoes. Oh, they don't bother you? They leave you alone. Actually, I am somewhat of an ally with mosquitoes myself. Thankfully, my blood is not very delicious. I don't know why, but mosquitoes aren't crazy about me. Literally every human being is crazy about me. Like they're all over me. But mosquitoes, they leave me alone. It's really nice. I don't know why, but my brother apparently he's a sweet blood, and that's why I call him Simeon Sweetblood. Simeon Sweetblood. He gets all the mosquitoes. He gets eaten to shreds. He gets torn to shreds. And I'm over there, not a bite. Not a single bite. The worst fisherman. The worst fisherman of mosquitoes. Weep, 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 weep. Florida mosquitoes are something in Florida. They're a different, they're a different breed. Oh dear. I already don't really like our breed that much, so I don't know how I'd feel about trying a new one. Mosquitoes always bite you. Oh no. It's because you're such a sweetie, Blue Jay. It's because you're such a sweetie. Nobody can resist, or no mosquito can resist. Yum, yum, yum. Delicious. What can I say? Vampires would probably love you too if they existed. Weep, 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 weep. Bluff. If mosquitoes like you, that means that cool and hot vampires probably like you too. All right, I'm just gonna go ahead and do this wall because it's actually pretty easy. Mosquitoes love people who drink. Pretty sure that everybody has to drink, right? Drink to survive. That's what my dad always said. There we go. I wonder if they do prefer a specific blood type. I feel like almost, so what? The question that I would have first if we were trying to diagnose this situation is how the heck do mosquitoes tell if they can nom on you? Like, what are they looking for? Are they looking for heat? Are they looking for smell? Are they looking for, like, some type of, like, the surface? Like, I don't get what, how mosquitoes know whenever they land on your leather boot that they aren't gonna get to sucking. Like, instead they wait for human skin. Like, how are they detecting this humanity? I don't understand. I guess we'd have to start there, huh? Chemical scent, pheromones. See, that's what I was kind of thinking. And in that case, it definitely wouldn't be unusual for people to be slightly more, or entirely more, like, attractive to mosquitoes. Because it is for me at least, it's a subtle thing. Like, I still get bit by mosquitoes, but it's just, by and large, so little compared. But they still sometimes bite me. Sometimes I'll get a little numb and I'm like, oh, you bad little bug. Nasty little stinker. But in general, I always just get it less. Just less. Possibly sweaty beans. My brother is very sweaty. Definitely checks out, but I'm extremely sweaty too, so I don't know about that. So I don't know about that. I would dismiss that, but it's possible. I don't know. Maybe people with sweet sweat. Sweeties. Sweet sweated people. I'm not even sure if I'm not sure how much human sweat varies, to be honest. We should ask a mosquito these questions, to be honest. See, I'm not the only one who thought sweat. I mean, it could be. It could be for sure. I literally don't know. I literally don't even know what mosquitoes like. Why do they like us so much? What do they find attractive about human beings? I literally don't know. I'm just spitballing here. And by spitballing, I mean... never mind. I was trying to, like, say something like... By spitballing, I mean that I'm sucking blood. But that doesn't make any sense. That's not a joke. That's stupid. That one got cast straight out of the comedy room. Writer's room totally laughed that one off. That was a no-go. Just trying to get a new skit in Saturday Night Live, but they didn't buy it. It's a bummer. I'll get my first one soon enough, you guys. Don't worry, I'm trying. All right, things are sparkling. I love that we are getting some nice little sparkly bits. As we're headed up, we're still getting that little ding, 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 ding. We're getting that satisfaction of going, yes, yes, we are not climbing this tower for nothing. No, we are not chumps. This is important business. All right, hang on, we gotta get this underside. In fact, these little bricks are the toughest, honestly. Because look, they got so much gunk on top. I can't really balance up here that well. Yeah, oh, there's a whole big area. Sweet. Spinning nozzle? Oh, I do not have the spinning nozzle, but I could afford anything right now. I was kind of just saving my money for whenever they release more, not DLC, but more add-ons and stuff. So that I could have Mondo Casho. Mondo Moosh. But yeah, we could buy the spinny brush if we wanted to. It's just that this already works really well. We haven't even tried soap either. I'm just super pleased with how this cleans, so I just haven't really felt the need to try anything. I mean, it ain't broke. But I guess if we've got a bunch of extra money, we could try, right? Could, but then you have to use a specific soaping nozzle, and you have to buy the soap, and you have to have the soap attachment. It's ridiculous. It's really too much. Much progress in your Final Fantasy. What? 14 testing? Did I tell you what? Testing? Oh, Zanuck, did I like mention it on stream? And I was like, oh, I'm trying it out. Did I say that? Did I say that? I don't remember saying that. I guess I did, eh? I guess I did, hey. All right, we should move it downward. This wall's actually, we're so close. We're 94%, you guys. 94, baby. Pretty good. Zanuck was here when you mentioned the first day that you were playing. Oh, I've played for a week, and I played, in 1 week, Zanuck, I played 35 hours, so I'd say I'm enjoying myself. You know, I can never tell how long I'm gonna play a game. I generally am horrible at, commitment. I generally am very bad at committing to games, so I would always assume that I'm going to give up at any minute. But I mean, initial tests have indicated that I very much enjoy the game. Do you play SimCity? Like, I've played the OG one before on the DOS box before. But I haven't played the newest one. Is the one that they made that required online at all times. I was interested whenever it came out. But I had horrible internet at the time, so I was really scared of that always online business. It really peeved me off, if I'm being honest. About a month, I'd say. Yeah, that's probably a good guess. I've played, like, I was super obsessed with Apex Legends. Like, I was jamming, you guys. Like, I got tier 100. Got tier 100 because I played so much. I played every day. And then, yeah, I hate it now. I don't like it. Now I don't want to play it anymore. Poor A-Star. Poor A-Star probably feels like he's been abandoned. I apologize, my sweet, sweet prince. Someday I may return, but very unlikely. Let me just pour out this side. This side is toast, you guys. This little ledge, toast. See what I'm saying? It's good at least been catching up with the main story. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Final Fantasy is gonna lose me as soon as either the grind becomes not fun, which I don't see the way that it's gonna become not fun. I'm still enjoying the grind, but they'll lose me if maybe whenever I run out of classes to test, then they'll lose me. Maybe whenever I hit a wall, because I know that there's a 30 to 50 wall is the worst part of Final Fantasy. That's what I've heard. But I'm kind of schmoving through that wall, so I'm not sure if that's particularly going to be a problem for me. You've been avoiding it ever since it came out, because I know that the moment I try it, my life will be ruined. I mean, that's what Alice said. That's what Alice said, and I haven't seen her in weeks. Just kidding. I mean, it certainly could. Yeah, I wouldn't. If you tend to get really like addicted to games, yeah, I'd watch it. I'd watch it for sure. Because it definitely looks like it could be very engrossing. I'm not super into it because I just don't get into games that much, honestly. But I can see the potential. I can see the danger. I can smell the danger from here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Video game addiction. I can smell it. Oh, the wall on the MSQ quest from 40 to 50. Oh, is that the zone? Yeah, there's some zone in there that they were saying is a grind, and then it gets great again. I might get caught in that grind, or I might try out everything and grind it a little bit, then get bored. It's possible. It's possible, but I definitely want to try everything. I'm feeling a big push to actually try everything. Like now I'm psyched to try being an archer. Good night, y'all. Hope that y'all have a fantastic day tomorrow. You're so sweet. It was nice hanging out with you, Math Smart Blonde. Get yourself some good rest. Get yourself some good rest. Enjoy your evening. It was nice to hang out with you. To clean up some stuff, to goof around. It was fun. Fun. Ooh. So we're at 98%. Oh, the front. Isn't it still there? Oh my gosh. Okay. That's where it is. So it's a whole giant amount. All right. There we go. My bad. I was like, where's the rest? I thought we were done. Now we're done. I don't get it. Okay. The whole front is still a mess. But 98, you guys, we got this. Your PC froze? Oh no. I'm glad that you got it fixed. I was gonna say for Final Fantasy, I bought one of the DLCs with it, so I'll probably beat the DLC, or I mean, not beat it, but make it to it. I feel like I'll feel pressured to at least try it. I think I can actually be a bunny. I didn't realize it. I'm gonna turn into a bunny girl.
Kennius has tipped $1. The real question is the streamer's apartment as clean as this fire station will be?
Huh? Clean apartment? Thank you very much. Kenny is sus for the $1 of delicious distilled sass. I appreciate it. Yum. Sass in the middle of the night. I mean, it's a little late, but I guess I'll take some. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And if you've got any tears, I am starting to get a wee bit thirsty. No, my apartment's not clean. Why would it be? My mom's not gonna visit. My mom. What am I having the president over? Oh yes, Mr. Biden, would you like to sit on my IKEA couch? I don't think I will. Laura said to what? You're supposed to be gone.
Gosh. You're still here at least for now. Yay.
Laura said you were gone. Laura said, what are you doing here? Oi. Welcome back. Hello. Hello. We got a door frame and a wall. That's it. Boom, baby. What do we got here? Oh, there's that. Now the wall. We're done. We're done. This whole thing is, oh, baby. Boom. We're done. We're done. The whole place is clean. The whole thing is looking beautiful.
Says that's one hell of a job. I gotta say, there's been a lot of talk in the community about your quality of work. And for one person who loves standing around spray.
Oh, wait, I couldn't read that. Ah, yes, nice and clean.
Nice and clean. I like to see things looking so shiny. I'm surprised you've done so well. You might be welcomed into the Power Washing Guild if you keep acting like this. We're proud of you. Keep going, Elder Sons. We'll see if we've got a place for you in the guild.
Whee! Also, hi there, OT. What's up? Hey, you can come do my chores any day. I'll do it. One topic, I'll do your chores. It's so much more fun to do someone else's chores. I don't know if you've ever washed anybody else's clothes, but it feels pretty good. It feels pretty good. Doing your own clothes, stinky. Helping somebody else do their clothes, hey, not too bad. I like washing your, I like folding your shirts. I just don't like my own shirts. I don't want to have to fold these. I'm gonna hang them up. Yes, 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 yes. Everything's looking good. It's looking good, suddenly. Also, hi there, Coco, what's up? Coco Eve, you had to finish up the job and drove home. You thought that I'd be gone. And here I am, still doing some washies, but we're done. We cleaned it up. We did it perfect, you guys. It looks absolutely excellent. Absolutely sparkling. And we didn't even use the step stool. This is actually what cheaters use. This is for chumps. This is the chump jump, where you don't have to jump because you're a chump. There we go, looking good. And did we even unlock anything new? Look at that time lapse. I like folding your shirts. Oh, they didn't need to know about that. Wait, what? Not the shirts. Don't tell them about the tops. Don't tell them about folding my tops. I told you, that's personal information. We don't discuss things like that live. We only talk about that in the secret Discord. Woo! That's a Weenie Hut Jr. stool. Weenie Hut Jr. Dude, I slipped on an ice cube and I had to go straight to Weenie Hut General. Oh, we unlocked it. We unlocked the penny farthing. Oh my gosh. This is the Weenie Hut Jr. This is the Weenie Hut Jr. bicycle, dude. Look at that sweet. Look at those wheels, baby. We got the fire truck. We got Grandpa Melly's car. We got the treehouse. So next time that we play, we can clean the treehouse. But we're not doing it today. We're not doing it today. We'll take a little peek, though. We'll take a little peek-see. A little peek, okay? All right. Just a look. Ooh. Whoa. All right. So all that yellow is all the grime. Ooh, and look at that. Got a waterfall over here. Man, they really balled out buying these assets. Nice. Hey, I'm proud of you boys. I'm proud of you guys. You really purchased some good items right here. I'm proud of you. Let's go up this old dirty house. This old house. Look at it, it's a mess. Disgusting. Disgusting. Who did this? Squeenix has the cash. I know, they're balling out. We got these Phasmo scrubs. They won't even buy a new house. Phasmo scrubs bought like one new house. Squeenix, they're balling. They are balling. It's because of that Markiplier bucks. Just like Bohemian said, it's the Markiplier bucks. I didn't see Markiplier playing Phasmo. He definitely did, but I was just kidding. I was just kidding anyway. So yeah, it looks nice. Looks nice, you guys. This is gonna be a heck of a time. It's gonna be a heck of a time cleaning that one for surezies. But the new stuff, these are just cars. These are fun little things to clean up. You've ridden one of those bikes before? 'Tis difficult to get off. Oh dear. That makes me think of those bicycles that are like the two wheels and then huge, just like alloy going straight up, and then like the long chain. Like the tallest bikes in the world. It's so scary. I wouldn't want to have to get off. You got to have people that like grab you. They got to like, it's a $10 job, dude. Dude, that's yikes. Yikes. I wouldn't even bend down for $10. Like, it's too much work on my back. Like $10, really? $20. I'd jump like a maniac for that money, but But $10, please. It's 2021. Have you ever heard of inflation? $10 is worth like $1. Oh yes, like I mentioned before, they actually have a challenge mode that they added in here. Kind of interesting. Challenge mode, wash against the clock. Could you imagine you remove the best part of the game? So imagine you're the developer, and the best part about the game is how relaxing it is. But you want to make some replay value. So you make a time challenge. I mean, it's kind of cool. I'd be interested in it. Land, water, air. What? Spoilers? Spoilers for the vehicles? Do I see spoilers? Cause land, water, and air. I'm ready to clean up an airboat, or maybe clean up a plane. Dude, give me that Boeing 747, please. I would like to clean that up, please. Looks like these are all the locations that we've been to so far, and that's what, 8? So there's what, 9 real locations right now? Man, we got a lot of opportunity. We've got a lot of opportunity for enjoyable cleanups, because I am down, dude. Especially if we do more, like, the skate park was the best one, in my opinion. I don't know how y'all feel about this, but skate park, #1 in my book. #1 in my book. Skate park, #1. Playground, #2, easy. Backyard, #3, easy. Very fun, very fun. And then after that, it's all just a blur. It's just a blur of square houses. I think that maybe bungalow is probably the most fun house, and then detached house. Then maybe I liked fire station, shoe house, cottage. Like, cottage was by far the worst one. It's just frustrating. But yeah, the backyard, playground, and skate park, more like that, please. More like that. You know what? I don't know. I think that the playground was the best one, actually. Actually, I think that this one's the best one. I think that the playground's #1. #1, skate park's a smooth #2. A delicious and smooth #2 that I did really enjoy, but I think the playground wins. This was so much fun. It was so colorful, and there's so many fun little angles to do. It felt like it was short enough that you could clean most of it. Yeah, I'm thinking that the playground's #1. I think this is #1. The skate park was so fun because of all the flat surfaces and all of the like big walls and stuff. That was fun. That was fun. But I'm thinking that the playground, it just has the detail. Has the detail that you need. The delicious, spicy, juicy, crunchy details. Well, it's been fun. I wonder. Should we try to get over it with Bennett Foddy like one time? Try the cottage? I already did it. I don't have to try it. I suffered, all right? Look, I completed it, okay? I'm never playing that stupid level again. If you want to see it, you play it. You play that dirty old cottage. I don't want to play that. Hey, what's up? Champ's here. Aw, snap. Champ's jumping in at the end. Do we want to like get over it or something? Do we want to get over it? Because I beat my record the other day, and I feel like we really could schmoove if we wanted to. And I've got this new big mouse pad. I say that we take this mouse pad out for a spin, because I don't think that I've played it on this new mouse pad yet. Let's take it out for a spin. It'll only be like 10 minutes, you guys. It's just like 10 minutes of stream. It's just a little baby old stream. Little baby stream. Yeah, I say that we get over it. Let's get over it like one time. What is my record though? I set the record the other day at 8 minutes and 53 seconds. That's my record. It's way big. 8 minutes and 53 seconds is the fastest I've ever done. Unfortunately, I am now getting very close to maxing out my speed. I'm getting close to maxing out the speed with the methods that I'm using, so I'm gonna have to start learning new methods. I'm gonna have to start learning new routes and new like styles. I mean, I could go way faster with the things that I'm doing. Like, there's still tons to learn and tons of practice that I need. But I did a almost like no mistake run. I messed up on the tower, but I practically made no mistakes and did most of the jumps first try, and that's when I got like 8 minutes. So I'm feeling like I might have to start like spicing things up. Like with Orange Hell, there's a bunch of different ways to do these spots. There's a bunch of different fancy schmoves that you can do. We're not gonna be breaking records without doing insane moves. So I'm gonna have to start spicing it up. What game is it? This is called Getting Over It. It's a super demanding climbing game that is extremely difficult to control. As you might be able to tell, it's very slippery. The entire mountain is super slippery. And you're trying to climb this giant like obstacle course. So the first time that you play this game, like the first time that I ever played this game, it took me 8 hours to complete it. 8 hours. Not of continuous play. Not of continuous play. But like I would, dang. See, like this part I'm struggling at. I didn't even struggle at this part on the 8-minute. But yeah, the first time that I ever played this, it took me 8 hours to make it over. And then now I can do it in like almost 8 minutes sometimes. It all depends on how the run goes. But yeah, it's like muscle memory mixed with like kind of strategy. It's very tricky. And it rewards danger. This game very much rewards danger. It's very strange. So like the most dangerous moves in this game that will throw you all the way off the mountain, those are the ones that go fast. That's how you move. Whenever you're in the most danger, that's whenever you're moving the fastest. So you have to, so it's like you learn to take risks, but not too much risk. Like I'll probably practice a couple of moves whenever I get near the top. See, like I'm gonna probably practice a move whenever we cross over to that bar up there. I'm just gonna practice just a little bit. But I'll try not to demoralize myself by making a bunch of the same mistake. Dang, I'm really struggling on this. This has been my struggle for a little while. I think it's because of my sensitivity being so high, and I just have trouble going straight up. The straight up elements I've been struggling on for a little while. Not so much more like Happy Wheels, more like Jump King. Oh man, Jump King. I looked that up. It looks crazy. It looks crazy. I don't know if I could stand that. That almost, this feels like you're impaired, but that looks like miserable. That little move that I just did there, that's a little bit faster of a move than I normally do. Just a tiny bit. Like right here, there's a move where you go above that tub, and then you kind of crawl over instead of doing this little bunny hop that I'm doing right now. And that is a bit faster. That's the, like, record-winning move. But I just don't have it in me right now. I do not know how to do it. Yat! Yat! Thank you so much for the good luck! Laura Zenta. I appreciate it. Thank you for those delicious good lucks. Clover. Clover, I'm hungry right now. I'm starving. And then you're putting Clover in the chat? Oh my gosh. Now I'm salivating and trying to play this game at the same time. That's a cruel joke. See, that was part of that was way faster than I normally do. And then part of it was way slower. Oh my god, that's the move, dude! That was the move! That is the way to speedrun that part. I just did it one time. That was the first time that I've gotten that close. Now I can do this slow, but if we wanna go fast, that's the move that I'm gonna have to adopt. That was it, man. That was nice. I almost grabbed that ledge, but it's okay. It's okay. I feel real good about that fancy jump that we just did. So we'll do a little bit of extra climbing, and I can take it easy on that part. I feel like we earned it. I feel like we earned it. Get some Lucky Charms. Is that the healthy gamer food? Is that gamer fuel right there? You know how you get top gaming? Top gaming is Lucky Charm. That's gamer grub, man. You want that delicious protein. That protein inside of those marshmallows, keeps me going for hours on end. Those little sugary flakes, they give me the juice. Keeps my mind sharp. Kellogg's keeps your mind sharp as long as you eat like 17 oranges and like 10 bran muffins and like a big bowl of lettuce, because it's only part of a balanced breakfast. Okay, we're back to it, you guys. I'm gonna take it easy on this. I gotta take it easy on this. Oh, you know, actually, pogo is the way that most people do it, like that. See, I'm just gonna take it easy here. This is what you use. This is the boring way to do it, all right? This is way too slow. I'll never be able to go very fast with that speed, but you know what? We already practiced our good jump, and I don't want to slow down too much, so we're gonna keep going. Because otherwise, I'm gonna get stuck on the ice area because that stuff freaks me out. Oops. My bubble bad. I don't even know what happened there. I like slipped off an edge that I didn't even know existed. I'm learning so much. I'm about to have a brain blast. I'm learning so much about new ways to fall in this game. You know what? Playing this game this many times has really taught me all the different ways that you can fail. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. Wow, that was quite a fall there, streamer. Oops. Sorry about that, Owen Wilson. Wow. Sorry, Owen. I tried my best. But I accidentally yeeted myself off the edge. I thought that I was yoinking my way up, but unfortunately I have been yote. That was a self-yote. Almost swallowed the microphone for a second because I was so focused on the game. Okay, here we go. Lose is improve. I mean, yeah, I mean, progress. It's progress. We already made insane progress this run. It may feel like we're just struggling over like lots of the same objects over and over, but you know what? Because of all this practice that we've been doing, I pulled off a move I didn't even know that I could do. I didn't even know that I could yeet myself like that. Well, not the downward move, but I mean the upward move a little while ago was good. And we'll still pass all of this, okay? We've done all these things so many times before. It'll just maybe take a little bit longer this time. Okay, I'll just, all right. I would, excuse me, I would like to take one trip to the hat jump, please. Could I have one trip to Top Hat? Because I am suffering on this side of the mountain. I would like one trip, sir, please, to Top Hat Island. Oop, a little slippy there. A little bit slippery on the face of that lion up there. This is not an area that I normally suffer on. But you know what? Bennett Foddy will teach you that there are new versions of suffering that are hiding right behind the corner. There we go, and we finally make it over. Holy moly. Holy moly. So that's probably the worst place that we're going to get stuck tonight. And yes, I might regret those words, but I stand by it. We fell down twice. I don't feel like we're going to suffer that much anywhere else. That was it. We just had our first exquisite suffering, the first delicious helping of suffering. And I think that all the rest are going to leave they're going to leave you a little bit hungry for more. You're going to say, well, yeah, it was bad, but it wasn't bad like it. Wasn't bad like that nice orange hell jump. Yum. Now that was tasty. This suffering, subpar. See, this is a part that I'm working on right there. That's the part that I want to save some time on, but I'm struggling. I'm also working on this little hoppy hop move. I call it Hoppy to Meet You. Hoppy to meet you, Bennett. Been there, done that. Ooh. Oh, I almost messed it up, but I didn't. I almost messed it up, but you know what? Instead, I made it all the way to the bucket. And now we're gonna yeet. Oh, almost made it. Almost made it in one hop. Here we go. Boyong. Boyong. Oh, we almost boyonged. We almost bouillon cubed our way all the way up there. Super. Super bouillon cube. Now, thankfully, with my pogo skills, we'll be able to smoothly transition straight onto this big icy surface. Now, the more that we play this surface, the better I understand where these stupid little holds are. Because they're invisible, blast it all. There's invisible junk on this wall that I gotta grab onto, and I don't quite know where it is because I haven't done this enough. But I have a general idea, all right? If I could just, like, nail where it is, and you gotta ride the snake. It's the best part of the game. Streamer, please Ride the snake. That's your favorite part. They play a special song. They play a special song and you unlock the golden pot. All you got to do is just ride the snake. It's a small price to pay for endless glory. Have you ever watched world record streams of this? You got to ride this snake and it gives you a boost all the way to the top. Boyang, boyang, boyang. I'm not going to make it to the top very fast, but I'm still going to go up there. Okay, do you hear me? Do you hear me? Success will be found even if it is slow. Even if it is a slow progress. All this... What was... embarrassing. I'm sorry to have shown you all that. That was not me. That was somebody else. Somebody else touched my hand. They touched my hand and they distracted me. Now, oh, look at that selfish boy. What a selfish boy. No presents for you. Goodness gracious. Only coal for this lad. What a selfish lad. He wanted to zoom through space. Selfish. Nobody does. No, twice. He double dipped his hand into the... I cannot believe that he actually dipped his hand into the chocolate fountain twice. Dude. I'm shocked. I can't believe that he thought that he could do that twice. Actually, gross. Gross to see a streamer do that live. Nasty. He really should. He really should count his blessings and just go for it. Goodness. Sure, he threw his run earlier, but he could at least try. He could at least try for everyone else. He doesn't realize that everyone else is suffering more than he. You know, just think of the children. Think of the children that are never going to try to play this game because it looks too hard. Because he's playing it poorly. Oh goodness. All right, now let's see if he can put his greed aside for 10 seconds and actually just win the game. I don't know. He seems obsessed. He can't help himself. Oh, he still tried. He tried. He did. I saw him. He didn't even do that the wholesome way. He tried to grab it. I saw it. All right, he's grabbing up here. He's grabbing. Oh, there we go. That's how they do it in space. That's how they do it in space, Grandpa. Oh, darn. That was a stupid move. Straight horizontal. Come on. Now give me that rock. Oh, that was slippy. That was a slippy space rock. That was a slippy one right there. That's a shame. Oh, come on. Come on. Have some mercy. Have some mercy on my poor hammer swinging heart. My poor hammer swinging heart is out here just suffering, falling down to this rock over here. Gosh darn, man. That's cold, Bennett. That's cold. Bennett, come on. How many times have we been up this mountain together and you're still gonna treat me like that? Bennett. Goodness. Sub 20? Sub 20. All right, not too bad. Still, that was still actually pretty quick. That was still pretty quick for me. I mean, 13 minutes is pretty fast. It's no sub 10, but I don't think that I've ever done sub 10 on stream before. All right, 13 minutes is not bad for me. If I'm sub 20, I'm always feeling good. All right. The Earl of Suds, he's still working on it. That was the 20-second one. Hey, thank you for the GGs. Ah, yeah. Hey, it was fun. It was fun, you guys. Let's see. Let's even roll. I mean, spin. Let's even spin the thing. What do we got? 3 sevens. 3 sevens, a cherry, and a horse. That's not too bad. You know, it's pretty good. What is my personal record? It's not too fast. It's not too fast, but I said it the other day. It's 8. What was it? 8 minutes and 54 seconds, I think. It was, I struggled on the tower, actually. I didn't, I had like 2 different zones that I struggled with this run. Yeah, 8 minutes and 53 seconds. That's the fastest I've ever done. So if I'd done the tower faster, because I really choked on the tower. I choked so bad, probably because I knew that it was going to be a good run. I think that it would have been sub 8. It would have definitely been sub 8, but I don't know if it would have been much better than that. Probably would have just been a healthy kind of low score. But yeah, I'm having to learn some new shmoves. I'm almost at my limit. I'm almost at my limit of what I can do with what I'm doing. So I might have to start Might have to start investing some time practicing some moves over and over, possibly. I might have to start doing that if I want to get any faster. Exquisite Toaster, how are you doing? What's up? You made it to the end of the stream. Boom, you made it. We're actually going to look for somebody to raid right now. Oh yeah, I was going to say, my goal for this game is sub 5. That's anything more than that, I feel is unreasonable. I think that sub 5 is reasonable. I feel like someday I can do that. I feel like what we've done 23 runs out of 50. Out of 50, I literally have more than half of my runs left to be able to get this achievement. So getting this achievement is going to happen while I'm on my route to sub 5, because that's what I want to do. That's what we want to do, okay? That's someday we're gonna do it. But yes, let's look for somebody to raid. I hope that y'all enjoyed the stream. It was a big one today. I'm glad that we actually did a big stream today because I really enjoyed playing these games with you guys. And I'm really excited to finish Legend of Zelda tomorrow. We're gonna keep playing Legend of Zelda, and we might clean this house. Also, reminder that this weekend we're gonna be doing the fan art contest is gonna be over this weekend. Also, last time I'm showing it this stream, boom, we're gonna be building this. We're gonna be building this big boy. We're gonna be building this big boy Lego set. Probably not all of it, but probably a lot of it. Okay, this is this weekend. We're gonna be doing a kingly Lego set build. Hopefully, I can get some really cool camera angles because I bought some more camera stuff. I don't know if I'll have my new camera by then. Kind of doubt it. That sounds unrealistic. I don't think we're gonna have a new camera. I don't think that we're gonna do that, but maybe we'll see. We'll see if I can get one in like real life or if I have to order it on Amazon, which is probably what I have to do. But yes, let's Friday is the last day for the fan art competition. Today is Tuesday, so you've only got a few days left. If you're making the art, please submit it. I would love to see it. If you don't want to submit it to the fan art competition, but you've drawn something, please put it in art. Please put it in art. I have to speak English for you to understand. I really, really love the squirrel design, the cute little purple squirrel that we have. Oh, I should show y'all, just because y'all are still here. Y'all are still here. If you're here at the end, then you get bonus. All right, here's what I was playing around with. This is horrible, but it was just to enjoy how many submissions there already are. This was just to enjoy the fact that there's such a ridiculous amount of submissions, and also a lot of them aren't alpha. Don't have an alpha channel anyway. Like this squirrel one over here doesn't even have an alpha channel, so I'm gonna have to fix that myself. But I added an alpha channel to a couple of these. But yeah, I just thought that it would be fun to like put them together so that you could see how many there are, how many little purples there are. Look at all the purples. There's actually a few in here that well, for one, this one isn't even submitted. This the Pokemon squirrel. But, yeah, I need to adjust some of these, and I think I'm also missing one. I think that I'm missing one right now. But, yeah, I'm working on it. It's going to be very tricky to make these fit, to be honest. Oh, I also did an alternate that I thought was cool. Let me see if I got, I named it Gooba Gaba, because that's how I name files. Let me see. There's, I put, instead of ands in the background, I also put this one. Which I thought was kind of funny. Let's see if I can. Yeah, I think whenever I first did it, he was just like peeking right over. Let me see. Where's the Poco Baby? Yeah, the Poco Baby was over here, I think. And it worked kind of. It was a little bit lower. Right over my face. Oh dang, it's hard with the ones that don't have alpha yet. But yeah, just my eyeballs peeking over the edge is very funny. Yes, it's scary. It's just this. Also, holy moly, the absolute cuties that are on the side of the picture they're maddening. They're maddening. It's hard for me to not just stare at all these cuties the entire time. It's gonna be extremely. This is our newest one, by the way. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. I hope that you don't mind me adding alpha channels to everything. There's like a little. Oh wait, no, you alpha'd this. I can already tell. I can already tell that you did it for me, Tayaki. Thank you, because you can tell the ones that didn't get alpha'd. I'm gonna have to clean that up myself, or I will ask for an alternate version. Because it is suffering out here. Absolute suffering. Holy moly. But anyway. Huh? Yours isn't showing? Oh, yeah, it just has to be moved up above. I think that's because, yeah, that's just because of the other image. It's because the, so on this version, it goes above, and then whenever I'm using this one, it works best below. Because if it's above that, I liked it. See, like if I was making this into an actual banner, then I'd probably put this loop would probably be behind, and this loop would probably be in front. So I'd probably edit that myself. I'd probably edit that in, but I'm not doing anything like that. I'm not doing any trouble like that because this is all preliminary. All right, I was just looking at them. I just want to see what they look like. Okay. No. Don't worry about it. I'm not making the banner. I'm not making the banner right now. Not at all. I just want to see what they look like. That's all. I just wanted to peek. Okay. I was peeking because I have no patience. I have no patience. You know this. Okay. We're gonna raid somebody. Let's see. We could, should we raid, we got so many options. Because there's so many good beans online. Okay. Still have more submissions coming for sure. I know, I'm super excited. Also, holy moly, what a cutie. Look at this cutie on the side of the screen. Ow, wow. It's adorable. I love it. I don't even think that I don't even know if I'll get rid of it for a while. It's so cute. But it's been fun, you guys. Hope you had a fantastic time chilling in the stream. We're gonna raid. I gotta make a decision, you guys. We're gonna raid. What's Opes playing? Is he playing Zelda right now? Are you actually playing Zelda right now, you son of a gun? You better not be. Is he playing the Ocarina before I can? He said, oops, I dropped my Ocarina again. He is. That son of a gun. That's the wholesome streamer playing RE. What? Who is it? What, someone's playing Resident Evil and they're family friendly. Is this true? He's been playing Ocarina of Time recently. Ah, dang it. He beat me to it. That's all right. It'll be like a month before I play it probably. Yeah, what do you say? Let's raid Opes. Opes is a really sweet bean. He's a really sweet bean. If you like my vibes, you guys, you're probably gonna like his. He's really a sweet dude. And he's lots of fun, and he likes goofing around. So if you like me, you'll like Opes. All right, let's get a little message in the chat. Maybe I'm gonna say, okay, we're gonna use the hype emotes, and I'm gonna say, maybe I'll say, what can we say to Opes? You sleep to his voice, Tayaki. Yes. We got the love for the Opes. Opes is like my, is always my backup. If I'm like, do we want to raid somebody new? Do we want to make sure that we check in on everybody? And then like, if there's nothing else, I'm like, Opes is always a good choice, no matter what. No matter what's going on. Opes has got the vibes, and I can always trust him. To have great, consistent, fantastic vibes. What do you think? The squirrel is out of the bag? That's so silly. I love it. What do you think? The squirrel's out of the bag? Here we go. Here's a little raid message for each one of y'all. If you don't have the emotes, then you can spam any emotes that you want. Thank you so much for being here. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow for some more Zelda. Maybe it'll be like a tiny bit early. Maybe it'll be a tiny bit late. I don't know. You'll just have to keep your eyes peeled. So watch your notifications. I will see you guys there. Thank you so much for watching over the chat, Alchemic. I appreciate it. And also, of course, we had Arisa checking in. I don't think I saw Dai. I don't think I saw Jedi. But I know that Linz was here watching over a little while. Thank you so much for making sure that everything's going good and for changing up my titles and all that stuff. It helps. It helps a lot because I would have had to do that. But thank you also, VIPs, friendos that have been here forever. Lemonberry, Celestial, Lupus, Malice, and the Crane couple. What? The Crane couple are sneaking around in the background? Nobody told me that they were hiding back there. You should have told me, you guys. There were 2 crane couples, and I was talking about them. But you guys, hope you had a fantastic time. I love all of you beans. I'm not Mercs. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Much love. Hope you had a great time. See you later, White Tiger. Bye-bye, Mercs. Bye-bye, Tayaki. Bye-bye, the King of Squirrel. Always nice to see you. See you later, Chen. Have a good rest of your day. Captain Zanik, it was nice to see you. Liverberry, it was fun to clean with you. See you later. I love all you beans out. All right, let's go give some loves to Opes. Come on now. Come on now. All right, and this is the end. Thank you so much for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, why are you not subscribed? Like, why are you watching this VOD not subscribing? It's so strange. Don't know why you do that.